Deal with murder. Peter Cornish, before heading out to meet her fiancé, Lynn Harker, a young portrait painter, receives a death threat over the phone from an unknown caller. Discussing it with Tom Swain, her fiancé, they try to figure out who would want to kill Lynn. Could it be some sort of extortion? Lynn does have a rich aunt who raised her after Lynn's parents died, but 5 years earlier, she and her aunt had a terrible quarrel over Lynn becoming a painter. When Lynn walked out to start her new life, her aunt Nina disowned her.
This is the BBC Home Service and the British Forces Broadcasting Service. Saturday Night Theatre. We present Jane Wenham as Lynn Harker, Frank Duncan as Jason Flowerdew, John Pullen as Tom Swain, and Marjorie Westbury as Lady Mathry in Deal with Murder, a play for radio by Peter Cornish. Deal with Murder.
Oh, damn. Oh, I'd better switch this off. Cavendish, 1592.
Miss Harker? Miss Lynn Harker, the painter?
Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry to call you so late, Miss Harker. It's a matter of business.
Oh, Lord, it had to be. Look, do you think it could keep?
How's that?
I was just going to have a bath. I have a theatre date in half an hour.
I see. Well, I guess we could put the deal on ice.
Oh, bless you. Ring me tomorrow, would you? Oh, but not before 8 in the evening. I shall be out all day.
We'll say 10 o'clock.
Yes, fine. Oh, by the way, this deal, is it a portrait?
Well, no, Miss Harker. It's really to do with life and death.
With what?
Well, I'm hoping the two of us can preserve a human life from danger.
Danger? I don't understand.
No, of course you don't, Miss Harker, but I'll explain everything at 10 tomorrow.
But didn't you just say somebody's life was in danger?
That's right.
Well, then who?
Didn't you guess, Miss Harker? Like the song says, it's you, no one but you.
Well, darling, what did you think of it? Lynn?
Oh. Sorry, Tom. What did you say?
Act 1. Did you like it?
Oh, very good.
You know, I'd prefer the truth if you don't mind.
Truth?
When my fiancée sits through 40 minutes of riotous farce with never a smile on her face, I'm bound to ask what's up.
Tom, we're not in the courtroom now, so please don't start cross-examining.
I don't have to. I know what's wrong.
But you can't.
Ah, but I do. It's Thursday, the day for Dame Hilda's sitting. You're always unbearable afterwards.
Well, thanks.
Look, why don't you chuck the Terps at her next time, or crown her with a canvas or something?
Dame Hilda's an influential woman. I'm just a struggling artist.
Struggling?
I'm hardly Rembrandt.
I wouldn't marry Rembrandt.
Oh, Tom. Oh, whatever did I do to deserve you?
That sounds like an SOS. On your feet.
Oh, where are we going?
To the theatre bar for an inch of watered gin.
At 4 bob a time.
You'll smile during the second act, or I shall die in the attempt.
Drink's quite good. Still, you should save your money.
How long does it take to save £5,000?
That's rather a cryptic remark for learned counsel to me.
No, not really. I had a chat with Peter Grimston at the assizes today.
Who?
He's the senior partner of Grimston and Lucy, top legal firm. And he offered to take me in.
Oh, Tom!
Be nice, eh? But it takes 5,000 quid for premium.
Oh, darling.
Not to worry. Tough, we barristers. Still, I'd do a lot for that cash at the moment.
I thought you were getting better briefs. That case you're defending in Reading.
Oh, not bad. Oh, by the way, the assize is finished tomorrow, so we can spend the weekend together. Okay with you?
Fine.
What are you staring at?
That man by the bar.
Which?
Tall, with the permed blonde hair, rather too handsome. There, he's turning round to look at us again.
Blow me, he's a friend of mine. He lives in the flat above mine.
Oh, really?
Yes, we were at school together.
But, love, he looks so queer.
I know, but he's not. He's an actor. The hair's natural, and he's pretty good.
Then tonight, is he, what do they call it, resting?
Oh, even the big names rest from time to time.
Oh, and what is his name?
It's Flowerdew. Jason Flowerdew.
Oh, no. Oh, how awful, the poor man.
Lynn, will you shut up? He's coming over.
My dear, I'm simply ablaze with curiosity. What in the world made you pick such a catastrophe?
I take it you're referring to the show, Jason.
What else? Of course, one knows that farce should be played like tragedy, but the effect is intended to be altogether different.
Now, look, Jason...
Oh, yes, Bobbit, I know. You think I came here to prattle, whereas, in fact, I came with the most serious intention of presenting myself, Miss Harker. Of course I know who you are, and I'm simply longing to ask if I may bring my little stool and join your queue.
My cue.
It occurred to me that one day there may be a disgusting progeny who will deny that their grandsire was ever beautiful or talented, unless, of course, there's a really gorgeous portrait by you to prove the fact.
Yes, but you see...
Now, I do assure you, Miss Harker, I am quite unparalleled in the matter of sitting still, to say nothing of the help I could be in the arrangement of lights, costume, and, of course, my dashing profile. Now, what do you say?
I'm sorry, it's quite impossible.
Oh, but Miss Harker, why?
Because, Mr. Flowerdew, I don't have a canvas in my studio big enough to fit your swollen head.
Jason, do come and talk to Gordon Hoop. He's wittering about his musical. Oh, why, Tom.
Oh, hello, Lila.
Oh, everybody does look cross.
Miss Harker, may I present my friend, Miss James? Lila, this is Miss Harker.
How do you do?
Miss Harker's an artist.
So I gathered from the other end of the bar. My dear, you have a remarkably clear voice. It would be an asset to the profession.
Thank you. Now, let me guess, Miss James, what would your profession be?
She's loosely known as an actress.
Loosely?
Oh, darling, what were you saying about Gordon Hoop?
Well, he's found out about the you-know-what.
Oh, honestly, my dear, Lila means that madly secretive orgy we've planned for tonight. Somehow the word is out. We shall be stuffed with third-rate little monsters like Gordon.
You must invite Miss Harker, Jason.
Oh, well, of course, Oh, no, not the bell. Not back-to-back agony.
Now, come along, Jason. Gordon's waving his limp little paw.
Oh, revolting little man. Look, sweeties, if you would care to come,
Jason.
it'll be any time after 10, my place. Now, do try. Oh, God, sweetie, lovely to see you.
All right, Lynn. Let's have the answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. That kind of
I
man...
said the answer. It wasn't Jason that made you this way tonight, any more than Dame Hilda. I want to know what's really wrong.
Then damn well what?
Oh, for goodness sake, Lynn, we're going to be married one day. Haven't you ever learned to cry on my shoulder?
Well, that's the second bell. There isn't
Well,
time.
we'll cut the show.
Oh, no, Tom.
Well, you do want to tell me, don't you?
Well...
Well, then I know an Italian restaurant which has gorgeous food. Now, come on, let's go.
But, Tom, a phone call like that is not made by a harmless crank.
Look, if he's some kind of crook extorting money with menaces, wouldn't he check on your resources first? And wouldn't he discover you haven't the cash?
He might think I could find it.
Where?
My family.
Oh, come off it, Lynn. I distinctly remember you said your only living relative was some tatty old aunt who reared you down in Sussex.
Aunt Nina, yes.
Well, if she died 5 years ago, like you said...
Yes, but she didn't.
What?
Tom, I lied to you. Aunt Nina's not dead, and no one could call her poor.
Oh, that's nice.
Tom, did you ever hear of the Seaton shipping line?
I should hope I did.
Yes, well, Aunt Nina holds 2/3 of the stock.
What?
Her father, my grandfather, founded the firm.
Look, I don't get this. If your only relative's filthy rich, why keep it dark?
Because we had a terrible quarrel 5 years ago over my wanting to be a painter. And when I walked out, she cut me off.
Over a thing like that?
Oh, Nina's always been very much her father's daughter.
Oh, that's the chap who founded the firm.
Diagoras Seaton, yes.
Ooh, wow, what a name.
Half Scot, half Greek. His brain and his will came from cold Caledonia. His passions out of Sophocles.
Oh, how his family must have loved him.
His wife died after the third child. Nina was the eldest, and then my Uncle Ralph, and lastly my mother. Diagoras ran their lives like he ran his business. In fact, he married Nina off to the boss of a rival firm, an elderly baronet.
Didn't she kick?
No. I told you she was like her father, thought the marriage her duty. Besides, being rather plain and almost 30, I think she quite fancied becoming Lady Mathry. It was the other two children who came to grief.
Your Uncle Ralph and your mother?
Yes. Poor Ralph was much too wild to become a tycoon. In the end, he ran off to marry an actress. That was in 1932.
What did Diagoras do?
He disinherited him, and then he set out quite coldly to ruin him. Ralph died in 1934.
Oh, boy. I pity your mother.
In fact, she was rather bright. She just waited for her 21st birthday, and 2 days after she married a penniless author in a registry office.
Did Diagoras go into the usual routine?
Yes, he cut them off. Luckily, he died of a stroke almost at once. Rage, I suppose.
So that left Nina with all the cash?
Yes, and in 1940, when my parents were killed, she took me in.
Ah, now I get the picture. She just acted like Diagoras when you said you meant to leave the nest.
Yes, or... Well, that's what I thought.
Huh?
I've had a letter from her inviting me down to Frimley tomorrow.
No, not a reconciliation.
I don't know. Look, it's in my bag. You'd better read it. Here.
Typewritten.
She always uses a typewriter. Arthritis in her hands.
I see. Now, my dear Lynette, I cannot suppose this letter will be welcome.
Believe me, it is no pleasure to write. However, since certain business matters have arisen which must urgently be discussed, it is vital you should be at Frimley tomorrow. The 3:00 train from Waterloo arrives in Fulham by 4. Billy will meet you. I have nothing to say until we do meet, so do not phone the house. You may confirm this arrangement through Mr. Thrale, your affectionate Aunt Nina.
Well, Tom?
I don't know. Who's Billy, for a start?
The chauffeur handyman, been with Aunt Nina since he was a stable boy.
Yeah. And Thrale?
The family solicitor.
Well, when you confirmed with him, did he tell you anything?
No, he was carefully vague.
Urgent business matters could mean anything. Lynn, there's only one way to find out, and that's to go.
So you don't think that call I had was a clue? I mean, that someone's found out that I may be patching it up with Nina.
Oh, it's wildly unlikely. And what's more, if that joker really means to ring you tomorrow at 10, you could have the police listening in to trace the call.
I never thought of that.
The trouble with you is you let yourself get morbid. Now, I have a cure for this.
Glasses, hold out glasses, everyone. Sparkling lemonade, that scintillating yellow Lucas.
Jason, can it be Lila needs you? She's jumping up and down.
Oh, my dear, I'll think she does. Gordon, take the bottle, darling. Passport to popularity. Excuse me. Oh, sorry, Poppy. Don't get up, sweetie. I'll get over you. I love you, Lila, but is it important?
We need one of gin, one of whiskey, and a vermouth for the cup, and I dare not leave the bar.
Right. Talk to Gordon while I get it.
Oh,
you?
no.
Well.
Oh, hello, Jason. Hope you don't mind us in here.
Not if you don't mind me getting under the bed.
What?
For the emergency supply,
Oh.
we invited about 18 and there's a good 50 outside.
Oh, boo.
Yes. We keep it under the bed. Amazing how people miss the more obvious places.
Mr. Flowerdew,
Oh, do call me Jason.
I'm sorry I snapped at you tonight.
Oh, not at all my fault entirely.
Jason, why do you behave like a chorus boy?
Well, camouflage. With a name like Flowerdew, people expect an idiot. Haven't you noticed when folk meet someone they take to be a fool, they always relax and become themselves? Awfully handy for me to know what they're really like.
So tonight I showed you my frightful temper.
Yes. And a bit more than that.
Oh, what?
I think you were scared.
You know, I think you rather scare me.
Really? Oh, well, I suppose we are rather a terrifying profession. Much too observant, vain, ruthless. We lie superbly. There's hardly a move we make without we plan the effect. Yes, I'd hate to think of a really good actor planning a crime.
Would he do so well?
He knows people. He could use them like a director planning a production. See all the moves in advance. The props, the disguises.
Disguises?
Well, a disguised voice, perhaps. Say, the sinister Mr. X on the telephone. Of course, my hypothetical actor would also make a splendid detective, for just the same reason.
Thank you, Jason. If we ever need one, we'll come to you.
But how will you know I'm on the side of good?
Tom, I really think we should be going.
Oh, surely not.
Well, I'm sorry, Jason. You see, Lynn has to meet these people tomorrow.
Well, Billy, how do I look?
Cityfied, that's what. Still, bar else, I reckon you're about the same.
Bless you, Billy. So are you. Even this terrible car. Billy, tell me, how is Aunt Nina?
Not so bobbish, if you want the truth.
Is the arthritis worse?
Worse, when she hadn't sat a horse 2 years and heard a gun for 3. Why else do you think she shut off all them upstairs rooms? If 'twasn't beyond her to get there.
Then where does she sleep?
Bed's down next library now.
Well, if it suits her.
It's not a suit her gal, it's a suit Miss Terry.
Who?
Miss Terry. New housekeeper, companion, dunno what all. Been here ever since Mrs. Young took off 3 years ago.
Sounds as if you don't like her.
Well, I just reckon she's a bit of a mystery, that's all.
In what way?
Well, you tell me why Young goes round in old-fashioned clothes, rare scrag baggy of bun, never looks a man in the face. Could be a looker, should she try.
She's young, then.
No more than 30. And I seen a bit of passion still in them brown eyes of hers. Know what I reckon? Crossed in love, she were. She come to Frimley for to lick her wound.
Well, that's not a crime, Billy.
Well, then you should see the way she rules the roost. trained nurse, we've told she is. So, the old devil mustn't do that, mustn't do this. The new ideas, you have to have a new telephone.
Well, there always was a telephone.
Nah, I mean an external one.
What?
For the library, me in the harness room.
Oh?
To save me unnecessary journeys, says she. Keep me out the house, says I. There's no use talking. Your aunt's that fond of her, you'd think she was under a spell.
I can hardly wait to meet Miss Terry.
Oh, you'll have to, though. It's her afternoon off.
Oh, Billy.
Nah, don't go jogging me arm. You'll have me off on the road.
They've widened it, haven't they?
6 mile now without them loops. You do the run in 15 minutes.
It's unbelievable. Frimley. And it's just the same.
I reckon that's kept the grounds amazing well. Help's hard to find.
Then who's that working over there by the lake on the tractor?
Well, that's Bob Hazelring, new home farm tenant.
But the tenant shouldn't work in the park.
Bob has to. The old girl made a condition of the lease. He do so many hours a week every work here.
Oh, that's hard.
Bob hates the very sight of her, he do.
Oh, Billy, look, the house. Oh, the sun reflected in all its windows. Like a welcome. Do you think I'll find one, Billy?
Here you are, then. Home again.
Billy?
Mr. Frey on the steps. Coming for to take you in. Best hurry, not keep him waiting.
Yes. I'll see you again, Billy.
6:15 sharp. I'm to drive you to Prodham. Catch the 6:5.
Miss Harker, there you are. Come along in. Your aunt is waiting in the library.
How are you, Mr. Thrale?
Oh, a bit bronchial, you know. Step in, step in.
Thank you. In the library, did you say?
Miss Harker, wait.
Yes?
There's something I have to tell you.
Well?
I scarcely know how to begin.
Lynette?
Oh, dear.
My aunt's waited 5 years to see me, Mr. Thrale. She can surely wait another minute.
Mr. Thrale, send that girl in.
Yes, Lady Mathry. Please go to her. I'll speak to you later.
But aren't you coming?
No, I'm to wait here till I'm called.
Lynette!
Here, Nina!
Good luck, my dear.
Oh, thanks.
Come in and close the door. There's a draft through this room like a tornado. What was it talking about out there?
Thrale? Oh, bronchitis.
Oh. Well, come from the gloom, girl. Let me see you.
You need more light in here.
Thank you. I need no light. Sit over there. Or did you plan a dutiful embrace? Oh, shivering, I see. Nervous, are you?
No. But it's cold in here.
It will remain so. I don't care for a roaring fire. Do you know why I wanted to see you? You and Thrale?
No.
The question of my will never crossed your mind, eh?
Nina, certain things were said 5 years ago.
Oh, well, they can cancel the fact that your mother was my sister, or you my only blood relation.
I suppose they wouldn't.
Perhaps you're sorry to be back here.
I still prefer my own way of life.
Oh, that dream of independence. Just like your mother. And your Uncle Ralph with his little actress. All of you so sure that money only stifles. Well, how's it been to have none?
Not always easy.
5 years ago, you wouldn't have told me that. But then, perhaps I shouldn't have shown you this.
What is it? I can't quite see.
Well, take it then. Look at it. Well, go on.
It's a revolver.
A week ago, I intended to use it upon myself.
You?
Impossible to imagine, isn't it? That I might come bitterly to regret driving you from here. That I actually might want you back again to end my solitude.
You never told me so.
No, because the very thing that parted us was the family pride, the Seton temper. Don't you see? Its power took me to the point where I was prepared to lay that cold barrel against my temple rather than admit I was wrong.
Oh, Nina.
Ridiculous, wasn't it? To be afraid to tell you I was wrong. Sorry that I needed you. Even when I longed to hear you say you needed me.
Oh, Nina, if you only knew how many times
No, don't commit yourself. First, hear my terms. I ask only that you should come here sometimes.
Of course.
And sometimes, perhaps, let me help you just a little with money.
But, Nina...
Now, please, let me prove myself. Let me show how generous I can be. Any reasonable sum, it is yours, I promise. What do you say?
Then, Nina, There's someone I love.
Ah.
He has a wonderful opportunity if he can only raise £5,000.
Ah, you know, my niece, you've made me very happy. Now, give me back that gun. And call in Mr. Thrale. I have an amusing plan in mind. No, go on. Call him in.
Very well. Will you come in, Mr. Thrale?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Thrale, I have explained certain facts to my niece. Now it is your turn. Kindly proceed.
Lady Maithry, I'm still most uncertain that your course is a wise
Perhaps
one.
you prefer me to find another lawyer.
Please go on, Mr. Thrale.
Well, Miss Harker, entirely against my advice, your Aunt Lady Maithry feels that the time has come for certain obligations to be...
get on with it, man.
That her obligations should be focused elsewhere.
I don't understand.
Don't you? Don't you, my dear niece? What he's telling you is perfectly simple. You are not going to get my money. I am leaving it to Edith Terry, not to you.
It's a trick. Oh, a stupid, spiteful trick.
Stupid, you think? At least I've seen beneath that proud pose of independence. I know you doubt yourself, that you need my money.
I hope it pleases you.
One thing pleases me, that the will's drafted and will be signed tomorrow. All my money to Edith.
Oh, Nina. Poor Nina.
Poor? Not I. I've found someone at last who knows the meaning of unselfish devotion.
Unselfish? You really think your Miss Terry hasn't worked to get your money?
Get out of my house.
That will be a pleasure.
Let us hope it is a pleasure to walk to Frodham, for Billy shan't drive you, I tell you that.
Good.
Miss Harker, I should be happy to offer you a lift.
You will remain, Mr. Thrale. We have further business.
Don't worry, Mr. Thrale. I'm quite accustomed to making my own way.
Hey! You want a lift?
Are you going to Frodham?
Sure. Climb aboard.
Oh, thanks.
That's that. Well, you didn't figure to run the 6 miles, did you?
Why, I'd hoped for a lift. I've to catch a train.
What time's it leave?
5:05.
Well, it's 4:45 right now. With the new road and all, we should make it. So, anchors away.
Look out! That bend!
You dumb jerk! Did you see that guy? You might have run us down.
You pulled out without signaling.
Oh. Oh, well, maybe. I guess I'm a little high tonight. Last night in England kind of celebration. I'd be okay stateside, but here they drive the wrong way around, you know.
I'm sure.
That'd be just my crummy luck to crash my last day. This is a hire car. Taking it back to town before I leave. You want to know something? I've been looking for an English date for a week, and my last evening she shows. It's my crummy luck.
Mind that car.
Whoops, okay. You're kind of nervy, ain't you? I'm a real cool boy behind the wheel.
That was Station Road. You've passed it.
Oh, Station Road.
Will you please stop the car? I want to get out.
Stop, but we were just getting acquainted.
My train. I shall miss it.
Oh, yeah. Look, I could drive you all the way. Hey, where are you going?
Oh, damn. Oh, wait, please.
In here! Be sharp!
Oh, thanks. I thought I'd lost it.
So you're running. So open door. They'll never start if there's a door open.
Shut that door!
There. You all right?
Yes, I think so.
Ah, then we can say mission accomplished, eh? There. We're off. Non-stop for Waterloo.
Yes.
Oh, here. I say, I never thought.
What?
Well, you don't mind, do you? I mean, us being alone like this. Two strangers in the same compartment. I've enjoyed our talk. Well, it passed the time light, didn't it?
It certainly did. We're almost at Waterloo, Mr.
Mike. Call me Mike.
I'm Lynn Harker.
Well, I will say you look a bit more cheerful now.
Oh?
Well, when you got in at Prodham, I reckon you'd had a bit of a barney with boyfriend or something.
It was an aunt, to be exact.
Oh, relations. Best off we out 'em, I'd say.
My aunt would agree with you. She's cut me out of her will.
Get away. Still, it could be for the best. You know, for 23 years, everyone in my mum's family went in fear and trembling my great Auntie Mabel would change her will. And when it come to it, you know what she left? A moth-eaten three-piece suite, one of them black marble clocks, and £31.10 in a cocoa tin.
Good evening, George.
Good evening, miss.
Lift working yet?
You're all right now, miss. Oh, by the way, you're Mr. Swain coming at 7:15.
Huh?
Oh, I took the liberty to let him in the studio. I knew you wouldn't be long.
Oh, thank you, George. I'm glad you did.
Word, it's a bit chilly down here in the fire. Only had this friend with him, you see.
A friend? Do you know who?
No, miss. Can't say I do.
Tom?
In here, Lynn.
Sorry I'm late, darling. Did you give your friend a drink? Well, did you?
Lynn, he's not... I mean, we've only just met.
I'm a police officer, Miss Harker. Detective Sergeant Harvey, North Sussex CID.
What do you want?
I'm afraid I have bad news for you, miss. It's Lady Mathry, your aunt.
Lynn, she's dead.
Dead? Nina, but I was with her.
We understood so, miss. It was very sudden.
You mean a stroke, like her father?
No, miss. At 5:15 this afternoon, your aunt, Lady Mathry, was murdered.
Oh, Miss Harker, Mr. Swain. I'm Inspector Davis.
How do you do?
Now, Miss Harker, you know everyone but Miss Terry, I understand?
Yes, she was out when I was here this afternoon.
How do you do, Miss Harker?
How do you do?
Oh, and this gentleman here is Mr. Hazelrig, the home farm tenant.
Pleased to meet you, miss.
Good. Then shall we sit down? I've brought you together to make it easier to reconstruct the tragic event of this afternoon. Group questioning is a great time saver. Though, of course, each of you has the right to refuse to be questioned before the others, should he or she so wish. No one? Good. Then the facts are these. Lady Mathry was shot through the back of the head as she sat here by the fire at precisely 5:15 this afternoon. You'll see the reason for my precision as we continue. We've good reason to suppose that the assailant escaped through one of those French doors, which were found open immediately after the crime. Well, how he entered the house, we have no idea. But afterwards, amongst the trees and in this mist, he'd have good cover. I shall want to ask each one of you what your movements were up to and immediately after the killing. Not because anyone is necessarily suspect, but simply to clear the ground. I hope that's understood.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Thrale, when we spoke informally, I believe you told me you arrived at Frimley Hall somewhere before 4 o'clock.
I think about 20 to 4, Inspector.
Dead on, sir. I was waiting for you to come so that I could leave to meet Miss Lynette.
Well, why should you wait for Mr. Thrale to arrive?
Well, sir, couldn't leave her ladyship on her own.
So, as Mr. Thrale arrived at 20 to 4, you left to meet Miss Harker.
That I did, sir.
Now, the run to Frodham's about a quarter of an hour. If you met Miss Harker at 4, you must have been back here by, say, 4:20?
No, I was, sir.
Mr. Thrale, that means you were here alone with Lady Mathry for 40 minutes.
Yes, until Miss Harker arrived.
And during that time, what business was discussed?
Lady Mathry told me she wished to change her will.
In what respect?
Her desire was to revoke the previous will entirely and bequeath all she had to Miss Terry.
Oh,
Miss Terry, were you aware of this?
no. I'm astonished to hear it.
Was it news to you, Mr. Thrale?
Not altogether. I think I sensed an important decision when Lady Mathry rang me 2 days ago to fix the appointment.
In what way?
There was a certain mystery. Miss Harker was to come, but she was to confirm the appointment with me, not at the house. Indeed, I was not to ring the house either, and I was to give Miss Harker no information.
You were in the dark, then, till this afternoon?
Yes. We had begun merely by discussing certain matters of investment. Then, without warning, she produced a typewritten sheet on which she had made a complete redraft of her will. She ordered me to have it drawn up as soon as possible, as she wished it to be witnessed tomorrow.
What was her reason for this change of heart?
That Miss Terry had proved loyal and deserving, whereas Miss Harker had not.
And what did you think of this?
I disapproved most strongly. Oh, I had nothing against Miss Terry, but the action, when it concerned so very large a sum of money, seemed to be quite irresponsible. However, there was no time to argue, as just then Billy arrived back.
What happened then?
Lady Bathory stated she wished to interview her niece alone, so I waited in the hall.
For how long?
Possibly 10 minutes.
And then?
Then I was called in, and Lady Bathory told me to repeat the terms of the will to her niece, which understandably made her very angry. I attempted to ameliorate the situation, but without success.
I believe you said earlier that Miss Harker was ordered from the house and denied even a car to take her to Frodham.
Yes, Lady Bathory also detained me so that I, too, could not assist Miss Harker.
What was the time she left?
I think roughly 20 to 5.
Oh, yes, it must have been, because I arrived at Frodham in time to catch the 5:05 to Waterloo.
We'll return to that later. Now, Mr. Thrale, when did you leave Lady Bathory?
About 5 to 5.
Are you positive of the time?
All I know is that I was back in my office by 5:15 to keep an appointment.
Well, I knows Mr. Frail left at 5 to 5, because I seen his tail lamps going off down a drive, and I looks out me harness room window.
Ah, it was then, I think you said, Billy, that Lady Bathory rang you on the internal telephone.
Ah, she rang me that very minute to say Miss Lynette had already left, and I wouldn't be needed. So then I asked her, does she want me to sit with her, same as always, till Miss Terry get back at 6?
But she refused.
That she did. Said she on no can't be disturbed.
So we know she was alive just before 5 o'clock. Now, I want you to tell me again exactly what happened during the next 20 minutes.
Wow, first few minutes Bob and me was brewing up, having a little chat.
Friday's, Inspector, I comes over to Billy special for here the cereal. What I'm used to call children's I just listen at home, see, 'cause me wife to laugh.
Yeah, all right. You came to hear the serial at 5:15, and then?
Do you tell him, Billy?
Why, sir? I'm just turning on the wireless about a minute to 4, 4:15, when the telephone rings. Well, Bob weren't none too pleased, I'll tell you.
Oh, why she had to pick this time?
Blowed if I know. Yes, milady?
Billy,
Yes, milady?
get your rifle, Billy.
My... Get what?
Get your rifle and come over at once. Hurry, man. There's someone outside. Quickly, Billy. Ah!
So you actually heard the shot?
I did, sir. Bob and all. And we legs it all to the house. But we was too late.
Did you ring the police at once?
Bob done that, sir. I goes to get out the killer through them Frenchy doors.
Well, what hope had you of seeing anyone in the dark and with a thickening mist?
Well, I knows the ground, don't I?
Yes, but there are 3 ways at least he could have gone. Down the drive, back round the house, or up the track to the home farm.
Aye, sir. But then when I thinks, I reckoned he'd make for main road. Especially as if he come by car.
So you went that way?
I did, sir. But there weren't nothing to see.
Well, at least we know where you, Mr. Hazelrig, and Mr. Thrale were at 5:15. So, Miss Terry, let's turn to you.
Yes.
At 5:15, where were you?
In the Pantheon Cinema at Frodham.
You left the hall at 2 o'clock, I believe.
Yes. I caught a bus outside the gates.
So you'd be in Frodham by about 2:20.
I suppose so. I was in good time for the film at 2:30.
I thought the cinema opened at 1.
It does. But the second feature's often bad, so I usually go into the main film first, and then if I don't like the second feature, I can come out early.
But in this case, you saw the whole program.
Yes.
Now, the program today ran 3 hours, so you must have left the Pantheon at, say, 5:30.
Well, I easily caught the 5:45 bus back.
And found us here when you returned at 6:05. Well, I expect it won't be hard to check with the bus conductors both ways. But I wonder if you were seen in the cinema.
Well, I imagine so. It's not a big place, and being afternoon, it wasn't crowded.
That leaves us with you then, Miss Harker, doesn't it? First, from the time of your arrival here at 4:20, is there anything you'd like to add that we haven't heard?
I'd like to say one thing.
Yes?
When Mr. Thrale said I was angry, it wasn't about losing the money. I was angry because of the trick my aunt had played.
Trick?
She had pretended she wanted a reconciliation. When I admitted I'd be glad of one, she told me the truth about the will.
That seems unusually vindictive.
I think her illness had made her so.
No doubt. Now, Miss Harker, will you tell me in your own words what you did from the moment you left here up to the moment you arrived in your flat at Regent's Park?
It was 20 to 5 when I left.
By the front door or that French door?
The front. I went down the drive.
I suppose in the dark you'd not notice anyone.
Oh, apart from that, I was too angry. In fact, I'd got to the gates before I remembered that I hadn't said goodbye to Billy.
But you didn't turn back?
Well, I nearly did, and then I glanced at my watch and saw that if I hurried, I'd a chance to catch the 5:05 back to Waterloo.
Just 1 hour earlier than had been intended.
Yes.
Weren't you rather optimistic in hoping to make the 6 miles to Frodham in 20 minutes?
Well, there was a lot of traffic on the road. I got a lift almost at once from an American.
Can you identify this American?
Not by name.
Well, then can you describe him?
He was about 26, blonde, square-faced, and he was rather drunk.
Yet you accepted a lift from him.
It didn't show till we moved off.
He drove badly?
Well, the first thing he did was just miss a big blue and white van that was overtaking. In fact, the whole journey was pretty awful.
Do you remember what sort of car he had?
Yes, I'm good at cars. It was a Pontiac, pale green. I remember he said it was hired. He was driving it back to town because...
Well?
Because it was his last day in England.
I see. So even if this man was sober enough to recall the precise time he gave you a lift, he may well be out of the country by now. All right, Miss Harker. Tell me about the rest of the journey.
Well, he dropped me at the bottom of Station Road in Frodham. I ran into the station and found the Waterloo train just about to leave.
Would a ticket collector or porter remember you?
He might do, but with the rush hour, the station was pretty crowded.
Quite. Now, when did you arrive at Waterloo?
6:05. It was dead on time.
Miss Harker, do you remember my sergeant phoned me from your flat?
I do.
He told me you'd returned a moment or so after 7:30.
Well, that's right.
Now, your flat's in Regent's Park. From Waterloo on the tube to Regent's Park is only a matter of minutes, but you, it seems, took an hour and a half.
I was talking to a friend.
I see. Where was this?
In the bar on Waterloo Station.
Perhaps I might have the friend's name and address?
I'm afraid you can't.
Why not?
He was just a man I'd met on the train. I knew nothing about him except his name was Mike.
Yet you sat in this bar with him for over an hour.
Oh, look, I know it sounds silly, but somehow we got talking on the train. And just before we arrived, I started to tell him about my row with Aunt Nina. I think he sensed I wanted to finish the story, so on the platform he suggested a drink.
Can you give me any definite point of information about this man?
He was about 30, dark hair, a northern accent, brown eyes and a small moustache. He was wearing a gabardine mackintosh and he had a suitcase.
At what point on the line did he get into your compartment?
He was already there at Frodham. He'd held the door open for me to delay the train.
Was anyone else in the compartment?
No, the train was almost empty.
Did this Mike tell you where he was going?
Well, he may have said up north. I'm not sure.
And there's nothing else about him you can tell me after a total of 2 hours' conversation?
I'm sorry, no.
I see. Well, thank you, Miss Harker.
Is that all?
For the moment. In fact, everyone's free to go. We'll notify time of inquest.
Thank you, Inspector. I shall be in my room, should you want me.
Lynn, how do you feel?
I'm all right.
Forgive me, Mr. Swain. Miss Harker, I forgot to ask. Are you returning to town tonight?
No, not tonight. In fact, I may have to stay on here for several days.
Family matters, yes, of course. We can reach you here at the hall, then?
No, not at the house. I couldn't.
We'll be putting up locally, Inspector.
Well, if you want a good hotel, sir, I could recommend the Raven at Frodham.
I'd already decided that would be a good place. Thanks, Inspector.
How did you manage, Tom?
Oh, charm prevailed. We've 2 single rooms, one with bath, both with box spring.
Do you think we'll sleep?
Oh, poor darling. It's been a terrible day for you.
Oddly enough, it isn't the murder that counts. I haven't yet taken that in.
Then what?
It's a feeling I have that Inspector Davis didn't believe a word I said.
Oh, the famous official manner, my love. Why shouldn't he?
But what happens if they don't find that American or the Northerner I met on the train?
If they find the real murderer, they may never have to.
And if not?
You're tired, and we both need a drink. Waiter.
Yes, sir?
2 gins and tonic.
Right away, sir.
Tom, if you were Davis, would you think I was lying?
Not for a moment. You weren't smooth enough, for one thing. No, if I were Davis, I'd take a long, hard look at Miss Terry.
Oh, but, Tom, she had no motive. Besides, she was miles away.
Well, maybe. But what I mean is, she was altogether too self-possessed. Wasn't she supposed to adore your aunt?
Well, so Billy said. We don't know.
But how would you feel if you were told you'd nearly been left a fortune and then had lost it again?
I imagine her kind is born to suffering and endurance.
Oh, don't you believe it. Did you notice her eyes?
Billy said there was passion still in them. Is that what you saw?
No, Lynn. What I saw was hatred.
Hatred? But who for?
Your drink, sir.
Oh, thanks. How much?
5 shillings, sir, if you please.
Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Well, here's how.
Cheers.
You know, I'm absolutely starving.
Oh, Tom. Oh, you are wonderful. All right. Get some sandwiches.
Oh, I can do better than that.
Oh, you won't at 10 o'clock at night at Frodham.
Have you forgotten the fish and chip shop down the road?
Oh, no, Tom, I couldn't walk a step.
Oh, that's all right. I'll nip out and smuggle the stuff back in the briefcase. Illicit fish and chips in the bedroom.
Sounds wonderful.
Well, you stay here and tipple then. Don't get yourself picked up.
Miss Harker?
Yes?
Phone call for you, miss.
For me?
Box 2, miss. Down the hall by reception.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Good evening, Miss Harker.
You?
Well, you seem surprised. After all, we did arrange for 10 o'clock.
How did you know I was here?
Oh, now, Miss Harker, from the moment you received your aunt's letter, a certain mechanism was set in motion. It's quite inevitable you should be there, just as it was for me to be in the library at Frimley this afternoon at 5:15.
Oh, no, that's too horrible.
You are too harsh. I killed with kindness. In the words of that poem of Browning, no pain felt she.
The man in that poem was insane.
I, on the other hand, have a most definite aim in view.
Aim? What aim?
That you should take the blame.
What are you talking about?
The deal I mentioned, Miss Harker. I'm telling you now that unless certain conditions are fulfilled, you will never see those two witnesses, the blonde American and the talkative northerner.
What?
It is my intention that sooner or later you will pay for those witnesses whom I have, detained.
You really think I shan't tell the police about this?
You must do as you please. In the meantime, I shall be glad if you'll tell Mr. Swain I propose to call him at his flat tomorrow evening.
Well, why should you call Tom?
Because, Miss Harker, to put it tactfully, by then you won't be available.
Now, let's take it calmly, Miss Harker. About what time was this call?
Just after 10 last night.
I'd like to lay my hands on him. Lynette was almost hysterical when I got back.
But you both left reporting the matter till this morning.
Well, I tell you, she was at breaking point. Besides, we knew by then the call couldn't be traced.
You say this call was the second you'd received?
Yes, the first was at my flat on Thursday.
Why didn't you tell me about it at Frimley last night?
It seemed to have no connection with the murder then. The call had been threatening but obscure. We decided to ignore it unless it was repeated.
And why did this caller threaten you on the first occasion, but claim he'd murdered your aunt on the second?
Both times he mentioned a deal. At first, obscurely. It was only last night he told me that the murder had been done to implicate me.
How?
Unless I paid, he said he would withhold the two witnesses who could prove I wasn't at Frimley at 5:15.
Withhold? By kidnapping?
We both think it's a conspiracy.
Ah, so we're to suppose the blonde American was actually waiting for you outside the hall last night.
Well, he could have been, Inspector.
Yes, and then you think, having driven Miss Harker to Frodham, he, as it were, handed her over to accomplice number 2 on the train, who in his turn later delayed her at Waterloo.
Well, he might have done.
No, sir, he might not. For the simple reason, Miss Harker was to have left the hall in the car with Billy at 5:45. Now, who could possibly know there would be a quarrel with the result that she left over an hour earlier and on foot?
All I know is he had said he had planned to trap me.
Very well. How would this caller, call him X, know about your planned visit?
Well, that's easier, Inspector. We're certain X, as you call him, was tipped off by one of the 4 people involved.
I assume by those you mean either Miss Terry, Mr. Thrale, Billy, or Bob.
Yes, no one else could possibly know.
Didn't you, for one?
Well, that's ridiculous. In any case, I was in ready.
It's no more ridiculous than to accuse one of these 4 people, none of whom has a motive.
Who says they haven't?
Well, take Miss Terry. If Lady Mathry hadn't been killed, the will was to have been changed in her favour. So by the murder, she lost.
She said she didn't know about the change.
She must have suspected something was up with Thrale and yourself invited, in which case she would have waited. But besides, how could Miss Terry conspire with anyone? She never went outside the hall, bar the odd half day, and scarcely looked at a man.
All right, Inspector. She's unlikely, but what about Thrale? He knew Lynn was coming.
Again, no motive.
Well, he might have been embezzling the old woman's money. It's happened with lawyers before.
Then the moment she died, he'd be exposed when the will was probated. And I assure you, he's no spender. He's a quiet, modestly living bachelor who's lived in the district for years.
There's still Bob Hazelrig. Billy told me he hated my aunt.
A man who listens to children's hour. Besides, he was with Billy when the shot was fired. Or do you suspect Billy as well?
Oh, no, it couldn't be Billy. He adored Nina.
So, we've exhausted the 4 suspects. But by no means the questions. Well, apparently Mr. X wants money. But why should he think you can pay him? The will won't be settled for 6 months.
Perhaps it was done for spite, not money.
Then why mention a deal? Or do you imagine 3 people work together for no payment? The informant, the American, and the Northerner.
Well, we'll know soon enough. Mr. X is phoning me tonight. Surely that will convince you.
A voice on the end of a line would convince me of nothing, sir. A voice cannot produce a missing witness.
If only I knew why you wouldn't believe me.
I'll tell you. I think we've agreed that neither Miss Terry, Mr. Thrale, Billy, nor Bob has a motive. It's also certain none of them could have done the murder. Mr. Thrale was in his office at 5:15. Miss Terry was in her cinema. We checked the cinema cashier and the buses both ways. Billy's story tallies with Bob's in every detail. But your story, Miss Harker, is another matter.
Well, of course.
Not merely because of the missing witnesses, but because no one on the station remembers you running for the 5-5, not even the guard. nor does anyone recall you in the bar at Waterloo.
I told you last night it was crowded.
Then let's come to hard facts. Early this morning, we found the revolver that killed your aunt. It was hidden in undergrowth about 50 yards from that French window. 2 shots had been fired from it, and ballistics confirmed that one of them unquestionably killed Lady Mathry. On the weapon was only one set of fingerprints. Yours.
That's utterly fantastic.
Do you deny having seen this revolver before?
It's my aunt's. Yesterday, when we were alone together, she handed it to me for a moment.
One more fact you didn't mention.
I never connected the 2 weapons.
Why aren't her fingerprints on it, too?
She was wearing cotton gloves. She had arthritis in her hands.
She wore no such gloves when her body was found, nor was there any sign of them in either the library or the adjoining bedroom. And there's one more fact. Miss Terry has told us Lady Mathry never owned a revolver.
Do you believe her?
It seems easier than to believe your story.
Inspector!
Now listen, you're intelligent people. See the facts from my point of view. Miss Harker, you're known to have a bad temper. There was a quarrel. From 5:15 until 7:30, you can't account for your movements. The revolver bears your fingerprints. And what is your defense? An incredible story of a planned extortion which must have involved 3 or possibly 4 people. I ask you, does it seem likely?
Of course not. He didn't want it to seem likely.
Miss Harker, don't you think it would be easier for us all if you admitted these calls are a fabrication?
But they're not.
Won't you admit that when you left at 5:15, you hid in the trees until Mr. Thrale had left?
No.
And then, overhearing Lady Mathry tell Billy she wanted to be alone, you entered the house and killed her?
How could I? The house was locked.
Had you no key? You'd lived at the Hall for many years.
I had none. Even if I had, how would I get back to Frodham after the murder?
As you said, you got a lift, but at about 5:20, and you banked on the driver not remembering the exact time.
No.
You arrived at Frodham around 20 to 6, caught the 6:05 back to Waterloo, arrived there at 7:05, and were consequently home in your flat by 7:30.
But I didn't. I swear to you it's not true. Why won't you believe me?
But my dear old Tom, murder? They can't.
It's a prima facie case. She was charged and brought before the magistrate this afternoon. Oh, it's a nightmare, Jason.
Oh, but, Tom, they're sure to find the truth soon.
Why, Lila? The really important evidence Davis discounts. He practically said Mr. X is a gimmick Lynn devised to get her out of a tight spot.
She's been splendidly framed, I will say. Means, motive, and opportunity for Lynn, who didn't do it, and apparently no means, motive, or opportunity for anyone else. No wonder Mr. X is so sure of himself.
Jason, it's because of that I've asked you down here. You remember X said he'd ring me tonight?
Yeah.
Well, 20 minutes ago he did, and I've recorded the call. Now, Jason, it's a long shot, but you're an actor. I'm asking you to listen and tell me if you can deduce anything from the voice.
Lovey, you don't mean you took all that stuff I handed you about an actor making a superb detective seriously?
No, I don't say that, but an actor has a different angle. You might just spot something.
Well, let's hear it then.
Right. Here goes.
Mr. Swain?
Speaking.
I won't waste your time. The deal is as follows. In return for a certain sum of money, I will provide the witnesses who traveled with Miss Harker on the train and spoke with her at the station bar.
How much?
Well, my terms in cash are £50,000.
Are you out of your mind?
I'm aware you think Miss Harker can raise such a sum. But if you see Mr. Thrale on Monday and explain everything, I guarantee he'll indicate a way.
And what sort of guarantee do we get that this witness will appear?
There's only one guarantee, Mr. Swain. That unless you do as I say, he will not.
Hello?
Or do you propose to send your future wife to the gallows?
I may tell you that at the moment she doesn't believe you hold a witness.
Oh, well, then ask her if she remembers the 3-piece suite and the black marble clock.
The what?
She'll know. I'll ring again on Monday evening to instruct you how the money is to be handed
Yes,
over.
did.
Good night.
Well, Jason?
Well, Tom, we've both spotted a sweet smell of grease paint. It's an act, of course. Mr. X is no American.
Now, I noticed he said ring for call myself.
Besides which, the accent wobbles from a curious deep south to an even curiouser Chicago. But, I'm not concerned with the accent, but the effect he wants to produce.
Meaning?
It's a sort of magician's act, where to think he's all-powerful, yet quite invisible.
Oh, he's not doing badly. Davis doesn't even believe X exists.
But then Davis isn't rooting for Lynn, as we are. Even so, he's behaved in a very unpolicemanlike way.
Huh.
You remember you suggested that X could only have found out about Lynn's visit from Miss Terry, Thrale, Billy, or Bob?
Yeah.
All right. What did Davis say?
He said it was impossible. None of them had a motive.
You see? He'd forgotten that in crime, as in a conjuring trick, you don't first ask why, you ask how. How, for example, since it wasn't a break-in, did the murderer enter Frimley Hall? Answer, with a key. Now, Who could give him a key but one of the four?
Well, clever old Sherlock.
But the real pointer to inside information is when X is so sure Thrale will cooperate in raising the cash.
So Thrale might have informed X, given him the key, and let him do the murder.
I'll admit he could be the informant, could even have provided a key, or possibly left the front door on the latch when he left, but X is not the murderer.
Oh, really, Jason?
Listen, there are only two reasons for using a faked voice. To evade future recognition, or because Lynn has already heard his real voice.
Well?
Well, deep under that bogus accent, I detect North Country vowels, and I remember Mike.
But you can't think Mike and X are one and the same.
I don't know. But if Mike equals X, he couldn't be the murderer because at 5:15 he was speeding towards Waterloo.
Oh, but you can't assume that because of the voice, Jason.
Exactly. We'd have to have some definite proof Mike's not a completely innocent witness.
If Mike's completely innocent, why is X so sure he'll do what he says? And don't tell me Mike's been kidnapped.
Why not?
Because, poor fool, an innocent Mike must have been going somewhere, and would by now be missed. Besides, X couldn't kidnap Mike unless he was too... Because, poor fool, an innocent Mike must have been going somewhere, and would by now be missed. Besides, X couldn't kidnap Mike unless he too was on the train. No, as soon as you analyze Mike's actions, it's obvious his purpose was to isolate Lynn. Why else did he open the compartment door for her? Why else did he delay her in the bar at Waterloo? And think how little he said of himself in an hour and a half's conversation.
All right. Assume Mike's an accomplice and possibly X himself. If he's not the murderer, and if it wasn't any of the four obvious suspects, who was it?
I know. The American in the Pontiac.
My dear, I dismissed him ages back. He's got absolutely nothing to do with any of this.
Well, prove it.
Look, he dropped Lynn at Frodham 2 minutes after 5, right?
Right.
He then had to turn his car, make the 6 miles back to the hall, park his car, proceed through the grounds on foot, and reach the library in just 13 minutes. Simply couldn't be done.
But he could still have been an accomplice.
No, Davis spotted the flaw in that. No one could possibly know Lynn would quarrel with her aunt and leave on foot.
I've just thought of something. If no one could know when Lynn would leave Frimley Hall, how could Mike know which train Lynn would catch?
Oh, that's easy. He was early at the station, hung about till he saw her, and then nipped to the train just ahead.
Wrong again. If he were over an hour early, as Lady Bracknell says, he'd expose himself to comment on the platform.
Oh, all right. You tell us how.
Isn't it obvious the real murderer at Frimley tipped Mike the wink Lynn was on her way?
How, Jason?
By phone, presumably.
There's no phone box anywhere near the hall.
Then from inside.
Yes, and Thrale was there at the time.
But the phone stood right beside Lady Mathery in the library.
Well, he could easily have used some innocent code word as a warning. It certainly looks like Thrale's your man.
Yes, I'm sure of it. Miss Teddy would have lost by the murder. Bob could never have organised it, and Billy's the last one on earth to have tried.
Thrale, then, assisted by 2 outsiders. Yes. I'd give a lot to know what he's been up to during the past few weeks.
Isn't it Friday night we're concerned with?
No, Tom. The conjurer did his act very nicely and convinced his audience. But a conjurer has to prepare his act and clear up afterwards. Before or after, that's where we'd nail him.
Would you be interested to try, Jason?
What?
We found out more in half an hour with you than in 2 days with Davis.
But the big rule in detective fiction is don't cross the police. If I go round questioning people, Davis will clap me an eye.
But a little discreet investigation into the background of those concerned, surely that would do no harm.
Well, you know, it's intriguing. A detection where none of the direct participants would be questioned.
You'll do it, then?
Provided you go straight to Thrale tomorrow and tell him with tears in your eyes how you intend to cooperate with X up to the hilt.
And while I'm lulling him into a sense of security...
I shall be lurking in the background asking subtle questions. Beginning, I think, with Billy, who, from what I hear, seems to be a man of strong opinions.
But, Jason, why on earth in the middle of Frimley Woods?
The morning's fine, the walrus said. Do you admire the view?
Well, if you mean the view of the hall through these binoculars, then no.
I suppose you'd approach the front door and announce to Miss Terry you'd come to investigate a murder.
Well, I certainly wouldn't expect Billy to appear out of a bush in Frimley Woods.
Does it occur to you that at any minute Billy will have his lunch?
Oh, I see now. You think he'll come up this track through the woods?
By golly, yes.
So what is it?
Here he comes now.
Hmm?
Now, it all depends on whether he makes off down the drive or turns up here towards us.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yes, he's coming towards us. And the dog.
Dog?
He's got an Alsatian with him.
Quiet, you know. Quiet, damn ya.
Good morning. That's a fine dog.
She don't like trespassers, nor yet getting reporters. If I was you, I'd make back for Main Road.
But we're not reporters.
Yeah?
Billy.
How'd you know my name, eh?
Billy, we're friends of Miss Harker's.
If that's it, why's you lurking about up here, eh?
There's something we have to discuss with you in private about the murder.
Yes.
You mean away from Miss Terry?
Yes.
So you reckon it was her, do you? Like me and Bob?
Well, we're not quite certain.
Oh, of course she did it. What she did was going to pitch her house by the front and slip out the side. Bob read where a woman done that in a thriller.
It's in every thriller, I believe.
Only thing is, how'd she get out here and back again? Too dangerous to beg a lift. She can't drive.
You're sure?
Well, why's she been catching buses, Elsie? 3 years past, she can. Besides, where'd she get a car from? She'd been out in Frodham.
Yes. Then why do you suspect her?
'Cause the inspector said whoever 'twas had a key.
Yes, but it's possible an outsider could have got one.
Now, just you wait. They reckons the killer got in just after Mr. Frail left, didn't he?
Between 5 to 5 and 15:15.
Well, now, I'll swear during that time, Juno here never barked. So it was someone what she knew.
Where's the dog kept, Billy?
Outside the back door on a chain. Used to run wild, but then she got a bit savage, see?
Could you be sure she'd hear someone creeping up to the house from the front?
Oh, remarkable fine ears, that has. And if she don't know someone's step, she barks. That's why I told that Davis 'twasn't Miss Harker. See, Juno didn't know her.
Ah, very good point, Billy. Unless possibly someone entered the house earlier that afternoon.
How could they? Right in the front driver cleaned the car till Mr. Frail come.
Can you be sure Miss Terry didn't leave a door or a window open somewhere on the far side?
Oh, I can. See, when she left at 5 to 2 for the bus, I remember her stopping me to ask I should fix a nail on the cellar door where she'd scratched her hand.
Yes, but that doesn't...
Now, let me finish. Last Friday was my old woman's day for cleaning at the hall. And it was her went round the place, locking up. And that didn't leave till 1:30.
I see. So you're certain no one might have slipped in when you didn't notice?
I was right there, slap before the house, I tell you. What's more, every few minutes I go across the library window, take a peep at her ladyship.
Why was that?
Well, she always had a nap from 2 to 3:30, and I keep watch like.
Oh.
In fact, I had to wake her at 3:30 by tapping on the glass.
I suppose you could see Bob Hazelrig all the time, too?
He was down by the lake from start to finish. Bar a minute, round 3:25 when he come up to borrow a match.
So you were at the front of the house, the dog at the back, the place locked, and there were no visitors?
Right, sir. Less than you count the laundry, in course.
Huh?
But he don't even get out the van. He's that scared the dog.
How can a laundryman deliver if he doesn't get out of the van?
Well, he drives round the back, see? Slings out the clean stuff on the kitchen porch. Carries on round the yard till he gets to the wall where we leaves the dirty. And then picks that off the top as he goes by.
Oh. Just for interest, when did he come?
3 o'clock, near enough.
I suppose you know the driver.
Oh, I does. He's been a driving for Frodham Laundry best part 3 years.
So there it is, Tom. Even more of a tangle. All I can suggest now is that Thrale let somebody into the house while Billy was meeting Lynn. The dog has dished us.
Well, there wasn't much hope anyway.
You haven't told us yet how Thrale took the story of X and the 50,000.
Precisely like a lawyer. Insisted we should go to the police. For a time, that is.
Oh, then it could have been an act. How did he end up?
After a lot of humming and hawing, he conceded it was an emergency.
Nice of him.
It seems that Diagoras Seaton invested the sum of £20,000 back in 1918 as a kind of emergency fund for any member of the family in need, to be drawn upon at the discretion of the trustees. Now, those originally were Diagoras himself, his daughter Nina, her husband, and Thrale.
Of whom now only Thrale remains.
Yes, with absolute power to withdraw the sum for Lynn.
Oh, some coincidence.
Except that it's less than half what Mr. X wants.
Oh, no. At compound interest over 40 years, the sum is now just over 50,000.
Then we really are getting somewhere.
Jason, that's not evidence, and what's more, I don't want it to be.
I'm not with you.
I want us to give up, Jason. Well, do you remember, X told me to mention a marble clock and a 3-piece suite. Well, that did it. Lynn says that something Mike said to her on the train...
So it's even more likely that X is Mike. That you fix it with the police and nab him when the handover is made.
No, Jason. I'm going back to town tonight, and I'm going to agree to whatever X says, and I'm going to tell no one what that is. I promised Lynn, and that's what I'm going to do. There's no other way, and it's no use arguing.
He was really scared, wasn't he?
Scared. And determined. I know that look from school days. It's no use trying to persuade him.
So, what do we do now?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm making back for town.
Oh, but Jason...
Well, let's argue about it when we cross the road, shall we?
Oh! Oh, did you see that idiot in the big white van? He missed me by an inch.
No, Lila. It wasn't just white, it was Blue and white.
I'll be damned to the decor. I was nearly butchered.
I wonder. A blue and white van with the legend Frodham Laundry.
Sometimes I wonder if you're all there.
Lila, do you remember Billy said the laundry delivered on Friday afternoon?
Now, what about it?
Well, do you remember that it was also on Friday afternoon that a big blue and white van nearly crashed into that Pontiac? So the laundryman might just conceivably remember a girl getting a lift, mightn't he?
And he could provide an alibi.
Why not? If you were to inquire at the laundry which chap it was...
Me? Did you say me?
Yes, dear. I feel that here is an A1 chance for you to practice your sultry sirens act.
My secretary says you wish to see me, Miss James.
So very kind of you to spare the time, Mr...
Frisbee, Mr. Frisbee.
Oh, you were the manager?
I am, yes.
Oh, you see, it's such a big laundry that I didn't expect anyone so young or so...
Oh, well, we're pretty progressive, you know. Yes, pretty progressive.
I'm sure you have a hand in quite a lot of things, eh?
Oh, well...
For example, the colour scheme of those delightful vans of yours.
Van?
Yes, it's because one of them that I'm here, Mr. Frisbee.
Oh, not a collision, I hope.
Oh, no. You see, last Friday at about 3 o'clock, I was going along the Frimley Road when I saw one of your vans turn out at Frimley Hall. And as it did, this sort of fell from the back.
Fell? What is it?
Well, I don't know. Naturally, I wouldn't dream of opening laundry property.
Oh, but it's not. It must be the private property of the driver.
Oh, then perhaps you could return it to him, if you know who he is, of course.
Oh, indeed. There could only have been one van in the Frimley area on Friday. Potter's.
Oh, I think it's marvellous how you know.
Yes, but you see, Potter left our employment last Friday.
Oh, how irritating.
It certainly was, in more ways than one. Oh, but you wouldn't be interested in that.
Oh, but, Mr. Frisbee, you've no idea how interested I'd be.
Oh, well, you see, he let me down.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he gave notice in the usual way. But because he'd always been such a respectable chap, worked here almost 3 years, you know, I made an exception in his case, stamped his cards up to date, gave him his money at lunchtime.
Yes?
He told me he'd a train to catch right after work. And then when I went into the transport section at 5, I found his van returned. Left half an hour early. Well, Mike Potter needn't apply for references to me.
Mike Potter?
Is anything the matter, Miss James?
No, I mean, what a pity we've no way of tracing him. I don't suppose you know where he was going?
Only somewhere up north. But of course he had lodgings here. And no doubt his landlady has a forwarding address.
Mr. Frisbee, I don't suppose you could find her address for me?
Yes, I think I have it here in the file.
It's tempting, Lila. It's terribly tempting.
So you agree that Mike, alias Mr. X, could also be this laundryman?
Well, the facts fit. Say Mike was waiting on the lay-by for Lynn to emerge, as he thought, in a car.
Yes.
And then saw her on foot, getting a lift from the American. He then overtook the Pontiac, hurtled onto his depot, and dashed for the station.
So there was no need for any phone call from Thrale?
I'm beginning to wonder if Thrale had any connection with this. In fact, I have the beginning of a superb idea. The way the murderer got into Frimley Hall.
Well, come on, then.
You remember, Billy said the van went round the back of the house but didn't stop.
Yes.
Well, what if, during the split second the van was out of sight, a passenger had jumped from the back? A passenger who not only knew the dog, but who also had a key. A passenger whom we now know couldn't have been Thrale, Billy, or Bob.
But Miss Terry, driven there from Frodham. Yes, Jason, it fits.
Let's try it for time. Miss Terry entered the cinema at 2:30. Say she left at 2:45 and met the van in Frodham. She could be at the hall by 3 and inside the place before Thrale arrived. Then she hears Lady Mathry announce, when Thrale is gone, that she wishes to be alone, and nips in to kill her.
Dashes out of the French door, chucks away the revolver, and... Oh.
What's up?
Well, how did she get back to Frodham in time to catch the 6:15 bus?
She had, say, 25 minutes plus. How about if she'd hidden a push-bike among the trees? In the dark, she'd not be recognized on the road.
I suppose she could have done, though I can't really see her on one. Or for that matter, it seems awfully hard to connect that genteel lady's companion with a North Country van man, doesn't it?
They've both been in the district 3 years. That's something.
And there's still not a vestige of motive.
Well, that may come if we can once prove a link between her and Mike. And obviously the place to begin is the chap's digs.
Oh, no, he didn't leave no forwarding address, not Mr. Potter. He didn't have to, if you follow.
I'm afraid I don't, Mrs. Beasley.
I mean, he'll be back see.
Back? When?
Well, I couldn't say, I'm sure. But it stands to reason he'd come back for his scooter, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, I noticed it in the lane beside the house.
Besides, he'd never go off and forget old friends, not Mr. Potter. Ever such a nice lodger he was. Never no nasty drinking or noise. Happy as a standboy, just watching the telly or going to the local rep.
He liked the theatre?
Oh, crazy for it he was. Collected all them old programmes and theatrical pictures. I used to tell him, you could be an actor yourself, Mr. Potter, with your looks, but he just smiled. Shy, you know, not even a girlfriend.
Perhaps if I leave this parcel with you, Mrs. Beasley, you could return it to him when he comes.
Well, of course I will. I'm glad you caught me in. I'm usually down the factory till 6.
Goodbye.
Oh, yes. Ta-ta, then.
Come on.
I wonder what he'll think of that parcel if he ever opens it. 3 packets of potato crisps.
Well, at least the connection between Potter and Miss Terry is getting clearer. 10 to 1, he wasn't really a vanman at all, but an actor. I always said there was a smell of grease paint about this.
Both of them apparently shy and never meeting the other sex.
Oh, by the way, what about the motor scooter? Miss Terry could have used it to get back to Frodham with.
Mike just unloaded it from his van, you mean?
Yeah. It was dark by then. Mrs. Beasley probably at her factory, too. So if Terry wore a snowdrop helmet or those plastic slacks, she'd pass for a man at a distance.
But we've still no real evidence to prove the connection. How do we do that?
Find out about Miss Terry's early life. Possibly that's where their paths first crossed.
Oh, that won't be easy.
Well, I imagine Lady Mathry would only have employed someone through a really good agency. So tomorrow we'll start on a whole lot of phoning. Lila! I've done it. I phoned this place in High Holborn, Pamela Agencies Limited, and they know her.
Well, after 23 phone calls, I should hope someone did.
They weren't very keen to give her back history, but I spun them a tall story about locating her for a legacy.
Well, come on, then give.
Right. Terry, Edith. Born Watford, 1932. Attended Linwood School, Bushy, 43-48. Trained as a nurse in Bridget's Hospital, Penge, 48-51. First post with a Mrs. Yarrow of Edinburgh, who died in 55. Then employed by the Bellinger Clinic, Sloane Square, until July 59. Left for private reasons. 3 months later, in late September, she took up her post with Lady Mathry.
Well, it sounds singularly unsensational, doesn't it?
One thing's a bit odd. Why did she leave the Bellinger Clinic, which is wildly opulent, for Lady Mathry? And why the 3-month gap in between?
Are we to ask at the clinic?
Sooner or later, we're going to work right through her career. I suggest we start at each end. I'll tackle Linwood School and her background at Watford. You interview the head of the clinic.
All right.
I believe he's a very handsome doctor who resembles Herbert Lom.
Handsome? He was divine. I tell you, Jason, the moment I'm rich, I shall live at the Bellinger Clinic.
Never mind that. Did you find out why Terry left?
Yes, to nurse a sister up in Northampton.
Then it must be true.
What?
The headmistress of Linwood School told me the same thing.
Well, how did she know, for heaven's sake?
It seems she was quite a friend of Edith's, ever since she left school 14 years back.
I could just imagine Miss Terry writing letters to her teachers. Some people never leave school.
It's thanks to those letters I got an admirable sketch of her career, at least up to 3 years ago.
What then?
Then the letters stopped.
That 3 years keeps cropping up, doesn't it?
Yes. Anyway, till then our Edith was a paragon of virtue. Popular and clever, the joy and support of her widowed mum, who died in 49, and the inspiration of St. Bridget's, where she trained as a nurse.
How did she inspire men?
Meaning anyone called Potter. It seems she preferred the ideal of service. However, there is one extremely interesting fact about her.
Which is?
Her sister.
Oh, the one she went off to nurse in Northampton?
The same. Violetta. In 1947, the year before Edith took her school cert, Violetta disappeared.
Don't tell me. Into white slavery.
Worse, onto the stage. She found some disreputable fellow in Godalming, of all places, who signed her for a fit-up tour in a sort of third-rate dancing troupe. From then on, she went from strength to strength, ending up at about 100% proof.
So she'd taken to the demon drink.
Like others before her in this harsh profession. However, in 1956, she found the Torcliffe Repertory Company and romance.
Romance in rep?
Well, not quite in rep. In the Variety Theatre opposite. The gentleman in question was known as Marvo, the Man of Mystery. They married.
Don't tell me they lived happily ever after.
Not quite. By 1959, Violetta was back on the old bottle, and it was then Edith was called in to nurse her. And, my Lila, Edith fell for Violetta's husband.
Did the schoolmistress tell you that?
No, but I can't see any other reason why he should leave Northampton and take up work as a laundryman in Sussex.
You mean...
Yes, my love. Violetta's husband, alias Marvo, the Man of Mystery, was christened Michael Potter.
Jason! We've actually done it. We've made contact.
Yes. Yeah, we've quite a case against Miss Terry, given just one really malicious witness to demonstrate they did fall in love during those 3 months.
Violetta.
If we can trace her. After the desertion, she'd hardly go on living at the same address. Still, there may be neighbours.
But we don't know the address.
Oh, yes, we do. Edith wrote to her mentor twice from there. At Elm Cottage, Rinham, near Northampton. And tomorrow, my love, that is where we shall be.
Oh, well, no need to ask if Violetta left. The place is just about a ruin.
Don't suppose it was much, even before the roof caved in. Oh, what a place to choose. A mile outside the village. Only the one house opposite.
It's not just a house. It's one of those country shops. Couldn't we ask them if they knew her? Oh, well, the only thing is, how does one inquire if a passionate love affair took place there 3 years back?
I'm not sure yet. We'll play it by ear. Come on, in we go.
All right.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I wonder if you can help me. I represent a firm of solicitors who wish to trace a Mrs. Violetta Potter. I believe at one time she lived opposite.
Well, yes, sir, but...
Yes?
Well, sir, Mrs. Potter's been dead these 3 years.
Oh, dear. Most unforeseen.
Why, the papers was full of it at the time. Proper local drama it was, especially for us. You see, it was my hubby saw the car plunge over. Oh, shocking.
One moment, Mrs...
Cooper, sir, Mrs. Cooper.
Do I understand the lady died in some kind of car accident?
Well, I suppose you could call it an accident, but I always said one of these days the drink would get the better of her.
You say your husband witnessed the accident?
Oh, more than that. You see... Her sister, her name was Miss Terry. Well, she'd gone into Northampton for the afternoon while Potter stayed with his wife. Couldn't leave her alone, you see. Right. Well, about 7 in the evening, me and hubby hears the most shocking screaming, and when we looks out, there she was, right in the front garden, threatening him with a bottle while he pleaded with her to go back indoors. Well, the next thing, crash! She brings the bottle down on his poor head, that heavy she fell him to the ground. And then away off she went round the house to the garage, and before he could even pick himself up, she was backing the car down the drive like a mad woman. Well, he just got to his feet when she was off up the Wickham Road, the car plunging from side to side.
Good Lord. What did you do?
Well, of course, hubby and me rushed over to Potter, and I tell you, his head was bleeding like a fountain. Sobbing he was. Follow my wife, he says. Well, hubby's van being parked outside, they was off like a flash, and at the top of Wickham Ridge, looking down, they see her taillights, and hubby puts on speed. Well, that did it.
Did it?
Yeah, I reckon she saw him and put her foot down, too. Anyway, suddenly, about a mile ahead, they see the lights swerve right across the road, and the car go crashing through the fence above the gravel pit. Well, by this time, hubby and Potter was down the slope after her, but by then the car was aflame. Oh, mind, they pulled her clear, but her neck was broken.
I suppose in one way you could call it a happy release.
That's just what Miss Terry said when she got back from Northampton.
There was no chance, of course, that the car was at fault.
Oh, Lord bless you, no, sir. The police checked that.
Just one thing. It must have been dark by 7 on a late September evening. How did you manage to see the quarrel so clearly?
Well, with the porch light on and light streaming out of the lounge, the garden was lit up like,
like a stage?
That's the very word.
Thank you, Mrs. Cooper. Now, I wonder if you could give me the name of the local paper in which the crash was reported.
Oh, well, if it's any help to you, I've still got the cuttings myself. Pictures of all 3 of them. You're welcome to them if you like.
I don't like it, Lila. Not one little bit.
Are you thinking what I think? That Edith, Terry and Potter decided to do poor Violetta in?
Could be. Yet something seems wrong. If they were in love, why live apart for 3 years? Or plot to do Lady Mathry in?
It seems so out of character for the saintly Edith.
In any case, how could they have murdered Violetta? Edith Terry was in Northampton and Potter himself in someone else's van. Yet I'll swear something in that woman's story seemed wrong.
For instance?
Well, the lights, for one thing. A porch light on when no one was expected. And on a cold September evening, the lounge curtains still not drawn.
I see nothing in that.
Then the garage. I mean, look at it. Well, what's left. Can you see there's a door inside there connecting with the house?
Of course I can.
Then why didn't Violetta use the inside door? Why did she come all round the outside, the long way?
She was drunk.
Yes. Theatrically drunk in full view of the neighbours in a brightly lit front garden. The melodramatic blow of the bottle, the blood, the furious chase, and the blazing wreck. That damn smell of grease paint again.
I suppose it sometimes happens in real life. The victim makes a scene before she pops off and...
Lila, that's it.
It?
The victim. The obliging victim. Here, let me see those photographs again.
Yes.
Now, look at this one of Violetta. Try to forget the makeup and the peroxide. Who does she remind you of?
Well, she's not unlike her sister, except for the hair.
Yes, that's obvious. But look again. Doesn't her picture remind you of someone else? Someone we know?
No, not a bit.
Well, it does me. And if what I think is right, it explains a whole lot of things. It explains a pair of cotton gloves, a rifle...
A rifle? What rifle?
Billy's, of course. And it shows me a magnificent motive for Lady Mathry's death, as well as why Potter was at Frimley. We've been up the creek, Lila. Lady Mathry wasn't killed by Edith Terry at all.
Well, Mr. Flowerdew, you're a lucky man. I've just been on the line to Somerset House, and they confirmed the existence of the certificate you spoke of.
So my theory holds water after all?
Yes, sir, it does.
So what will you do, Inspector?
Well, for one thing, I shall put Mr. Swain under surveillance right away. What's more, if we can get a permit, we'll have his line tapped. Now, let's see, it's Thursday today. Swain was supposed to have been hearing from Mr. X on Monday evening.
That's right.
Then by now, he should be well on the way towards getting the money out of Thrale. In fact, the supposed handover will be at any moment. I was wondering, would you like to be in at the kill?
Oh, Inspector.
Would. Good. Then if you'll hold yourselves in readiness, as they say, I'll be giving you a ring.
Hello, Inspector. Here we are.
So you caught your train, all right. Hop in the back, then.
Yes.
What we can't fathom is why we're meeting at Arundel.
Sorry, I couldn't tell you more on the phone. The reason is that the handover is to be at Littlehampton, 3 miles from here.
So you know?
X rang Mr. Swain with his final instructions this afternoon. There's a 5th of November show at Littlehampton tonight, and that's where we're to meet. Clever idea to choose a time when there'll be crowds and when in the uncertain light and with all the noise no one will really notice.
Do you know what time the handover is to be, Inspector?
No, sir. Mr. Swain was instructed to mingle with the crowd, keeping the package under his arm. Someone will come behind him and take it, but he won't know when or who. If he raises any kind of alarm, the deal is off.
Just a moment. How can you carry 50,000 in a package?
Well, it seems Mr. Swain was instructed to convert the money into jewellery. After we started tailing him, we found he twice visited a well-known firm in Hatton Garden. They told us he'd require them to supply a number of stones to the value of 50,000. He called for the box this morning.
But, Inspector, if there are these crowds and the light's uncertain, how will your men follow Tom?
Ah. Well, there we've used a bit of science. Sid, to be exact.
Sid?
Switch on, Harvey. There. That's Sid.
Sounds like a Sputnik.
Well, in a way, it is. Sid is short for Sonic Informatory Device, a very simple transmitting signal.
Sorry, I'm no wiser.
Now, wait a bit. Once we'd explained to the Hatton Garden firm what was up, they collaborated with us in placing Sid in the lining of the jewel box. It's a tiny transistorized complex, rather like a jam pot cover. From now on, wherever that box goes, it's sending out a short-wave signal, which is being picked up by my patrol car.
So the sound is coming from under Tom's arm at this very moment?
Exactly, miss. Of course, Mr. Swain can't hear it. Only we can do that. But the moment the box moves, we shall be able to tell.
You mean the signal will change its pitch or something?
Yes. So we shall be able to tell whether the box is going north, south, east, or west. And also, by the volume, we can estimate the distance.
But it won't be a lot of use in a crowd, though, will it?
Sooner or later, miss, the person who is collecting will come out of the crowd. And it's 100 to 1 he'll leave Littlehampton. I have a car stationed on each exit route. The moment he passes whichever car it is, we shall follow.
It's getting louder.
Now, that's because we're just outside the town. At this moment, Mr. Swain is waiting on the green, where the bonfire will be.
It seems eerie, somehow.
Switch off, Harvey. Now, I must ask you not to leave the car when we come to a halt. We're making for a side turning opposite the green, where we shall wait until the signal announces movement.
But what if we see Tom after the handover?
Well, it's rather unlikely, but if we do, we shall take him in. He may provide just the information we need. What time is it, Harvey?
Just after 8:30, sir. They should be coming any minute now.
Wind down the window.
Yes, I can hear the band.
Harvey, you better check positions.
Sir. Control B Bravo 2020 over.
B Bravo 20 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 21 over.
B Bravo 21 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 22 over.
B Bravo 22 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 23 over.
B Bravo 23 to control. Standing by, over.
All cars in position, sir.
Switch on the signal, then. Now we have to wait.
the bonfire alight. Just look at the flames.
High wind tonight.
I say, I'm rather careful to rock.
Inspector, signal change, sir.
Which way?
Eastwards, going towards Rustington.
121.
Control to be Bravo 2-1, 2-1. Suspect moving eastwards. Stand by to report maximum signal.
Be Bravo 2-1 to control. Roger and out.
Right, Harvey. Turn into the main road and make your way slowly along the front towards Rustington.
Sir.
Jason, look, it's Tom. Coming out of the crowd over there. And he hasn't got the parcel.
Well, Inspector, what do we do?
Follow him slowly, Harvey. When I say out, Mr. Flowerdew, we'll jump from the car and rush him. All right?
Right.
Out!
He's seen us. He's dodging down that turn. What's wrong with him? Tom, come back, you fool! Tom, don't waste your breath. Get after him. Don't worry, Inspector. He was never very fast on the rugger fields.
Keep away, Jason. I'm warning you.
Don't be a fool. Get him, Flowerdew. All right, Tom, you asked for it.
Damn you, Jason. Damn you to hell.
Where are we, Harvey?
880, sir. North of the Worthing Road. He's making for the Downs.
B Bravo 22 to control. Suspect passing checkpoint 312. Riding blue scooter, wearing leather jacket, snowdrop helmet. Registration number obscured.
All cars to follow. Now, Mr. Swade, let's have a bit of an explanation.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I panicked. I didn't want this chap to see you get me. If he thought I'd...
Hold on a moment. Listen. My God, he stopped. We've got him. Right, Constable, where is he?
I'm sorry, sir.
What do you mean, sorry? The signal was at peak pitch.
He must have guessed how we were following, sir. We just found the empty box thrown out in the road.
On the... Well, top me. What a pack of fools not to have thought of that.
Mrs. America's old, sir. They've been trying to contact us for 2 hours. Seems someone rang Miss Terry at Frimley Hall just before 6. Immediately afterwards, Miss Terry ordered a taxi into Frodham. We had 2 main Taylor and Loser.
That's all I needed. No indication of a meeting place, of course.
No, sir. I have the full message here, sir.
I pray you fail me not. Bah, obviously prearranged, so we lose the pair of them.
I wouldn't be too sure, Inspector.
What?
That's a quotation from A Midsummer Night's Dream. Rude Mechanicals, planning a meeting. Let me see. Peter Quince says, I pray you fail me not. Then Bottom says something about rehearsing, and Quince replies, at the Duke's Oak, we meet.
The Duke's Oak? That's the name of a roadhouse on the main Awesome Road.
Well done. There may still be a chance. Come on, back to the cars.
I tell you, Lynn, you never saw anything like it. The 2 of them were sitting at this table in the cocktail lounge. Then the inspector walked across. The moment she saw him, she stood up and she began to scream. I don't know if it was rage or fear, but it took 3 men to get her outside.
Oh, how horrible.
I'd say she was one of the few entirely evil women I've ever arrested. It's obvious Potter was afraid of her, as well he might be, of a murderess twice over.
Twice, did you say?
Oh, yes, Mr. Flowerdew discovered the earlier one when he was investigating the family background. It's really the clue to this whole affair.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand.
Oh, I see, Lynn. I discovered that Edith Terry had a sister called Violetta, who'd been killed in a car crash. And what put me on the scent was that Violetta's photograph bore a strong resemblance to you.
Me?
Yes. So I did a bit of research at Somerset House, and I found out something which at last gave me the motive for the whole affair. I found that Edith and Violetta were your cousins.
What?
Don't you remember your Uncle Ralph who married that actress?
What?
His widow was left with 2 daughters, Edith and Violetta. The mother, with a love of the stage and a hatred for the Seatons, changed her name to Terry. She knew about the trust fund, you see, and deeply resented the fact that the family wouldn't help her.
My cousin.
Now, the one daughter, Edith, harbored no thoughts of revenge. It was Violetta who for years kept tabs on Lady Mathry and schemed out how a murder might get her the £50,000. Then, in 1959, came her chance. Lady Mathry advertised for a companion. Well, plainly, Violetta couldn't apply for the job, but Edith could. What's more, when the police investigation came, she would appear to have a completely blameless background.
So she somehow bullied Edith into taking the post.
No, I'm afraid something went wrong. Edith either refused to be a party to the conspiracy, or even said she'd expose the plot. So what happens? Violetta and her husband rent a deserted cottage, lure Edith there with a tale that she's needed to nurse her sister, and then murder her.
But what did that solve?
It meant, my love, that Violetta could take Edith's place.
But they didn't even look alike.
No, Violetta was a peroxide blonde and Edith was a plain little mouse. But essentially their bones and build were the same. Well, it's easy enough to dye one's hair brown, wipe off makeup and don sensible tweeds. The rest would be acting, and Violetta was a good actress. She became her sister. Except, of course, she couldn't write to old friends.
But, Jason, how did they manage to make it seem that Violetta had driven off and crashed the car?
I think it went like this. On the morning Edith was due to go into Northampton, in fact, she was drugged. While she was unconscious, Violetta and Mike bleached her hair, applied a heavy makeup, and put her into some tarty clothes. Meanwhile, Violetta dyed her hair brown, removed her makeup, and donned Edith's clothes. Then, as Edith, she took the bus into Northampton. I think she must have had a push bike waiting there in the public stand. As darkness fell, she cycled back by some secondary road, hid the bike near the gravel pit, and got to the cottage over the fields. No one saw her. Meanwhile, Potter had placed the unconscious sister in the front seat of the car, hunched up below the level of the window. When it was dark, he opened the garage doors. Now, all Violetta had to do was slip on a flashy topcoat and a blonde wig, and she was ready to stage that loud, melodramatic scene in the front garden.
So that was why the lights were on, for the neighbors to see.
Right. She crowns her husband with a bottle and drives off. Potter follows with the neighbor. Violetta steers for the gravel pit. At the last moment, she jumps clear while the sister crashes to her death. All she now has to do is remove the blonde wig and the topcoat, grab the hidden push bike, cycle back into Northampton. There, as Edith once more, she catches the outward bus and arrives to find her supposedly wicked sister dead.
And so she was free to take the job with Aunt Nina.
Yes, but remember, it wasn't going to be enough just to kill your aunt. You had to appear to be the killer. Now, that could only arise as the result of a row over the changed will. Also, you had to be invited down to Frimley, and Thrale informed of the fact.
Yes, but how could Violetta be sure that would happen?
She wasn't. Your aunt never wrote that letter, or phoned Thrale. And on that afternoon, you didn't interview your aunt at all. But Violetta, giving the performance of her life.
But that's impossible.
Don't you remember the room was rather dim, and that somehow you sensed your aunt was different? Add to that the fact that Violetta had 3 years to study your aunt, and that to some extent she had the family features. Wasn't at all impossible.
But where was Aunt Nina at that time?
In the adjoining bedroom, I imagine. You see, she'd been given some kind of sedative by Violetta just before she left at 2 that afternoon. As she sat in her chair by the window, Billy would merely assume the old woman was napping as usual.
But later he saw her wake.
Now think. Violetta caught the bus at 2. She entered the cinema at past, left shortly after by a side door, met Potter. They drove back to Frimley together, and she was in the house at 3. She then assumed the makeup and clothes of your aunt. While Billy was chatting to Bob at 3:25, she lifted the old woman from her chair and placed her on the bed in the room next door. She then took Lady Mathry's place in the chair and was duly woken 5 minutes later. At 4:20, she received Thrale. Next, she staged the quarrel. I suppose you see now why she wore gloves.
So that only my fingerprints were on the gun.
Also, hands are the one thing you can't really disguise. Violetta's hands were not arthritic.
Yes, of course.
Well, now, the moment you and Thrale had gone, she rang Billy to say she wasn't to be disturbed. That left her 20 minutes to put on her own clothes and cover them with a motor scooter outfit. Next, she lifted Lady Mathry back into her chair and, still wearing the cotton gloves, shot her. That would be, say, at 14 minutes past 5. She then opened the French doors and rang Billy to announce a supposed intruder. But the shot he actually heard was a second one she fired out of the window. Then she was off into the shelter of the trees and onto her scooter.
It was certainly clever.
In point of fact, she'd made 2 mistakes. The first was to tell Billy to bring his rifle. A sportswoman like your aunt would certainly have said gun. And the second thing was to shoot Lady Mathry from behind. If she'd really heard an intruder, she would have turned to face him.
You know, sir, I hate to steal your thunder, but you've made one serious mistake I'd have thought a theatrical man would have avoided.
How do you mean, Inspector?
Well, you suggested the victim in each case was first drugged and then killed. Of course, I can't be sure about the first murder, but in the second, I can assure you the autopsy found no trace of a drug in Lady Mathry's body. So how was she kept asleep?
Well, no, I give up.
You should have inquired a little more about Marvo, the man of mystery, sir. He was a hypnotist, and Violetta had been his assistant. Miss Harker, when that bullet finished your aunt, she was in a hypnotic sleep.
So that's why Potter said she felt no pain, and why Billy spoke of her as being under a spell. Oh, honestly, Jason, I've no idea how even to begin to thank you.
No? Well, I have. You can begin by letting me bring my tiny stool and join your queue. You see, it occurred to me that one day there may be disgusting progeny who deny that their grandsire was ever beautiful or talented. Yes, of course, there's a really gorgeous portrait by you to prove the fact. Well, now, I do assure you I'm quite unparalleled in that.
That was Jane Wenham as Lynn Harker, Frank Duncan as Jason Flowerdew, John Pullen as Tom Swain, and Marjorie Westbury as Lady Mathry and Edith Terry in Deal with Murder by Peter Cornish, with Dennis Graham as Inspector Davis, Nicolette Bernard as Lila James, Stephen Thorne as the American telephone caller and the North Country traveller, William Fox as Billy, John Ruddock as Mr. Thrale, Frederick Treves as Detective Sergeant Harvey, Mary Wimbush as Mrs. Cooper, Hamlin Benson as Mr. Frisbee, Eva Stewart as Mrs. Beasley, Geoffrey Matthews as Bob Hazelrig, Gerard Green as George, Andrew Sachs as the American motorist, Peter Bartlett as the waiter at the Raven. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Audrey Cameron.
Martin Beck. The Terrorists. An 18-year-old woman is accused of a bank robbery she never intended to commit. Later, a producer of pornographic films is found murdered at the home of his mistress. Meanwhile, Martin Beck is placed in charge of Swedish security ahead of the visit of a U.S. senator whom a group of international terrorists is determined to assassinate.
How come it's Gunvald who gets to go to South America?
Sorry?
Who decided Gunvald should be the one to go?
It was Malm and the Commissioner.
Not you, then?
Me? No. I mean, I did agree that Gunvald was probably the right one.
And why did you think that?
Well, he speaks Spanish.
But don't they all speak English?
Probably.
Because I speak English.
Well, obviously him speaking Spanish was what clinched it.
Yeah, well, fair enough. But next time, can it be me? I mean, if something like that comes up again, because I really wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind going to a hot country with beautiful women and getting a lot of dinners on an expense account.
OK. Well, I'll ask the Commissioner to bear that in mind.
Gunvald Larsson had been sent to South America in order to observe a complex security operation.
And it was impossible for Martin Beck to tell Einar Rund the truth. That he hadn't been sent instead because the Commissioner considered it inadvisable to send a slightly morose, badly dressed, red-nosed member of the working class.
Where are you off to now?
I've just got to go and do this thing.
What thing?
It's just a thing.
The year was 1974.
The city was Stockholm.
And Chief Inspector Martin Beck,
head of the murder squad, no less,
was due in court.
What the devil are you doing here?
I've been called as a witness.
A witness?
Yeah.
Who by?
The defence.
Who's the defence?
Crasher.
Crasher?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bloody shame. So what do you know about the case?
Not a lot.
Then why are you here?
Well, Crasher asked me to come. I didn't have a huge amount to do, so...
Why, you lot never have much to do. You should come and work for me, then you'd see. I've got 39 cases right now, and now, apparently, I've got to spend all day listening to Crasher go on about social injustice. I guess I haven't got anything else better to do.
District Attorney Bulldozer Olsen was the judiciary's expert in armed robberies.
He was a man with very bad taste in clothes. Today he wore a bright pink shirt and an equally bright yellow tie. Not only this, but the tie was adorned with mermaids and hula-hula dancers.
The accused was brought in through a small side door. She was very young and had long, fair hair. In stark contrast to Bulldozer, she wore a pale blue dress and black clogs.
The accused in the case is Rebecca Lind. Are you Rebecca Lind?
Yes.
May I ask you to speak a little louder?
Yes.
I'm afraid that Counsel Theobald Braxane has been unaccountably delayed.
I'm here.
So we see.
Hi. What have I missed?
Not a great deal. Could you put your cigar out, please?
A cigar? Oh, yes, my cigar.
So, may we begin?
Yes, by all means, begin.
Would the counsel for the prosecution now introduce the case?
I maintain that Rebecca Lind, on Wednesday the 22nd of May this year, committed armed robbery of the PK Bank in Misomar Kransun, and thereafter was guilty of assaulting a police officer.
And what does the accused say?
The accused, Rebecca Lind...
Rebecca Lind.
Rebecca Lind pleads not guilty. And so it is my duty to deny all this drivel.
Objection.
We haven't started.
Well, I object anyway.
To what?
You using the term drivel.
Well, then I object to you persecuting the innocent.
This girl's hardly innocent.
This girl is as innocent as the carrots in the ground.
What in God's name have carrots got to do with anything?
Mr. Ulson, would you please now state your case?
So, Rebecca, shortly before 2 o'clock on the 22nd of May, you walked into the PK Bank in Misomar Kransun and went up to one of the cashiers. You were carrying a large shoulder bag which you placed on the counter. You then demanded money, and the cashier saw that you were armed with a knife. The cashier set off the police alarm with her foot. 2 policemen arrived before you had the chance to get away, and then...
Mr. Ulson?
Bulldozer found himself slightly distracted by the only spectator in the gallery.
She was an attractive woman of about 35.
She was making notes, and he wondered who she was and what she was doing here.
Yes. Sorry, so then you, Rebecca Lind, offered violent resistance to arrest and...
The first witness for the prosecution was bank clerk Kirsten Fransane.
When did you first realise that this was a hold-up?
Well, as soon as she threw the bag on the counter and demanded money. And, of course, then I saw the knife. So I handed over the money as quick as I could. And I remember she said, I didn't think it would be this easy. And she almost sort of laughed.
And why did you hand the money over?
Well, we've had instructions not to offer resistance in situations like this.
No more questions.
Has the defence anything to ask?
No. I thank you, madam. You may step down.
Thank you.
My next witness is Constable Kvastmu.
Constable Kvastmu stepped up and laboriously repeated the oath.
Please tell us in your own words what happened.
Well, she was standing there and Carl didn't do...
Carl?
Christianson, my partner. He didn't do nothing as usual, so I threw myself on her like a panther.
A panther?
A panther, yes. And then I got hold of her right hand, just as she was trying to pull the knife. And then I told her that she was under arrest and that. And then I just had to carry her out to the car, and she resisted, violently. And then it turns out that one of my shoulder flaps come off, and my wife wasn't too happy, because she had to sew it. And it turns out she didn't have any blue thread.
Any questions, Mr. Braxton?
No questions.
Thank you.
The court is adjourned.
Martin Beck used the adjournment to eat sandwiches and drink beer.
He was accompanied by the attractive woman who had so distracted Bulldozer Olson.
Her name was Rhea Nielsen, and she was 39, not 35.
She was observing in court all week as part of her new job working for social services.
The fact that she was a close friend of Martin Beck was sheer coincidence.
Christ, this trial is depressing. And the prosecutor's a complete buffoon.
Yeah.
And the way he stared at me, like he'd never seen a woman before.
I think his wife just left him.
Why did she marry him in the first place?
I have no idea.
And the defence lawyer doesn't even know his client's name. Poor girl hasn't a hope.
I wouldn't say that.
Really?
Bulldozer wins most of his cases, but occasionally he does lose. And then it's always the Braxane, or Crusher.
Crusher?
That's his nickname.
Christ. The whole case ought to be turned back over to the police.
I agree.
I mean, nothing's been properly investigated.
I agree.
God, I hate the police. Well, not all of them. Not you, obviously. I like you. But, I mean, they hand their cases over to the prosecutor's office and they aren't even complete. And the prosecutor struts around like a peacock, and the people who are supposed to judge are only sitting there because they're no good at anything else. God, it's awful.
You know what? I think Crash is going to do all right.
The court reconvened and the case continued.
The defence counsel called his first witness, a Mr. Bunderson. bank manager.
Have you ever met Camilla Lund?
Who? Rebecca Lind.
Have you ever met Rebecca Lind?
Yes.
When?
About a month ago, the young lady came to the head office of the bank.
What did Rebecca Lind want?
Someone had told her that banks lend money.
And what did you tell her?
I told her that banks don't lend money without interest and security. She told me she had a goat and 3 cats.
What did she want the money for?
To go to America, she said. But she didn't know whereabouts in America and she didn't have an address. Then she asked if there was a bank that was owned by the people, which ordinary people could go to get money. I said that the PK Bank was officially owned by the state, so in a manner of speaking, it was owned by the people.
Was anything else said?
May I remind you, Mr. Bunderson, that you are under oath?
Was anything else said?
I offered to help her.
How?
I thought there was a way we may be able to help each other.
And what way was that? You offered to pay her for sex, is that correct?
Yes.
And what did Rebecca Lind say?
I don't remember.
She told you you were disgusting.
I don't remember that.
Objection.
Yes?
What exactly has this got to do with the case?
It has everything to do
The
with
next witness called by the defence was Martin Beck.
Chief Inspector Beck. You will no doubt remember a man called Philip Mauritson, who 18 months ago was convicted of murder in connection with the armed robbery of a bank. The prosecutor in the case was my perhaps not all that learned friend here, Mr. Ulson.
I object.
Objection overruled.
I myself had the thankless task of defending Mauritson, and I would like to ask you a single question. Do you, Chief Inspector Beck, consider that Mauritson was guilty of the bank robbery and the murder connected with it, and that the investigation presented by the prosecution, Mr. Ulson, was satisfactory from a police point of view?
No.
No more questions.
Well, I would like to ask this. Did you, Chief Inspector Beck, take any part in this investigation?
No.
Thank you, Inspector. That's all.
Martin Beck stepped down and went to sit beside Rhea. I thought there'd be more to it than that.
I didn't.
Crasher, with his limping walk, went over to the window behind Bulldozer and in the dirty glass wrote the word idiot. Bulldozer remained blissfully unaware of the insult.
His next witness was Constable Christianson.
According to my information, you've been a policeman for 15 years.
Yes.
Your superior officers consider you lazy and unintelligent, but honest.
Objection. Objection. Counsel is insulting the witness.
I'm merely pointing out that he is an experienced policeman, as capable and clever as most of the other policemen in our city.
Madam, spectators are expected to be quiet.
Sorry.
Were you the first into the bank?
No.
Did you seize this girl, Rebecca Ulson?
Lind.
Sorry?
Rebecca Lind.
Rebecca Lind, indeed.
I didn't seize her. No.
So? What did you do?
I took the baby.
A baby?
The girl had a baby in a sling. You know the kind of thing I mean. And when Kvasmu seized the girl, I said, "Do you want me to take the baby?" And she said, "Yeah."
Did she say anything else?
She said, "Don't drop her, will you?" And I didn't.
Would you say that Constable Kvasmu used violence?
Yeah. You could say that. Yeah.
And did Rebecca offer any resistance?
No.
Did anyone speak to the cashier?
Yes. I did.
And what did she say?
She said that the girl came up to her and she put her bag down on the counter. And when the girl turned round for a sec, the cashier saw the knife.
Did Rebecca take out the knife?
No, she had it in her belt, behind her back.
Was it a large knife?
No, it was a little kitchen knife. Sort of thing you'd peel a potato with.
Did you happen to see Constable Kvasmu's shoulder flap and the torn-off button?
Yeah. It was like that the day before.
The day before the robbery?
Yeah, that's right. I remember because he was moaning about how his wife hadn't sewn it up for him and that she was a lazy cow.
Any questions, Counsel Ulson?
No questions, and the prosecution withdraws the charge of assaulting a police officer.
The witness may step down.
The counsel for the defence then turned to the accused herself.
Why did you go to the PK Bank on the 22nd of May?
because I wanted to borrow money.
You wanted to borrow money?
Yes.
So, when you went to this bank, you really thought you could borrow money from them?
Well, yes. Because the other man, the one who wanted me to have sex with him, well, he said the PK Bank belonged to ordinary people.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I asked the woman at the counter, she just started filling up my bag. She didn't even ask me how much I wanted. And I said to her, I didn't think it would be this easy. And she didn't say anything. Then the police arrived and grabbed me.
Why did you want the money?
To go to America. To find Jim.
Who knows Jim?
He's the father of Camilla.
Who's Camilla?
My baby girl.
So he abandoned you and now you want to follow him?
He didn't abandon me. He couldn't get work here. And he thought if he went home he could find a job and then we could go and join him.
So what happened then?
Well, he was a deserter from the army. But when he contacted the embassy and all that, they said that he wouldn't be punished. But since he went, I've heard nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, my dear girl, it sounds very much like he's deserted you.
But he wouldn't.
Sorry?
Jim wouldn't do that.
One more question, Rebecca. Why were you carrying a knife?
I always carry a small knife to slice up fruit or vegetables. I don't like my daughter to eat processed food. It's not good for her. It's not good for anyone.
And there we have it. The accused genuinely believed she could borrow money in this way. How can a person be so naive, you might ask yourself? Well, Rebecca is clearly not a very worldly young person, but that, in itself, is no crime. And to carry a knife to peel an apple is not a crime either.
Soon after this, the judge read out a character appraisal of the accused.
The appraisal pointed out that Rebecca Lind was an excellent mother and that she had never shown any criminal tendencies.
The court's deliberations were quite brief.
Rebecca Lind was declared free.
You going to appeal?
That's not worth it. Not if I have to listen to Crusher go on and on for another bloody day. Ah, yes, congratulations, Brexit.
Yep, the best man won.
Ah, very, very gracious of you. Right, well, I must be off. Onward and up. Well, we'll meet again to that.
Look, thank you for coming, Marty.
That's all right. I thought I understood your train of thought.
Well, that's the thing. Plenty of people understand one's train of thought, but hardly anyone will come and support it.
If Bulldozer wants to appeal, he probably wouldn't lose in a higher court.
But that's the beauty of it. He won't appeal because then he'd lose his precious image of being a man who's so busy he doesn't have time for anything.
When they walked into Martin Beck's apartment, Rhea said,
"Oh, you did a good job today. How many policemen of your rank would agree to testify at a trial like that?"
I don't know.
Oh, I bet you're the only one.
I'm sure I'm not.
Anyway, what you said turned the whole thing around. What you got in the fridge?
I've no idea. Whatever you left the last time you came.
I'll have a look. That girl, Rebecca Lind. What happened to her?
Nothing. She'll be released.
Sometimes you really do say stupid things.
Thanks.
I mean, what will happen to her? Can she look after herself?
Sorry. Right, hang on.
And others in the bulletproof car were killed immediately. An international terrorist organisation known as ULAG has claimed responsibility for the bombing.
Oh,
In a
Christ.
broadcast from France immediately after the assassination,
What's wrong?
the group
Gunvald Larsson's there.
Where?
In South America. He's there. He's right there, right now.
Why?
Research.
What sort of research?
Into security measures.
Wouldn't you have heard by now if he was hurt?
I'm going to ring Kungsholmsgarten.
Okay.
Hello?
Skaka?
Yeah.
Has anyone heard from Larsson?
Yes, yeah, he's okay.
Larsson?
Yeah, he was right there, right in it.
He's always right, isn't he?
But he's okay, he's fine. Just really pissed off about his suit.
His suit?
Yeah, apparently he was wearing a fancy new suit.
Okay. Well, thanks, Skaka. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Oh, thank God. I mean, if we'd lost Larsson, I don't know what I'd do.
I thought you didn't like him.
But I do.
Does he know that?
No.
Well, you should tell him.
Tell him I like him.
Yeah.
I think that'd sound a bit strange, don't you?
Maybe. Oh, it's nice to get those shoes off.
Just take everything else off if you want to, I mean, if you feel like it.
Okay.
Ooh, that was quick.
I'm very efficient.
You are.
What about you?
Me?
Get undressed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. What?
You are slow.
Later, he fell asleep with his face against her shoulder.
Her shoulder grew numb, then her arm. But she didn't move.
She just lay in the dark, liking him.
Well, Larson, there's no need to tell you how pleased we are that you escaped from that terrible business without injury.
What seems slightly odd is that you stayed there for 11 days after the assassination.
Yes. What happened to you?
I had a new suit made.
A new suit?
Well, if you want the job done properly, it takes time.
How am I supposed to be able to explain that to the auditors?
Well, just tell them what I told you.
I really don't see how we can justify that in our accounts.
Anyway, since I had to wait around, I tried to find out what had happened.
Well, we already have their report.
Yeah, well, personally, I think the security service made at least 2 major errors.
There's nothing in the report.
Well, sod the bloody report. I was there. I was right there. And I can tell you now that they made mistakes.
In that case, we don't want to repeat them.
If indeed there were.
Jesus, Mom.
All right. So, the Senator arrives in November.
November 21st.
What do we need to do?
We need to get our act together.
And how do you propose we do that?
Beck.
What?
We should get Beck to organise the whole shebang.
Really?
Yeah. Because he's clever.
Well, there are other policemen who are equally clever.
Yeah? Like who?
All right. So, we clearly need a meeting with you, Malm, Beck and Muller.
Muller?
But he is the head of security.
Eric Muller arrived at the conference room late, red-faced and sweating.
Sorry. I'm so sorry I'm late.
Where have you been? Persecuting socialists?
I don't persecute socialists.
Well, last I heard, you were keeping tabs on members of our actual government.
Well, that's absolute nonsense.
You know, if they were a bit too left-wing for you.
All right, Larson, let's play nicely.
And where's the fun in that?
Perhaps we could begin by hearing something about your South American experience.
What do you want to know?
Well, I'd like to know what you think happened.
We know what happened.
But we haven't heard Gunvald's personal opinion.
Okay, yeah. So, as you know, I was there to observe the security plan for this visiting president. Not a popular character, a dictator, basically, so plenty of reasons why people might want him dead. But they had a very good team in charge of the whole operation. They were meticulous. I mean, I saw the plan and I couldn't imagine how it could go wrong.
But it did go wrong. Horribly wrong.
Yeah, it did. And what made the explosion so lethal was that it was placed on one of the city's gas mains. And it must have been detonated by radio by someone who was some distance away.
So, how did he know when to detonate the bomb? I mean, if whoever it was, if they were so far away.
I think he was watching it all on TV.
Right.
What are we supposed to do in that case? Have some kind of media blackout?
I don't know. I haven't got any immediate solutions. I'm just saying what I think.
OK, and where do you think the security team went wrong?
Well, I don't think they should have published the route of the motorcade.
But then people don't get the chance to cheer and wave.
Or to demonstrate.
Well, we don't want to encourage demonstrations.
Well, we won't need to encourage them.
So they shouldn't have published the route of the motorcade, right? What else?
Another thing, if at the last minute they changed the route for any reason, the terrorists had it covered.
What do you mean?
Well, there were several explosives planted elsewhere. They're still finding them now.
Christ.
Another mistake was that they set up the controls at the airports too late. They began all that 2 days beforehand when it should have been weeks, maybe months, I don't know.
Well, this is all very depressing, I must say.
And the group? The terrorists who claimed responsibility?
Ulag.
Muller, what can you tell us about this group?
Only what my sources tell me.
Your sources being the CIA?
I'm afraid I'm not permitted to say.
What if you can just tell us what you know?
Ulag have carried out several assassinations. First time was in March last year when the president of Costa Rica was shot in Tegucigalpa. Then in September in Malawi, 2 African presidents were in a building that exploded. 40 people died. Then there was India.
India?
You'll remember India. One of the northern states. State President was attacked at the train station by several men with hand grenades and machine guns.
Of course.
Several hundred school children were there and 50 of them died.
Right, yes, OK.
But in India, they got a description.
How did they do that?
Well, apparently the terrorists weren't masked. They were just wearing hard hats, like construction workers. And a tall, European-looking bloke, his helmet fell off, and a policeman said he had blonde hair and sideburns. Well, they traced one man who fitted that description, but he left the country before he could be stopped. Had a Rhodesian passport and went by the name of Reinhard Heydrich.
OK.
But Reinhard Heydrich doesn't exist. It was a false passport.
So, all we've got is a tall blonde man with sideburns.
Yeah.
Not much to go on.
Nope.
Well, as you know, the US Senator is arriving in November, and we need someone to take charge of security measures. Martin, you are, of course, the obvious man for the job.
Am I?
Larson here, Malm and myself were talking this morning, and our decision was quite unanimous.
Right, tell him you'll organise the preliminary investigation, long-term security, everything.
How am I supposed to do that?
With staff from the murder squad and violent crimes, but only if someone takes care of the short-range security. I mean, that's the easy bit. Even Muller can manage it.
Larson, what are you mumbling about?
Beck and I would like to undertake all long-range security, preventative measures, etc. If Muller can take care of the short-range stuff.
What do you think of that, Muller?
That sounds fine.
Yeah, you should be all right with that, Muller. I could do it with the thickest 20 policemen in the country.
I do object to your tone.
Well, it's a piece of piss.
All right, Larson, that's enough. So, Beck, you'll take the job?
Do I have a choice?
Not really, no.
And so it began.
The long, tedious process of preparation.
Involving too many hours on the telephone, too many hours at the office, and not enough hours with Rhea Nielsen.
And Beck didn't even have the company of his beloved friend Colbert to console him.
Colbert had left the police force 18 months earlier, and there was no one else like him at Kungsholmsgarten or Vesperia or anywhere else. Sometimes Beck just sat and stared into space, wishing Colbert was back.
If the summer of 1974 was not easy for Beck, it was almost unbearable for Rebecca Lind.
On August the 24th, she wrote again to Jim's parents.
Dear Mr. and Mrs. Cosgrove, since Jim left in January, I've not heard from him. It's now 5 months that have gone. Do you know where he is? I know that he would write to me if he could, because he is a good and honest boy and he loves me and our daughter very much. She's now 11 months and very beautiful. Please, write to me and tell me what has happened to Jim. With many thanks and good greetings, Rebecca.
At the end of September, she received a reply from Mrs. Cosgrove.
Dear Rebecca, I'm sorry to tell you that Jim has been sentenced to 4 years in prison for the crime of desertion. I'm afraid we can do nothing financially for you and the child on account of Mr. Cosgrove being so ill with cancer. We have a great number of medical bills to attend to, so you mustn't expect any help of this kind. I just wanted to be clear about that. Below is the address of the prison where Jim is being held, but they move them about so much it's sometimes hard to know if a letter will reach him. I'm sorry to tell you this. Yours sincerely, from Mrs. Cosgrove.
That night, Rebecca held her baby close to her and wept.
When she woke up the next morning, the sun was shining, and she made a decision.
She would go and visit Theobald Braxane, the man otherwise known as Crasher.
So, Roberta.
Rebecca.
Rebecca, what can I do for you?
I need to write to the Prime Minister.
I see.
Is it possible to do that? To write to someone like that?
Oh, yes. Yes, it is.
Good.
Why do you want to write to the Prime Minister?
Well, in the newspapers it says that there's a senator coming here, an American. And this American, well, he's a senator in the state where Jim is from.
Go on, keep going.
So, well, what I thought is that the Prime Minister could talk to this senator person, the one who's coming here, and explain about me and Jim and the baby, and then the senator might help us. What do you think?
Well, it's certainly worth a try.
Hi.
Hi.
You look exhausted.
You look beautiful.
In red wellies and a duffel coat?
Yeah.
We're going to come in?
Yeah, please do.
What have you got in the fridge?
Nothing.
Yeah, I brought some food then.
Do you think it was wrong of me to take the job?
What would have happened if you'd refused?
My chances are they'd have given it to someone else.
Who?
Malm, my so-called chief.
And he'd have screwed it up, I suppose.
Yeah.
You want an honest answer?
As if I have a choice.
Well, I think it was wrong.
Oh?
Because he doesn't deserve your protection. I mean, people should be protected from him. You know he was involved in Chile in the assassination of Allende, and God knows how many other innocent lives.
Well, we don't know that for sure.
Mine.
Well, we don't.
And he was quite open about wanting to drop a bomb on China.
Well, that's true.
I mean, our supposedly socialist government invites a famous reactionary, a dangerous warmongering arsehole, as an honoured guest, and he'll sit there with the Prime Minister at some bloody banquet talking about the recession, and he'll never see a single demonstrator.
Oh, that's not true. Everyone will be allowed to demonstrate.
If the government doesn't get scared and talk you out of it. Am I boring you?
No, you never bore me. I'm just knackered.
OK. This will be ready in 4 minutes. You can eat and then sleep.
Sorry.
It's all right.
It's me who's the boring one.
Yeah. I suppose the only good thing is that if you save his life, then you'll probably save lots of other lives as well, won't you? I mean, if there was a bomb, it wouldn't just be him. It could be 40 or 50 other people that would die.
Yeah, easily.
So that's something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not nothing.
On the 14th of October, a tall blonde man with sideburns and a British passport arrived in Sweden via the hydrofoil from Copenhagen to Malmö.
In Malmö, he bought a train ticket to Stockholm.
And from the train station in Stockholm, he took a taxi to his pre-rented apartment in Södermalm.
Where are you from?
England.
Really? Whereabouts?
London?
I have an aunt who lives in Manchester. Apparently it rains a lot. A bit like here.
The man's passport was made out in the name of businessman Andrew Black.
His real name was Reinhard Heidt. His nationality was South African, and he was a trained terrorist.
3 days later, he was joined by 2 Japanese men, both of whom were explosives experts.
They all stayed together in the flat in Södermalm,
where they quietly made their preparations to assassinate the American senator.
By mid-October, Martin Beck's preparations to keep the senator alive were being finalised.
What's that?
Motorcade route.
Well, they've actually made a bloody decision.
Yeah, so...
Can I have a look?
Uh-huh.
Prime Minister meets Senator, VIP room, airport.
Then there's photos and press.
Motorcade leaves the airport, goes through Northall.
They arrive at the palace.
What's this bit about the wreath?
He's going to lay a wreath for the dead king.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, the king's been dead for a year.
A senator like the king or something.
He liked the king.
Actually, he made a statement saying that the king was one of the greatest Swedes of our time. But I wasn't going to tell you that in case you got angry.
What, me? Angry?
On the 1st of November, Reinhard Heidt was scouting for the perfect location to place the explosives.
Armed with a complete plan of the city's subway, sewage, gas and electricity supply systems.
He was walking eastwards along Schupmangarten when a woman came out of an alley right in front of him.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
Me neither.
Oh, you go first.
Oh, thanks.
He continued to walk a few metres behind her. She was wearing red wellies and a duffel coat.
Suddenly she turned around and looked at him, as if she felt she was being followed.
He smiled his most charming smile.
She did not smile back.
On the 14th of November...
Exactly 1 week before the arrival of the senator, Martin Beck called a meeting.
A crucial meeting involving Larsson, Rönn, Skacker and Melander.
So this is the question. We know the route of the motorcade, and so does everyone else. Now, where on the map would you place the bomb? No, wait, don't tell me. Just think about it for a second. Right, now raise your hand when you've made a decision. OK, so everyone's decided?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Miranda.
Want me to say where I placed the bomb?
Please.
Here.
Ren?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, me too.
Skaka?
Yeah. I'm with everyone else.
Right, so we all think it's here.
Then we're probably wrong, aren't we?
Well, not necessarily. OK, so everyone needs to write down their reasons for choosing that exact location independently. You've got 10 minutes. Skaka, tell the switchboard we're not taking any calls or receiving any visitors, whoever they are.
Even the Commissioner?
Especially the bloody Commissioner.
The meeting went on for almost 2 hours.
Afterwards, Martin felt extremely satisfied.
This was a good team.
True, he'd had to explain himself now and again, in a way that would never have been necessary in the days of Lennart Colbert.
But it was a good team nonetheless.
And now they had a plan, the details of which were known only to them.
And mine?
Yeah.
You need to look at this.
What is it?
It's a file on Reinhard Height.
Reinhard Height?
Apparently he's South African and a member of ULAG.
Really?
Yeah, there's a photo.
Photo?
It's the blonde bloke with the sideburns, the one they spotted in India.
Where's this come from?
South American intelligence.
Well, why are we only getting it now?
I suppose they didn't have it till now.
I take it with me?
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you.
Do you remember when we first met? You were so unlike anybody else. You still are. Christ, my life is so much better with you in it.
Good. Go to sleep.
What are you going to do?
I need to do some work.
Really?
Just for a bit. Sleep. You need it.
OK.
Rhea Nielsen was a curious person, mostly in quite a straightforward kind of way.
She worked for an hour or two. Then she saw the file sitting on top of Beck's briefcase, and she opened it.
She saw the photo of the blonde man with the sideburns and thought she recognised him from somewhere. But where? Where could she have seen him?
You OK?
Yeah, fine.
The Army Museum in Stockholm was on Riddargatan in Östermalm, in the old barracks.
In a small office at the back of the building, a man sat studying a chess problem. Also on the table lay a dismembered pistol, and beside his chair, a wooden crate full of firearms.
The man with the chess problem was Lennart Colbert, Martin Beck's closest colleague during many difficult years.
Hello.
Hi.
What are you doing here?
I need you to do a job for me.
Really?
Yeah, I can pay you.
How much?
Lots.
Great.
Got an unrestricted budget.
Blimey. What for?
Protecting this senator.
Oh, that reactionary arsehole.
Yeah, that's him. And he's coming on Thursday, and I'm in charge of security.
Why you?
I don't know. I just got roped into it.
What do you want me to do?
Read through these papers and see if you can spot anything weird.
Quickly?
As soon as you can.
OK.
Thank you, Lennart.
Isn't this an elegant gun? It's a nickel-plated ladies' revolver. American women used to carry them in their handbags in about 1900. Don't know why. She'd be lucky to hit a cabbage with it.
It was then that Martin Beck decided to make a detour that he didn't really have time for.
He went to visit Theobald Braxane, the lawyer otherwise known as Crasher.
Yes?
About 6 months ago, I testified on your behalf in a case.
Ah, yes. Rebecca Lund.
Lind.
Yes, Lind. Christ, I do sometimes wonder if I don't lose a certain number of cases because of this name business. Anyway, yes, it was very good of you to testify. I'd say it had an influence, quite an influence on the outcome. Has anything happened to Rebecca?
No, nothing's happened, not as far as I know. Anyway, I just wondered if you'd seen her.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have, because she came here in September and, I wrote a letter on her behalf. A letter to the Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister?
Yes. She seemed to think he could help her in some way, so We wrote the letter together, and I sent it that very day.
Did you get a reply?
Yes, but it was perfectly useless.
Do you have an address for her?
No, she didn't have a permanent home. She was staying with friends, I think.
Oh, if she turns up, I'd appreciate it if you could let me know.
Why do you want to find her?
I honestly don't know. I just keep thinking of her. Thinking maybe I could help her. I've no idea how, but...
Well, I'll certainly let you know if I see her again.
Thank you.
Martin Beck returned to the museum the following morning.
Here's your money.
Huh. Me and Gunn will have a night on the town.
What do you think of the plan?
It's good. It's a good plan.
But?
Well, if there's any point trying to tell Muller anything at all, then you could point out that he's got two difficult moments. When the Senator's standing on Low Gordon with the King, and a less difficult situation when the Senator and the Prime Minister are laying that wreath.
What else?
Tell Einar Runn he should never again try to express himself in writing.
OK.
Or he's never going to get promoted.
OK, is that it?
Yep.
Well, thank you. Thanks for your help.
Any time.
Once he had Colbert's positive opinion of their plan, he felt much better.
Reinhard Heidt,
Like Martin Beck,
thought everything seemed ready.
he'd moved to an apartment in Solna, and the two Japanese men had stayed in Södermalm.
They had assembled their bombs, and their only task was to place them as late as possible.
The radio expert arrived safely via a Danish fishing boat.
He was French. His name was Levallois, and he brought some unwelcome news.
They have a photo of you.
Who do?
Interpol.
How?
I don't know how, but they have a photo and they have your real name.
Shit.
Yes.
Okay. Well, what does it change?
You tell me.
The operation itself can still go ahead. The same as before.
You think?
I think so, yes. Why not?
Okay, well, you shouldn't go out at all.
That's okay, that's fine. But I need you to get rid of the car.
Okay, I can do that.
And when it's over? And when it's over, that's the problem.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, how am I going to leave the country?
Well, you'll have to wait.
Yeah.
Lie low, as they say.
Yeah.
The Japanese terrorists placed the bombs that night. The one that mattered, and the other two less important ones.
The day before the Senator's arrival was a Wednesday.
It was the longest Wednesday of Martin Beck's life.
In total, the National Police Commissioner sent 42 documents over to Kungsholmsgarten, all of them dealing with completely obvious matters that had been decided weeks before.
Beck speaking.
This is Commander Mankell here.
Hello, Commander.
I was just wondering whether you want the big Vertol helicopters or our smaller Alouettes.
Actually, we don't need any aeroplanes at all.
Chief Inspector,
Yes.
a helicopter is not an aeroplane. It's an aircraft.
Sorry. I don't really know the terminology. But we're going to use police helicopters.
Oh. Well, I was just speaking to the National Commissioner.
Well, I think there's been some kind of miscommunication.
I see. Well, in that case, I'll leave you to it.
What now?
Nothing.
Hello.
You all right, Run?
Yeah, just knackered.
You all set?
Yeah, we're all set, but tomorrow. It's going to take longer than I thought it would. It's going to take the full 15 minutes.
But you won't have 15 minutes.
I thought that's what we had, 15 minutes.
Well, I'd say you've got more like 12 or 13.
12 or 13?
At best.
That's not brilliant news.
Well, you can do it, you can. On the day tomorrow, there'll be adrenaline and everyone will move faster.
They moved pretty fast today, actually.
Oh, these bloody phones. Hello, Beck speaking.
Hello, Larsson speaking.
At 11 o'clock that night, Martin Beck switched out all the lights in the office and locked the doors.
He had an unpleasant feeling that he neglected something, but he didn't know what it could be.
4 minutes after Beck left the building, Larsson, haunted by a similar feeling, returned to the office, sat down at his desk and began to read through all the paperwork that dealt with security.
At midnight, there was a knock at the door.
Excuse me?
Yes?
Sorry to bother you.
What do you want?
I saw the light on.
Yeah?
My name's Ruth Salomonson. I work here. I'm a police assistant. Do you want to see my ID?
Yes. Ruth Salomonson, 25, police assistant. Yeah, go on, what do you want?
I know you're working on this job, this security job for the senator.
How do you know that?
Well, everyone, I mean most people know that. And well, I've heard that you're looking for someone, a man, a tall blonde man.
And where did you get that from?
The identification department. I've got a friend who works there. Can I sit down?
No. What do you want to tell me?
I think I met him.
Who?
The man you're looking for, I think.
Wait a minute. When was this?
A few weeks ago.
Have you got a date?
The 4th of November, a Monday.
OK.
We went to the Amarante. It's a bar.
Yeah, I know it's a bar. It's a pickup joint.
Well, yes.
And you picked up some tall blonde bloke, and now you think you've slept with a terrorist.
Shall I tell you what happened or not?
Go on.
I met a Danish businessman who said his name was Jorgensen and went back to my apartment and, yes, we slept together.
Congratulations.
What is the matter with you?
What's the matter with you?
I'm trying to tell you something.
Well, get to the point, woman.
I called his hotel a few days later and the receptionist said that there was no one of that name staying in the hotel and never had been.
So he lied. So what?
Well, then I spoke to my friend, the one who came to the bar with me, and I mentioned about this Danish man, and she said that she didn't think he was Danish at all because she'd lived in Denmark for several years, and the way he spoke didn't sound right.
What did he call himself again?
Reinhard Jorgensen.
What did he look like?
Like you, but younger. 20 years younger, and he had sideburns.
Was he as tall as me?
Yes, but he weighed less.
Did he look like this?
That's him.
When did you last see him?
The morning of the 5th.
Do you know anything else?
Nothing whatsoever.
OK.
At Rhea's flat in Tullagarten, Martin Beck ate au gratin ham sandwiches with parmesan while everyone around him discussed the imminent arrival of the reactionary arsehole.
Later, when Beck and Ray were almost asleep, Rhea said,
Martin?
Yeah.
I've got a confession.
What is it?
When you were here last Thursday, you were very tired. You went to bed before me. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And there was this file sitting on your briefcase, and I read it. I don't know why. I was just curious. And there was a photo of a man, Reinhard Height.
Yeah.
I've seen him before.
What?
I've seen him.
Are you absolutely and completely sure?
Yes.
When?
3 weeks ago. We bumped into each other in Schupmangarten. And then we walked through Bolhus Alley. I thought he was a tourist because he had a map of Stockholm.
Did he say anything?
Well, he apologised when we bumped into each other. And a few minutes later, I saw him get into a green car with Swedish registration plates. And I don't know why, but I remember the letters, not the numbers. Just the letters, because they spelled Goz.
G-O-Z?
Yeah.
Can I use the phone?
Of
course, Larson was not at home to receive Beck's call, but it didn't take Beck long to track him down.
Height's here.
I know.
How do you know?
It turns out he shagged a Swedish policewoman.
Oh, right.
How do you know?
I got a witness. Woman who saw him in Schupmangarten about 3 weeks ago.
Is she reliable, your witness?
The most reliable person I know.
Shit.
Gunvald Larsson and Martin Beck spent the early hours of the morning thinking intensely.
They were handicapped by self-reproach, humiliation and deadly fatigue.
Both realised they were no longer young.
Morning came and they still had no new ideas.
When Skaka and Melander turned up, Beck explained the most recent development.
Do any of you think that this new information should alter our plans?
As far as I can see, this is the very situation that we reckoned on. So I can't see why we should revise our plans at this stage.
Do you think we ought to tell Run?
No, because his job is difficult enough already.
What level of risk are Run and his men actually taking?
Massive risk.
Right, if this bloody man Height, or any of his colleagues, whatever you call them, fellow terrorists, get out of this country alive, then I will take it as a personal defeat.
OK, so there are a few details that only us four, and of course Run, know anything about. This means that if it all goes wrong, then we're the ones who'll have to take the blame.
I've no objection to that.
Melander?
Well, I can't say that, like Benny, I've no objection. I've got a fair bit to lose if we all get dismissed, namely my pension.
but I'm prepared to take a calculated risk.
So, we stick to the plan, yeah?
Yes.
There's one of the helicopters.
Guess who's in it?
Who?
Mal.
Really?
I told him it'd be ideal for liaison, and he believed me.
Christ, he does love a helicopter.
Well, that's what I was counting on.
Clever.
Thanks.
All radio units are to observe signal Q from now on. I repeat, signal Q to be observed until counter orders are received.
There we are.
Only instructions from Chief Inspector Beck will be forwarded. They are not to be answered.
Signal Q was highly unusual.
It involved total silence on the police radio.
Gunvald Larsson parked outside the terminal.
The plane hadn't landed yet.
Despite everything that had happened, they had plenty of time. At least several minutes.
What?
I didn't have time to shower or change.
Oh, that's Hyde's fault.
And I was going to wear my new suit.
The senator was a tall, sunburned man with sparkling white teeth.
He looked around the desolate airfield, then raised his white 10-gallon hat and waved gaily at the demonstrators on the terrace.
In the apartment in Solna, Hyde and his French colleague Levallois were watching television. Only one thing irritated Hyde.
Why can't we hear the police radio?
They've stopped broadcasting. So have the cars.
Could there be anything wrong with our equipment?
No. There's no chance of that.
Ah, that Q signal. Must have meant radio silence. But it's not on my list.
Probably. Yeah, it's very rare.
Yeah, that must be it.
I'll check again. What's funny?
They think they can fool us by not using their radio. What good will that do them?
The senator is something of a fitness fanatic. Apparently a fine
The man's an arsehole.
Yep.
Well, I suppose we knew that already.
Yep.
At least we're in a decent car for once.
The decent car was a Porsche.
And why does he keep waving at the demonstrators like they're all his best friend? I mean, has he read any of those banners?
Maybe he's short-sighted but too vain to wear glasses.
Wouldn't go with the hat.
Exactly.
He looked like the Milky Bar Kid.
In the apartment in Solna, Hyde and Levallois were waiting for the moment.
The senator's bulletproof custom-built car is now passing Stalmes Targorten, where the governor is giving a gala banquet tonight. The streets are absolutely heaving with demonstrators.
And the moment was very close.
The car is leaving Solna and crossing the Stockholm city boundary.
Very, very close.
Hyde let his finger rest very lightly on the white button as he watched the television screens.
A few seconds left.
Oh, what a waste of a damn good car.
He pressed the button at exactly the right time.
But nothing happened.
The television showed the motorcade passing Nortul and turning into Sveavägen.
Oh, shit. We screwed up. The bomb didn't go off. So he lives?
No.
The senator lives. What?
We didn't screw up. The charge detonated.
Well, that's impossible. How is that possible?
I don't know.
What happened?
What happened was that Reinhard Hyde detonated the bomb at exactly the right time for no one to be injured.
And what he blew up was exactly 2,091 sandbags and a huge mountain of fireproof fiberglass insulation.
And if you happened to be drinking soda water in the Parliament building, then it sounded something like this.
What in God's name was that?
I'm afraid I don't know.
It was a hell of a ruckus.
It certainly was.
Could it have been an earthquake?
Oh, I doubt it.
At that moment, the Senator and the Prime Minister were interrupted.
We're sorry to bother you.
I'm not sorry.
Neither of you is needed here.
We're looking for Eric Muller.
He isn't needed here either.
That was a hell of a ruckus just now.
Yes, what was that?
It was an unsuccessful attempt to blow up the Senator's car.
A bomb?
More or less.
Well, was anybody hurt?
No.
Thanks to us.
See to it that people responsible are arrested immediately.
Yeah, that's quite a tall order.
20 minutes after the explosion, the National Police Commissioner was railing at Stig Malm.
One hell of a fine liaison officer you are.
My dear Commissioner.
Shut up!
Sorry?
I do not wish to be addressed as my dear. I am the senior executive in this country's police force.
Sorry?
What the hell just happened?
I don't know.
A liaison officer who doesn't know anything.
Martin Beck is really the man.
And where the hell is he? Where are any of them? Larsson, Melander, Packer or Macker?
It's Skaka.
Whatever the hell he's called.
It's Skaka.
I don't care. I don't care what he's called.
Hello.
Beck, Larsson, you better have a bloody good explanation.
For what?
For everything.
What exactly just happened?
Well, myself, Larsson, Skaka, Melander and Run, we made a calculation.
A calculation?
Of the most likely place for a bomb attempt. And it turned out that we all hit on the same place.
Which was Nortal.
But there was no point at all in diverting the motorcade.
Because the chances were that there were other bombs waiting elsewhere.
So we decided to do something a bit different.
What the hell was that? And why didn't anyone else know what you were up to?
Well, we can explain if you'll let us.
First of all, we talked to the head of broadcasting and he agreed eventually not to send anything live. Everything was to be broadcast 15 minutes later.
We stressed the importance of absolute secrecy.
We also had the police radio silenced.
We gave the most difficult assignment to Run. He had to evacuate the whole area of Nortal, as well as limit the damage caused by the bomb.
All of that in 15 minutes.
How did he manage to do it?
With 2 loudspeaker vans, 2 fire engines and a hell of a lot of sandbags.
25 lorries of sandbags.
And a repair van from the gas board, 3 ambulances.
Plus a water tanker and the rest of the fire brigade all standing by in Dannemora Garden.
He also had 30 hand-picked policemen and women.
After the motorcade had gone, he had about 12 minutes in which to dam up the section of the street under which a bomb might have been placed. He also had to block all roads and see that the area was evacuated.
12 minutes was not enough for all that.
But fortunately, it turned out he had a little more than that.
14 minutes and 13 seconds, in fact.
Incredible. The man deserves a medal.
And no one was injured? No one at all?
Well, there's a gas pipe that's knackered. That'll need fixing. A couple of window panes.
And that's it?
Yes, that's it.
Extraordinary.
Yes, extraordinary.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
Yes, congratulations, gentlemen.
Malm, you sound like a bloody parrot.
I think we need to get going.
Going?
In 33 minutes, that wreath business starts.
I'm sure Mueller has got all that under control.
Yeah, well, I'd still like to be there.
So would I.
Martin.
Yes?
What do you think the chances are of another bombing?
It's unlikely. Still, it's no reason to let up on security.
No, well, that's true. Absolutely.
And we still need to get our hands on the terrorists?
30 minutes later, Beck and Larsson stood in the pouring rain, looking out over Bir Jarl Square.
Where the Senator and the Prime Minister approached the church very slowly, perfectly protected by giant umbrellas.
What a god-awful wreath.
Yeah.
Looks like a giant pink donut.
It does.
And what idiot thought to lug it right across the square?
I don't know.
Why are they stopping?
Looks like they're discussing the statue of Bir Jarl.
For Christ's sake, he's chucking it down.
The Senator's obviously very interested in medieval statesmen.
This rain is ruining my shoes. I mean, permanently ruining them.
Yours and everyone else's.
Yeah, but everyone else's aren't made of Italian suede, aren't they?
Mine certainly aren't.
Oh, look.
What?
Coming out of the church.
Who's that?
Sacrosanct.
Oh.
Oh, there's Christiansen, shit and Kvasmu. What the hell are they doing here?
The procession finally arrived.
Just as they were about to walk up the steps, someone came out of the church.
A young girl with fair hair and a pale, serious face.
In both hands she was holding a small revolver.
She raised her arms and fired.
Jesus Christ!
The Prime Minister died the moment the bullet went into his brain.
The Prime Minister's bodyguard stood, still holding a giant umbrella. He stared with astonishment at the dead man.
Chaos broke out then, and everyone started screaming.
Martin Beck had often sat in an interview room with someone who had killed someone else.
But that someone else had never before been the leader of a country.
Where are you living at the moment?
I'm staying with a friend. Camilla's with her now. Do you think she'll be allowed to stay there, at least for the time being?
I'm sure she will. Do you want to call your friend?
In a bit, maybe.
You also have a right to a lawyer. Would you like Mr. Braxine?
He helped me write a letter.
I know.
Really?
I saw a copy at his office the day before yesterday. I hope you don't mind.
Why should I mind?
Well, it was your letter. It was private.
I don't care.
Could you tell me what happened today?
But you know, everyone knows.
I mean, how long did you think about it?
About killing the Prime Minister?
Yes.
Well, yesterday I got a letter from Jim's mother. Jim killed himself on the 22nd of October.
And was that when you decided? When you got the letter?
Yes.
Where did you get the revolver?
It was given to me a few years ago. When my aunt died, she left me a few of her things and the revolver was one of them. I didn't even know if it worked. It's pretty old.
It is, at least 80 years old. I saw one just like it a few weeks ago in a museum. My friend told me you'd be lucky to hit a cabbage with it.
Maybe they'll put this one in a museum too. The gun that shot the Prime Minister.
How did you manage to get into the church?
I went there and hid last night. I had some water and some crackers with me so I didn't get hungry. And this morning some policemen came into the church. 2 of them are recognised.
Really?
They were the 2 men who arrested me at the bank.
Christianson and Gvastmu?
I think so. And there was another man. They called him Sack something.
Sacrison?
That sounds right. Anyway, they just had a quick look around. They didn't see me.
That's because they're 3 of the worst policemen in the world.
Well, anyway.
Why exactly did you want to kill the Prime Minister?
He could have just said that he would try. That he would try and talk to the senator. But the letter I got back from his office was so
Inhuman?
Inhuman, yes. You know, I think most people know perfectly well that they're being cheated and betrayed by the politicians, but they're too scared to say anything. And it doesn't help to protest either, because that just gets ignored. That's why I shot him. So that maybe they'll get scared and understand that people aren't so powerless as they think.
Good day. There you are then, Roberta.
Rebecca.
Rebecca.
Hello.
I saw it all on television and came here as quickly as I could.
Thank you.
Is this the gun?
Yes.
Not bad. Not bad at all, hitting someone with that little thing.
I'll leave you to it.
Right. Now, Rebecca, let's try and sort this all out, shall we?
At the apartment in Solna, Height said to Levallois,
I know what happened.
Really? What?
They fooled us. There was a time lag. We set the bomb off after the motorcade had gone. And that's why they kept the police radio silent.
That is pretty slick.
Yes. Yes, it is. I underestimated the police here. They're not as stupid as they look.
Apparently.
God, I want to know who.
Who?
Who it was that tricked us.
But what does it matter? Look, these things happen. You can't win them all, eh?
Are you off?
Yeah.
Train safer, I think.
Yeah. Train then boat. How are you going to leave?
I don't know yet. Malmö, maybe. Oslo or Helsingborg.
What about the other 2?
They've decided to wait.
Why?
Well, this damn business with the Prime Minister.
Oh.
Yeah, it's complicated everything.
Hmm.
But you should be okay. On a fishing boat. No customs.
I think so too.
The following day, the senator left Sweden.
There were demonstrations along the route, but far fewer than the day before.
The weather was terrible, and it seemed that yesterday's unexpected development had caused many to lose heart. The senator waved and smiled.
In the car on the way back from Arlanda Airport, Gunvald Larsson said,
I hope the plane crashes and the bastard dies.
It's unlikely.
Yeah, it's just too much to bloody ask.
At least now we can get on with finding the terrorists.
That's true.
And we've got 2 decent clues.
The green car.
Yeah.
And the photo of Height.
Yeah.
Well, if the car wasn't stolen, then it was either purchased or rented. Either way, it should be traceable.
Let's put Run and Skaka on that. Skaka never gives up, and Run's good on routine.
You didn't used to think that?
Yeah. Well, I've changed my mind.
On Friday afternoon, the 22nd of November 1974, Rebecca Lind was once again in court for formal arraignment proceedings.
And Crasher was once again defending her.
Someone once said that our country is a small but hungry capitalist state. This judgment is correct. For a pure-hearted, thinking person, this young woman, for instance, who will shortly be taken into custody and whose life is already ruined, a system such as ours must seem incomprehensible and downright hostile. She realized that someone must bear the responsibility for this system, and when that someone could not be contacted by ordinary human efforts, she was overwhelmed by despair. Rebecca Lind has committed a murder, and naturally, I cannot oppose her arrest. The prosecution believes she is insane, but I do not. I believe that this young woman is wiser and more right-thinking than most of us.
It took the magistrate less than 30 seconds to declare that Rebecca Lind be taken to the State Psychiatric Institute for long-term evaluation.
It took Run and Skaka slightly more than a week to locate the right rental car firm.
He'd used the name Andrew Black and a false address.
Unfortunately for him, he had chosen an address that happened to be very close to the apartment where the 2 Japanese men were still living.
When Skaka showed the 800th person a photo of Height, she said,
Oh, yes. He lived in this building with 2 Japanese gentlemen. The 2 Japanese men are still here, as a matter of fact, but I believe this man moved out.
So how long is it since you've seen one of them, in the lift or wherever?
Well, it's at least 2 weeks, possibly 3. I saw them both in the foyer, and they had so much shopping, so much food with them. I asked if they were having a party, and they just smiled and shook their heads. Oh, they were very nice, but they didn't sort of hang around and chat.
From an apartment in the Tanto area, Einar Run was observing the 2 Japanese terrorists.
In 10 hours, he'd seen them move twice.
On both occasions, they'd been armed with machine guns.
When Skaka arrived to take over, he said,
Larsson wants to get them alive.
Does he?
How the heck are we supposed to do that?
Gunvald doesn't like killing people.
You wouldn't think that, would you? To look at him, to hear him talking.
Well, he doesn't mind punching people.
I know, I've seen him.
Look, don't touch that curtain, OK?
I won't.
And if anything happens, call Beck or Larsson.
Yeah, OK.
And Skaka?
What?
Don't try anything stupid, will you?
Like what?
Like shooting them?
I could do it, you know. From here. If I had the right rifle. I'm a bloody good shot.
I'm not.
At Kungsholmsgarden, Melander was about to leave for his requisite 10 hours sleep.
Do you think that's the whole terrorist unit? These 2 Japanese and Height?
There were probably 4, and the 4th one's already gone.
How do you know that?
It's just a guess.
It's his famous intuition again.
It's just a guess.
He doesn't like us referring to his famous intuition.
Larson.
Well, you don't, do you? But every now and again it saves all our asses. So if you say there were probably 4 of them but one of them's left, then you're probably right. Well, that's all I'm saying.
OK, so what do we do now? I mean, presumably these 2 Japanese blokes are heavily armed.
Armed to the teeth.
So what do we do?
They might even blow themselves up.
Well, I want to get them alive.
How do we do that?
We'll have to think of something really good.
It's a standard apartment building, isn't it? With emergency stairs.
Yeah, why?
And the emergency stairs back onto the apartment, don't they?
Yes, why?
Well, you see, my brother-in-law happens to live in the same kind of building, and when I was helping him put a mirror up, quite a big, ugly gilt thing,
Half of it fell straight through the wall, out into the emergency stairs, and the rest of the wall collapsed into their neighbour's living room.
What did the neighbour say?
Well, he was a bit surprised. He was watching TV. Anyway, something to think about, isn't it? If we're going to take them from 3 or 4 directions.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
I'm going home now, to bed. And I'd rather not be woken up by either of you, if that's at all possible.
OK.
Go get your beauty sleep, Melinda.
Yeah, sleep is the key to my beauty.
Must be why me and Beck are so ugly.
Speak for yourself.
Good night, gentlemen.
While things were comparatively calm at Kungsholmsgatan, Beck and Larsson began to transform Melander's idea into a plan.
Their attention will be concentrated on the door, especially as there's only one. They'll be expecting someone to come hurtling in with a posse of policemen. I think they'll kill as many people as they can and then blow themselves to pieces.
Well, we have to try and take them alive. We have to do it without Malm and 12 helicopters and 50 police dogs. Christ.
3 men should be enough. 1 from the balcony, 1 through the door, and 1 from that emergency stairway.
What, through the wall?
Exactly. That should be you.
Well, that goes through the wall.
Don't you think?
Well, I'd rather break the door down.
Why?
Just like breaking doors down.
OK. Well, anyway, whoever goes through the wall will need a pneumatic drill and a silencer.
Yeah, we can make some artificial noise, can't we?
Yeah, but that's not going to completely cover it.
No, I suppose not.
All the time they'll be keeping an eye on the door, and then the wall will come crashing in. So I think the man coming from the balcony has got the best chance.
Yeah, I agree.
Which men do you think we should use?
Well, 2 are pretty obvious.
You and me.
I mean, it's our bloody stupid idea.
Yeah, exactly. But who's the 3rd man?
I don't know, Skaka, maybe?
No, he's too young. He's got kids. I couldn't stand seeing him shot dead.
Well, who could you stand seeing shot dead? Melander's too old.
Well, we're not young.
I mean, I think he would do it, but it doesn't seem fair to ask. And he's a bit slow.
Wish I had Colbert.
Yeah, but we don't.
OK, yeah, so that leaves Run.
Run's got a kid as well.
Yeah, but his son's a bit older.
So that's OK if he dies, then?
Of course not.
Right, let's think. He has certain disadvantages, which I think we're both aware of, but he's got one major advantage, which is that he's worked with us for a long time and he knows how we think.
Well, he certainly knows how you think.
Well, he knows how you think, too. He just doesn't show it.
We'll have to talk to him, ask him. He doesn't have to say yes. We need to sleep.
Sleep?
Yeah.
We haven't got time.
Could sleep in the cells.
Well, that'll be comfortable.
It's better than nothing.
Well, I'm not sure it is.
Run's red nose did not appear in the doorway at Kungsholmsgatan until just before 9.
Beck let Larsson do the talking.
When Larsson had finished, Einar Run stared at the other 2 men.
It's suicide.
No, it's not.
Have you shown this so-called plan to Melander?
Well, the basic idea was his.
And did he volunteer to carry it out?
No, but I think he would. If you didn't take the job, you don't have to do it.
I think it could work, Einar. I really do. And I think you and me and him, we could manage it.
Oh, bloody hell, is that it? Is that it all written down?
Yeah.
Let me read it. I presume it's you who comes rushing through the front door.
Yeah.
And Martin who comes in from the balcony.
Yes.
And I'm the idiot that comes crashing through the wall.
Yeah.
It was Friday the 13th of December, but everyone was too scared to make any jokes about this fact.
Outside, 10 pneumatic drills, 2 trench diggers and 4 paving machines were making an almost incomprehensible racket.
All of this heavy machinery was manned by policemen wearing coveralls borrowed from the highway department.
Inside the building, Run was in the stairwell with 3 men. Together they were doing a pretty good job of drilling small holes into the wall that went just deep enough for the entire thing to collapse when the time was right.
Martin Beck, meanwhile, was lying stretched out on the balcony 1 floor up, a light aluminium ladder beside him.
At 9:05, Larsson kicked in the door and hurtled into the apartment.
The larger Japanese man leapt up from his breakfast with his machine gun in his hands.
but at that exact moment, the whole wall to the right of him collapsed.
Large sections of it came crashing into the living room, together with Run, looking truly ferocious with his Walther pistol.
And Martin Beck kicked in the balcony door.
Larsson took full advantage of the man's confusion and hit him across the head.
Almost simultaneously, 2 small wooden boxes fell to the floor. From each box was a thread that was fastened to each man's wrist.
A famously hopeless shot, Run raised his pistol and shot off the thread to the detonator with inhuman precision.
Then Larsson threw himself at the man.
While Run calmly said,
"Martin, the thread."
Faced with 2 opponents and virtually disarmed since Martin Beck had struck his machine gun out of his hands, the smaller man did something he could not afford to do. He looked at Run with amazement.
And Martin Beck took a pair of scissors out of his coat and snipped the thread.
The larger man was at least 20 years younger than Larsson, enormously strong and a skilled fighter. But what use was this against Larsson in a mindless rage?
By the final punch, the man was bloody and unconscious.
That's enough! Gunvald, stop!
Sorry. That doesn't happen to me. I mean, not anymore.
I know.
It worked. It did work.
It did.
But where the hell is Hyde?
Can't you think about anything else?
What am I supposed to be thinking about?
That shot! That shot was impossible! And I did it! I bloody did it!
3 days later, Haidt lay on his bed thinking.
For the first time, an Ulag operation had been a total fiasco.
Not only had the bombing failed, but 2 important, talented members of the organisation were now in prison.
He'd seen on television the person who was said to be the brains behind the capture of the Japanese terrorists, Public Prosecutor Stejan Olsson.
Had this man really been responsible for their defeat? Haidt found it hard to believe, or rather he was almost certain that it was an outright lie.
Could it have been that chief inspector who had also appeared on television? Haidt had noted the man's name and appearance.
Beck. Martin Beck.
He reached for the first volume of the telephone directory and leafed through it till he came to the right page.
There it was. Martin Beck, Chief Inspector. Schuppentgarten 822-8043.
He had a good memory, and he recalled walking in that particular street 6 weeks ago.
Hello, Martin Beck speaking. Hello? Hello?
Right, how was he going to get out of the country and when?
Well, that's the million-dollar question.
Christmas is his best chance.
Probably.
I looked at a map of Sweden last night for hours.
So did I.
What do you reckon? How do you think Haidt's going to leave the country?
Via Oslo, Helsingborg or Malmö.
Yep. So, what do we do about it? Bless you.
Thanks. Larson, do you think he's still here?
I do. I feel absolutely certain.
I think so too.
Can't stop bloody thinking about him.
But you can't be in 3 places at once.
No.
So you have to choose. And which one do you think's the most likely?
Well, they've got a mysterious booking on the Copenhagen boat on the night of the 22nd.
What sort of boat?
I don't know, it's called King Olaf Luxury Style Travel or something.
What sort of booking?
English bloke, apparently. Roger Blackman. Made me think of Andrew Black, you know, that's the name he used for the car. And police can't trace him, this Roger Blackman, so maybe.
I'll take Skaka with me and go to Malmö.
Why don't you take Rune?
Skaka knows Malmö, he lived there.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Melander and Rune will have to go to Helsingborg.
Which isn't an easy one.
No, they'll need backup, definitely. Do you want Strumgren to go with you to Norway?
I wouldn't want to go for a piss with Strumgren. I'll go on my own.
So which are the critical days, would you say?
20th to the 23rd.
And that means Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Or why not Christmas Eve as well?
Yeah, OK, Christmas Eve and all, but it'll go on Sunday.
According to you?
Yeah, well, it's my intuition. You can't have total monopoly, you know. Christ, Melander's going to be thrilled.
About what?
Sitting at a freezing cold ferry port for the whole of Christmas.
He'll have to put up with it, won't he?
OK, is that it then? Is that the plan?
Yeah.
You know what?
What?
I'd be careful for the next couple of days.
What do you mean?
You've been on the TV a lot, on the radio. Hyde might just fancy taking revenge before he buggers off.
Do you think so?
I do, yeah.
Shit.
I have regular working hours these days.
I know.
And a boss who's watching me.
I know.
So it looks a bit funny when a policeman comes to work and picks me up 45 minutes early.
Sorry.
It's all right.
These are very particular circumstances.
Really?
I've got to go away tonight.
Tonight?
To Malma. I should have left this afternoon, but I wanted to see you.
Oh, how long will you be gone? We'll be away for Christmas?
Maybe.
Well, how long have we got?
My train leaves at midnight.
OK. Shall we go to bed?
Yes, please.
Height could not see into the bedroom, but when the lights came on again, a woman came to the window. She was naked.
He recognised her immediately.
He pointed the gun at her heart.
If he pulled the trigger, she would be thrown backwards across the room and be dead before her back hit the wall.
Why do you have to go to Malma?
To look for Height.
Mr. Sideburns.
Yeah.
Do you know what I think he's doing at the moment?
What?
Fishing in Bali.
Really?
Well, I don't know, do I?
Will you come away from the window?
I'm looking at the stars.
Come away from the window.
What? What's wrong?
It's nothing. I just remembered something.
What?
Nothing.
Liar.
Larsson scared me, told me to be careful.
Of what?
Of Height.
Hyde watched as Martin Beck pulled the blinds down.
A moment later, Rhea was transforming the lobster in the fridge into something wonderful.
And Reinhard Height was walking calmly down Bullhouse Alley.
He had decided, in the end, that the Swedish policeman was not worth the trouble.
In fact, he could hardly believe a man so ordinary-looking could prove a real threat.
In that moment, as he walked away, he decided how he would leave the country.
On Sunday, the 22nd of December, the chaos at Malmö Terminal was at its worst.
There's so many people.
I know.
I don't see how we stand a chance.
Well, he's pretty tall.
Yeah, and that's all we've got going for us.
Well, maybe he'll take the Oslo route, give Larsson a chance to punch him.
At midday, 2 boats were due to set sail. Skaka went over to the Danish one, and Beck stood by the Swedish one.
The Danish boat cast off first, and Skaka, who'd been waiting by the gangway, headed toward the Swedish one.
Martin Beck was standing just behind the man who was clipping tickets when he saw Height only 2 meters away.
From much further away, 25 meters at least, Skaka saw Height and Height saw Skaka.
And Skaka's expression gave him away.
In that moment, Martin Beck took a step forward and grabbed hold of Height's right arm.
Height already had a pistol in his hand, and with all his strength he raised it towards Skaka.
Skaka aimed at Height and fired. Height fell to the ground and Skaka fell too.
Benny!
What happened?
You killed him.
Did I? Did I do the right thing?
Absolutely.
Oh, good. That's all right.
Yeah.
I feel really odd.
Just lie still.
What's wrong with me?
Before you killed him, he shot you.
Really?
Yeah. Just lie still.
Okay.
You'll be all right. You'll be fine.
Okay.
Can I speak to Gunvald Larsson, please?
Hang on a sec.
Thanks.
Someone on the phone wants Gunvald Larsson. That one that's dressed like a millionaire. It is. Can you go get him? Hang on a sec. He'll be here in a sec.
Okay.
Do you know who this hype bloke is?
He's an international terrorist who's killed hundreds of people.
Really?
Yes, really.
Oh, we haven't seen him here, and all the stopping cars and everything. He's creating the longest bloody traffic jam. Oh, you're here. He's here. Hang on, I'll pass you over. Passing you over.
Hello?
It's me.
What's happened?
We got him.
You've got him?
Yeah.
Alive?
No, sorry.
Shit.
Sorry.
Ah, sod it, at least it's over.
Gunvald Larsson suddenly felt that he had not slept for 1,000 years.
He managed to drive as far as Karlstad, and then gave up and stopped at a hotel.
And in Helsingborg, Melander and Rune almost danced with joy. They would, after all, be home in time for Christmas. Friday the 10th of January 1975 was just the kind of evening everyone hopes for more of.
The kind of evening when everyone has eaten and drunk well and knows they are free the next day, as long as nothing too horrible or unexpected happens.
Martin Beck, Rhea Nielsen, Lennart Kolberg and his wife Gun were playing a game called Crosswords.
X.
Again?
Yep.
What's the side time?
Yeah, as in ex-policeman.
Do you remember 10 years ago?
10 years ago?
Yeah, when the police had just been nationalised.
Yep.
I think that's when the job began to go downhill.
I don't think it was ever any good. It doesn't mean it's not getting worse. It gets worse all the time.
Why?
What?
Y. The letter Y. Ha! I won.
You did?
Congratulations.
That's 5 times you've won. And Leonard's won 4 times. Me and Martin haven't won once. He doesn't care, do you?
Not really.
Hey.
What?
Don't sit there thinking about all that now. Shall we play again?
Yeah, sure.
You know what the trouble is with you?
Me?
Yes, you've got the right job, at the wrong time, in the wrong country, in the wrong system.
Is that all?
Pretty much. OK, so it's my turn to start, and I say X.
You can't say X again.
I can, and I will. I say X, as in marks.
In The Terrorists by Mai Huerfal and Per Valeur, Martin Beck was played by Stephen McIntosh and Kolberg by Neil Pearson. Larsson was played by Ralph Ineson, Run by Wayne Foskett, and Melander by Adrian Scarborough. Skaka was played by Sam Alexander, Rhea by Nadine Marshall, Crasher, Robert Blythe, Bulldozer Ulsson, Michael Maloney, and Rebecca Lind, Hannah Wood. Height was played by Alex Lanne-Pecken, The Judge by John Rowe, and Levallois by David Seddon. Malm was played by Nick Murchie, Mr. Bunderson by Ben Crow, the Police Commissioner by Rick Warden, and Christiansson by Don Gillet. The Court Official was played by Matthew Watson, Ruth Salmonson by Philippa Stanton, and Gun Kolberg by Sally Orrock. Other parts were played by Paul Stonehouse and Joanna Brooks. The narrators were Leslie Sharp and Nicholas Gleaves. Original music was by Elizabeth Purnell. The Terrorists was dramatised for radio by Katie Hims, and the director was Mary Peet.
Fit to Plead by James Fairfax. Peatfield is a seemingly quiet and peaceful textile town in the Pennines. An image that is shattered, however, by a brutal murder and the discovery that witchcraft is being practiced.
Judy Bennett as Sally Clough in Fit to Plead by James Fairfax.
Peatfield 89651, Henry Tolley speaking.
Ah, Mr. Tolley.
Detective Chief Inspector Elvington here. I'm sorry to disturb you.
What is it, Inspector? It's 2:30 in the morning.
Well, I've been trying to get the vicar, so I thought as you're his curate, I'd
You've rung the vicarage?
Yes, there's no reply.
Well, that's odd.
I must be away.
Mr. Granger didn't say anything. What is it, Inspector?
A member of the public's just rung. Somebody's playing the organ in Peatfield Parish Church.
The organ at this hour?
The lights aren't on, but there are some people inside.
You don't think vandalism?
It's one possibility.
With the church being so isolated...
I thought it might be some sort of organ practice.
No, not at this hour.
I'll go out there right away, Mr. Tully. Can you meet me there?
I can be there in 10 minutes, Chief Inspector. Chief Inspector Elvington.
Ah, sorry I had to send for you, Mr. Tully.
Who can they be, these people in the church?
It's not easy to see through the stained glass, even with a full moon.
Oh, they're holding candles.
Yeah, and they're dressed in white.
What have they got in their faces?
They look like hoods.
Are there any vehicles around?
I haven't had time to check properly. Only just got here myself. All the doors are locked.
They must have keys. Unless they've forced a window.
No sign of that. I've checked.
Look, one of them's taking his robes off.
Eh? Aye. And he's lying in front of the altar.
This is witchcraft.
Hey, it's a woman.
Desecration.
Oh, they're standing over her.
They're holding hands. What are these people going to do, Inspector?
That's what we have to find out, Mr. Tully.
How?
By going inside.
I should have brought my keys.
We'll have to knock on the door and see what happens.
But do you think... do you think they'll be violent?
Oh, I doubt it.
I'm not a violent man.
Neither am I, unless I have to be. Here goes, then. Open this door. This is the police. Open the door.
They're running for it.
I'll go down to the back. Will you stay here, Mr. Tully?
No, I'll come with you. You may need help.
There's about a dozen of them.
What do you intend to do?
Ask them some questions.
This may be routine to you, Inspector, but for me...
It's new to me, too. They don't teach witchcraft at police college.
A van! They're going to get away!
Damn! No hope of getting the number.
Are you going to follow them, Inspector?
Well, I don't even know if they've committed an offence yet. Trespassing a church isn't a crime. Ah, that's the door they got out by. It was locked when I tried it.
The key was never left in the lock.
No, it isn't in now, either. Let's take a look inside.
I'll put the lights on, Inspector. The switch is just over here.
I'll shine the torch.
Oh, thank you. Here it is.
Well, that's better. Now we can see what we're doing.
Well, the candles are lit on the altar, but they aren't our candles.
Oh, they're black. Black candles.
And what's that on the altar? It looks like a skull.
It is a skull. Hey, there's some drawing on the altar cloth. Been done with a felt pen. A circle.
And inside the circle is a 5-pointed star. That's the traditional symbol of witchcraft.
You know about witchcraft, do you, Mr. Tully?
It goes back to the Stone Age. It's taken different forms over the centuries, but it's always been associated with perversion.
Perversion, eh?
Perversion of religion by worshipping the devil. Perversion of holy ceremony by performing the Black Mass. Perversion of sex in various degrading ways. To find it here, a quiet textile town, it's unthinkable.
You see, Mr. Tully, I've lived here all my life. Nothing's unthinkable in Peatfield when you know it as well as I do. Oh, it might look quiet and peaceful on the surface.
But such evil.
Well, life is very boring for a lot of people. Dull, flat. All these black stone buildings, the row of back-to-backs, the mists. The sort of thing they've been doing in here tonight. It obviously gives them a kick.
Oh, here's one of those robes.
Aye, the lady hadn't time to get dressed.
It's in two parts, a sort of hood with eye holes to cover the face.
That underneath part's made out of a sheet.
So degrading.
I'd better take possession of all these objects and pursue my inquiries.
Now look, Miss Luff, I tell you it is not possible.
Clough, Dr. Phoebe. My name is Clough, Sally Clough.
It is impossible for you to see Mr. Stanton. He is in this hospital because he is a very sick man.
I have a duty as a probation officer.
I also have a duty, Miss Clough. Roger Stanton is my patient in my hospital.
How long have you lived in England, Doctor?
Many years.
The court has to have a report. I don't know if you're aware of the system.
I am aware of the necessity to cure the minds of my patients.
The judge always has to have a social inquiry report before he sentences the accused.
There will, however, be no sentence for Mr. Stanton.
If he's found guilty of killing his wife, there's bound to be.
Before a man can be found guilty, he must first be fit to plead. If his mind is so disturbed that he will not understand the proceedings, he is unfit to plead. In such a case, he is not even asked to say if he is guilty or not guilty.
If he's unfit to plead, he'll be detained indefinitely.
In Broadmoor.
But Doctor, suppose he wants to deny it.
Deny what?
That he battered his wife to death with a poker.
If he is unfit to plead, there is no further trial. The law does not allow it. Not even when the accused is a solicitor, like Mr. Stanton.
I have been told to do a report.
I shall send to the judge a very detailed report on Mr. Stanton's condition. And there will be a report also from my friend, Dr. Clarendon.
The prison doctor, yes. But the judge will also
It was
want...
the judge who ordered that Mr. Stanton shall come to my hospital. It was a condition of his bail.
At least I ought to see Mr. Stanton.
What is the purpose of looking at a very sick young man?
Well, I should know that he is actually here.
And what do you think I have done with my patient?
What treatment is he getting?
Peaceful surroundings and the necessary drugs for his condition.
What is his condition, Doctor?
You shall see my report.
I'm sorry to be so persistent.
I'm also sorry about that.
In my job, I have to be persistent.
You are a very young woman, Miss Clough. You are not more than, 25 years?
You a mind reader, Dr. Phoebe?
A mind healer, Miss Clough. And it is my intention to heal this patient's mind, if that is possible.
It may not be.
So many questions from such a young woman. Perhaps I may also ask a question. How long have you been a probation officer?
Nearly a year.
That is a very short time. But you are yet so strong.
Life has made me strong.
Tell me about that, Miss Clough.
Does it matter?
If you answer my question, I will answer your question.
All right. When I was 16, my parents were killed in a car crash. So I left school and became a shorthand typist for a couple of years. Then I went to Australia, and then New Zealand, and worked my way around till I'd seen all there was to see.
All?
Enough. When I was 21, I came back to England, started studying again, and here I am. But I don't need psychoanalyzing.
Many persons who say that are not correct.
Dr. Phoebe, what is Mr. Stanton suffering from?
He is deeply depressed, and we believe that he has a schizoid condition.
Schizoid? Can that come on suddenly?
Sometimes.
I don't know Mr. Stanton very well, but I've seen him in action in the magistrate's court, and I've given evidence in some of his cases. I remember the very first time. He must have realised I'd never given evidence before, and he led me through it very considerately. He's a very kind man.
Many of my patients are kind persons.
He was brilliant. He did more criminal cases than any solicitor for miles around. Schizoid means a split mind, doesn't it?
An acceptable definition.
How does he show it?
Roger Stanton is grossly deluded.
What are these delusions, Doctor?
Professional confidence. But the delusions are completely fanciful and of a most sensational nature.
There's something that disturbs me about this case, Doctor. In my job, I see a fair number of prisoners. Yesterday, one of them told me he'd had a tip-off, on the grapevine, that Roger Stanton had been framed.
You should inform Mr. Stanton's solicitor.
I have. I rang him this morning, Martin Hensley. He's Mr. Stanton's senior partner. He didn't seem interested.
Should he be interested in such a rumour, Miss Clough?
You're not going to let me see your patient, are you?
Correct.
So I shall have to report all this to Miss Bordle. She's my boss.
Fortunately, I do not have any boss. This is a private hospital. I am the owner, and the decisions are made by myself only. I can think only of what is good for my patients.
We are all responsible to others, Dr. Phoebe. No man is an island. Not even the owner of a mental hospital.
And how are you feeling now, Mr. Stanton? Can you hear me? I ask you, how are you feeling?
I don't feel very well.
Try to relax, Mr. Stanton.
You keep telling me that, Doctor.
You will soon receive another injection, and that will help you.
Oh, not another injection. They make me... They make me so I can't think properly. I can't see properly. My eyes go blurred. Let me try without the injection.
Yeah, in order to cure you, Mr. Stanton.
Let me just have the pills. Let me try.
They are all working very hard for you.
Why does nobody ever come to see me?
You have to rest.
But just for a few minutes.
What can I do if your friends do not come?
Can you get a message to my partner, Martin? Martin Hensley. He's defending me. I want to talk to him about my case.
That is not necessary, Mr. Stanton. Please do not think about it.
I can't have killed Margaret. I liked her. Loved her. We had arguments, but... How can I have bashed her head in?
No, Mr. Stanton. You must not think about that.
Blood everywhere, they say. On my hands, my clothes... My fingerprints on the poker. How can I have done all that to Margaret?
You must try to forget about it, Mr. Stanton.
Elvington, he's the one. He's the one who did it. It was Elvington. He did it and made it look as if it was me. He wanted to get me put away.
Please, Mr. Stanton, please.
I want to tell Martin all about Elvington.
Rest, Mr. Stanton. You must have rest if you are to become well again.
Another coffee, Sally?
No, thank you, Miss Bordle.
Well, you were quite right to come and tell me.
I had to go straight to the top.
I'm not sure you did right before you came. There are procedures, Sally. There are proper paths. The most direct path may not be the best path. It may lead you through a minefield. You knew that Roger Stanton had a solicitor acting for him, and you should have obtained his permission before you went anywhere near that hospital.
When I phoned Martin Hensley about the tip-off, he didn't want to know. I don't think he's very bright. I've watched him in court a few times. Oh, he's polished, but not bright.
Well, whatever you think about Mr. Hensley, he is Stanton's solicitor. You should have gone to him first. If he said no, you could have said so in your report. Nobody could have blamed you.
Avoiding blame isn't the only object in life.
Of course it isn't.
Roger Stanton's been caught in some kind of trap.
You can't believe every tip-off, Sally.
He's helpless lying there. To get locked away for life. I think that's what Dr. Phoebe wants, so that he can shut Stanton's mouth. And I wouldn't be surprised if Martin Hensley wants the same.
But think a moment. Why should either of them want to shut Stanton's mouth, as you call it?
I don't know yet, but I'm sure that's what they're doing.
Sally, this is dangerous talk, loose talk, irresponsible. Now, you've done very well since you came to us. Don't spoil it all by too much emotion. You must never get involved with your clients. You must remain detached.
How can I in a case like this, Miss Bordle?
Go and see Mr. Hensley and try to do everything according to the book. You'll find it's the quickest way in the end.
I'm sorry if it's an inconvenient time, Mr. Hensley.
I was playing snooker. Always do after lunch. That's what this club's for, Miss Clough.
I rang you yesterday about that tip-off.
How could I forget it?
And this morning I've been to the hospital.
Yes, I know. I was very cross when they told me.
You know?
Small place, Peatfield. Tight little place. Everybody knows what's going on. You should have come to see me before you went to Phoebix Hospital, you know.
I apologise.
Either I'm representing Roger or I'm not.
I want to do the best I can for Mr. Stanton.
So do I. So do we all. But you just leave all that to me. Social inquiry report, that wouldn't do any good at all. Not in Roger Stanton's case. There's nothing anybody can do for Roger Stanton. I wish they were, despite what he's done to me.
Tell me about that, Mr. Hensley.
Tell you what?
About Roger Stanton. I need all the background I can get.
Well, I took Roger into my firm when he was 18 because I knew his father. He was a foreman at Bellersleys. I did his conveyance, you know, when he moved house.
Was Roger at the local grammar school?
One of the best they ever turned out. I was very glad to have him. I said he could build up the court work side. Never appealed to me much. Court work. And my God, he did build it up. Oh, yes. Turnover up every year. Everything in the garden was perfect. And then this business. As you'll know, it's been in all the papers, on the TV, the lot. What you won't know is what it's done to my practice. Clients can forgive a solicitor a lot, Miss Clough, but to murder his own wife, like that, takes a bit of swallowing, leaves a nasty taste behind.
You don't want any more publicity, do you?
It's hitting my practice.
Would you prefer Mr. Stanton to be found unfit to plead?
Exactly what are you inferring, Miss Clough?
I want your permission to go and see Roger Stanton.
I really can't see the point.
I'd still like to see him.
There'll be 2 medical reports.
Dr. Phoebic's been talking to you, hasn't he?
I do talk to my clients, Doctor, from time to time, yes. You'd criticize me if I didn't.
It is a tight little town, Mr. Hensley. You were right. I've never realised just how tight it is. Almost incestuous.
There's no need to be rude.
But, Mr. Hensley, just let me tell you this. The more that the people of this town try to close doors to me, the more I shall kick at them.
At the people?
No, at the doors. I'm going to do what I can for that man.
Now listen, young woman. Just who do you think you're talking to like this?
Since you ask me, Mr. Hensley, to a somewhat complacent solicitor, to say the least, with all due respect.
Seems to me, Miss Clough, that you haven't any respect at all.
Oh, I have, for things that deserve respect.
I'm going back to my snooker.
You can spare me another 5 minutes. I want to know more about Margaret Stanton, the victim.
Oh, yes? Well, I didn't know her all that well. Met her at a few social functions. She was German, you know.
Really? Did Dr. Phoebic know her?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Did you like Margaret?
Now, what's that got to do with it?
It helps me form a picture.
Well, no, I didn't. I didn't. You're going to ask me why? Well, don't bother. She wasn't my type, I suppose. Now, you're going to ask me what my type is, aren't you? Well, I haven't really got one, or I wouldn't be a bachelor. She's a bit blousy, if you ask me. Blousy. Thick lips. Big earrings. Lots of bosom, showing most of it. Could have been a barmaid. Not to put too fine a point on it, she was a bit of a tart.
Was there any scandal about her?
People used to say things about her. Don't ask me what, I don't really know. Maybe they were prejudiced against her because she was German. Patriotic little place, Peatfield.
How can we prove that Mr. Stanton is fit to plead?
Well, now, suppose he is fit. Where does that get us? If you've read those statements, it's all nail on, you know. Either way, he's inside for years and years, and Broadmoor's a lot better place than Dartmoor.
To prove he is fit to plead, what evidence would we need?
Medical evidence. But his own doctor's against him. So is the other side's doctor, Clarendon.
I don't intend to give up, Mr. Hensley. Believe me.
Goodbye, my dear. I'm so glad you called. Smithson?
Sir?
You got a phone book there?
Certainly, sir.
I want to make a call, Smithson, to the Chief Probation Officer, Miss Bordall. Ah, Miss Clough. So it's you.
Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Crowley.
Sorry to be so out of breath. I've been teaching the lads the noble art of boxing.
They told me you were here when I rang the surgery.
Oh, let's sit down then and tell me all about it.
Thanks. I've been getting myself into trouble, Doctor. Professional trouble.
Oh, how can I help, my dear?
You know this murder case, Roger Stanton?
Oh, doesn't everybody in Peatfield? They talk of nothing else when they pour into my surgery, like cattle market day in Ballygooley.
Well, I've been asked to do a social inquiry report on Stanton. But I've been to Dr. Phoebic's hospital, and Phoebic won't even let me see him.
Old bullet head. He wouldn't.
Is that what they call him?
I do.
What's wrong with him?
Oh, he means well, but he likes trying offbeat ideas on his patients.
He says Stanton's unfit to plead, and so does Dr. Clarendon.
Old Clary wouldn't know much about it. He'd look at Phoebic's report, ask Stanton his name, tell him to touch his toes, and then write out Phoebic's report again in his own words. Charming fellow, but one thing Clary cannot tolerate is work.
Oh, it gets worse all the time.
Wish I could help.
Do you know Roger Stanton?
I've seen him at the squash club, but I doubt if I've ever said to him more than, "This shower's bloody hot," which it always is. He's a damn fine squash player. He was.
Would you say he's a schizoid?
Schizoid? Roger Stanton? Never. But I haven't seen him since since the murder. Whoever did it. It certainly wasn't an accident.
Stanton should at least have the chance to fight the case. But that means finding a doctor who says he is fit to plead.
Shouldn't Martin Hensley be doing all this?
Hensley's as unhelpful as Phoebe. If you take the same attitude, I shall think it's me at fault.
Odd you should say that, Miss Clough, because I can't help you.
Oh, this is all I needed.
Stanton can't be moved from Phoebe's place without a court order.
For which I need medical evidence.
Which I can't give you because he isn't my patient. And Phoebe wouldn't let me cross the threshold. You know, Miss Clough, after careful diagnosis, it's my considered opinion that here we have an interesting case of cleft sticitis.
Is there nothing we can do?
Well, there is one possibility. Not that I'm advising you to take it, Miss Clough. You'd probably be in contempt of court, and that could mean trouble for both of us. So if ever you say I put the idea into your head, I'll deny it before all the angels in heaven.
Tell me, Dr. Crowley, please.
If Roger Stanton were to... how shall I put it? To decide to walk out of that hospital and happen to find his way into my surgery and said he felt ill and asked me to examine him, I'd be bound to do so. And if I found him mentally fit, well, I'd have to be honest about it.
Oh, I can see daylight at last.
Don't blame me if you go to prison.
Do people go to prison for trying to help other people?
Yes.
Well, thank you for your help, Dr. Crowley.
Oh, I've done nothing except give you highly dangerous advice.
Oh, one more thing. Is there anything you can tell me about Margaret Stanton? If Roger didn't kill her, we've got to find out who did, and that means motives.
One of my women patients did give me a bit of gossip not long before Margaret Stanton died. Oh, I'm sure it's a load of old bull.
What was it?
You remember that night some people were found in the parish church and left that skull and all that?
Very well indeed.
Well, it was about a couple of months ago, I suppose, a week or two before the murder. Well, this patient of mine said they were a witch's coven. That's the word for it, isn't it?
Yes.
Local people. All of them, she said. And according to her, the priestess of this coven was none other than Margaret Stanton. Hensley, Stanton and Company. Martin Hensley speaking.
Sally Clough here, Mr. Hensley. I've found a doctor who's prepared to examine Mr. Stanton, if only we can get him out of hospital.
And how do we do that?
Could we apply to the judge, do you think?
Not without evidence. You'd need somebody who could say from his own knowledge that Roger ought to leave there.
I don't know anyone who's seen him in hospital, except the doctors and you.
If you saw him yourself, you'd soon change your attitude.
I accept the challenge.
Miss Clough, have you no other clients to attend to? If you haven't, I have. Goodbye, and please don't trouble me again.
Now there's no alternative. I've got to do it.
Mr. Stanton, I am here in order to give you a new treatment.
No, please, Doctor, not another injection. I don't need it.
I am the doctor and you are the patient, Mr. Stanton.
I've been feeling better. It's been coming back after the concussion or whatever it was. I have to be able to prove it wasn't me, that I didn't kill Margaret, that it was somebody else. Elvington, he's the one.
Delusions, Mr. Stanton.
They're not delusions.
And you may not remember, but 2 days ago you told me your wife was a witch.
She was. She admitted it, and we had that terrific argument.
And then you killed her?
No, I didn't kill her. She wasn't killed till the next day. I got home, and there she was, lying there. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Will nobody believe me? Will nobody help me? Why will nobody help me? Martin. Where's Martin Hensley?
Mr. Hensley is paying for you to stay here.
Oh.
That is important help for you.
He should be seeing Elvington. That's what he should be doing.
Dr. Phoebe speaking.
Miss Sally Clough is here to see you, Doctor. She's in reception.
Oh, Himmel. Yes, I will come and speak to her. In my office. Excuse me for a few minutes, Mr. Stanton. I have to inform you, Miss Clough, that at last my patience is exhausted.
You talk about your patients, Doctor. I've been having a somewhat trying time too. So I've decided that if you don't let me see Roger Stanton now, I shall go to the judge tomorrow and tell him the whole story and ask him to transfer Mr. Stanton to another hospital. If you throw me out, it will strengthen my case.
You are threatening me, I think.
I'm sure I am. I've tried reasoning and pleading, and I'm moving on to threatening, yes.
What is your real interest in this case, Miss Clough? Roger Stanton is not a friend to you?
He's a client.
And do you do all this for every client?
I've never had such obstruction before.
In some ways, Miss Clough, I admire you. You have spirit.
Oh, thank you for the concession, Doctor. And now you can take me to Roger Stanton's room.
That is no problem, Miss Clough.
I must see him alone.
There's no objection to that. No objection at all.
I remember you. Yes, I do remember you now, Miss Clough.
You were very kind to me, Mr. Stanton.
Was I? It's very good to see you. It's good to see anyone. No one's been near for days and days.
Phoebe says you're suffering from a schizoid condition.
Schizoid? How do I know if I've got that? Isn't one of the symptoms of being a schizoid that you don't know you are one?
The immediate problem is to prove you're not. Then we can get you tried. Then we have to prove you're innocent.
No. Oh, it's for the prosecution to prove I'm guilty, beyond reasonable doubt.
You're no schizoid, Mr. Stanton. I have a doctor lined up to examine you as soon as you can get out of here.
How do I get out?
Through that window. It's the only way. It'll have to be at night.
Oh, I'm so confused. Phoebe's been giving me drugs.
Roger, who did murder your wife?
I can't prove it, but I'm sure Detective Chief Inspector Elvington is behind it all. He had it in for me. I was defending in a corruption case that's coming up, and I was trying to get proof that he'd invented some evidence. Elvington is bent, you know. Ask any prisoner he's given evidence against, they all say the same.
What can you remember about the murder?
There was this big argument with Margaret the day before.
Mm-hmm.
I'd seen her go to the phone, look up a number in her diary, and then speak to someone about that business in the church, the witchcraft thing. She was obviously there when it happened.
You never suspected anything like that?
Oh, it was a hell of a shock. And so we had this argument, the neighbours heard, and things got thrown and broken. And the next evening, when I got home, I found Margaret in the living room, and there was blood everywhere. And then everything went blank, and the next thing I remember is being in hospital and Elvington was asking me questions. Whoever killed Margaret must have been hiding and attacked me from behind, knocked me out, and then made it look as if I'd killed her. The police say I got hit on the head in the struggle with Margaret, but there was no struggle.
How can you prove that Elvington's involved?
I think the secret lies in that diary. There's a telephone number, and I think it's Elvington's.
Who has the diary?
Guess.
Not...
Yes. He's in charge of the case.
The diary isn't referred to in the prosecution statements. There isn't even a reference to witchcraft.
Elvington wouldn't want it, would he?
Did you tell the police about Margaret's phone call?
I couldn't remember that part then. I've had a lot of time to think while I've been in here.
I don't see why Elvington should kill your wife and frame you for it, even if you were going to expose him in the corruption case.
If he didn't do it, he's shielding the man who did.
Or the woman.
Well, yes.
Elvington says you admitted killing Margaret when he interviewed you.
Putting on the verbals. It's the oldest trick in the Crooked Copper's book. Elvington does it in case after case.
He just invents things that have never been said.
What can be easier? When the accused doesn't have to sign anything.
Roger, do you trust your partner?
Martin? Oh, yes, of course. I owe everything to Martin.
He isn't burning with enthusiasm about your case.
He's a bit vague sometimes, is Martin, but he gets there in the end.
He seems to accept that you've gone completely, well, round the bend. But you're every bit as sane as I am. Well, I think I'm still sane.
Well, when I first came in here, I was a bit off it, I admit. Everything seems so hopeless. To lose Margaret and get accused of doing it. And everything seemed to point against me. I don't blame Martin for drawing the wrong conclusions.
I expect Phoebic's taken your clothes away.
Burnt them, I shouldn't wonder.
Does your watch keep good time?
What? Yes, perfect.
Yes, it agrees with mine. Don't let Phoebic give you any more pills today. Pretend to swallow them, but keep them on your tongue. I want Dr. Crowley to see them. And I want you wide awake when I come to this window at 3 o'clock. That's in just under 10 hours from now. I shall tap on the window. Open the top part, and I'll hand some clothes through.
Well, how will you get them? The police have the keys to my house.
I'll borrow some from social services. They won't be Savile Row.
Anything to get out of here.
Then you can undo the latch, and we'll slide the lower part up. And out you jump. My car will be just outside the gates, ready to race you to Dr. Crowley.
This is like a commando exercise.
Can you say any other way?
I'm not objecting.
Right. I'll be outside your window at 3 o'clock sharp, then. And do not go to sleep. Sally Clough speaking.
Mary Bordle here, Sally.
Oh, hello, Miss Bordle.
Sally, I know it's nearly 9 o'clock, but I must see you. It's very urgent.
Tonight?
Yes.
Oh, can't it wait till tomorrow?
I think not.
Well, all right, yes. But where?
Could you possibly come round to my flat now?
Well, yes, if it's urgent. I'll be there in about 10 minutes.
I've been so very worried about you, Sally.
About me?
I'd hoped I'd made myself clear when I saw you this morning. I told you not to take any further step in this wretched Roger Stanton business without getting Mr. Hensley's permission.
I don't know why you say wretched Roger Stanton. And anyway, helping wretched people is what the probation service is all about.
I've been in it for 24 years and I don't need any lectures. You went to the hospital again this evening?
Yes, Miss Bordle, I did.
And saw Mr. Stanton?
Yes.
I couldn't believe it when I heard.
News couldn't travel faster with drums in the jungle.
This is serious, Sally.
Believe me, Miss Bordle, I was never involved in anything more serious in my life.
I have decided to withdraw you from the Stanton case. I shall attend to it myself. You must also give me an undertaking now that you'll take no further action of any kind by contacting Dr. Phoebe or Stanton or Mr. Hensley or anyone else.
And if I refuse?
I like you, Sally. You've done extremely well since you came to us. Your capacity for work is, well, beyond criticism. But it has to be applied properly.
If I refuse to give you the undertaking?
Orders have to be obeyed, Sally. We're not a military force. I hope the discipline is reasonably informal. I never stand over my probation officers in normal circumstances. But orders
You are standing over me now.
For the good of the service.
I'm thinking of the good of a man who's caught in the most cruel trap. He needs my help. My instinct is to give it. Can that be wrong, Miss Baldwin?
Your instinct isn't wrong, of course it isn't. But we cannot always do what our instincts tell us, now can we? That way lies all the human wretchedness that you and I deal with every day of our lives. Prisons are full of people who only know how to obey their instincts.
So, if I refuse the undertaking and continue to help Roger Stanton?
You will be suspended until the probation committee have considered the matter.
Well, that's plain.
Do try to see my point of view, Sally. Don't throw your career away.
Miss Bordle, do you think Roger Stanton did kill his wife?
That has nothing whatever to do with either you or me. It's for the court to decide, not the probation service.
There is evidence that his wife was a witch.
A what?
A witch, so-called.
What evidence?
Roger's wife had a diary.
Roger's wife?
This diary probably has a telephone number that could lead us to these witch people, and the one who killed her.
My dear Sally, you're living in fairyland.
I'm going on with this, Miss Bordle.
I've done everything I can to help you, Sally.
Whatever happens, nobody's going to blame you.
Think again, please, before you burn your boats.
I'm sorry, Miss Bordle. Good night.
One does one's best. One does one's level best for people. Come on.
Councillor Sugden here?
Councillor, this is Mary Bordle.
Oh, hello, my dear.
I'm sorry to trouble you at this hour.
We public men are always on duty. That's what I always say.
With the chairman of the probation committee being ill.
Miss Stevenson,
I
yes.
thought I'd better have a word with you, Councillor Sugden. I'm having problems with one of my young officers, Sally Clough.
Oh, I remember her. Bright little thing. What you been up to?
Well, Sally's being very foolish. I wonder if you could have a word with her. She might take more notice of you.
Anything to help, my dear? Tell me all about it, and I'll have a word with pleasure.
Well, it's rather urgent, but the position is this. You see, it started when I put her onto the Roger Stanton.
Well, I don't usually go calling on young women at 10 o'clock at night.
If it's official business, Councillor Sugden.
Of course it is, Miss Clough.
No need to apologise for that.
No. Well, you see, my dear, you'll know what it's about. Miss Bordle has been on to me.
Then I do know what it's about.
Yeah, I remember when we appointed you, Miss Clough. When you came for the interview. Got a future, that one, I said. No doubt I was going to get the job as soon as you'd been in. And we get reports, you know. Oh, yes, the committee keep an eye on things. And I've been right about you, up to now.
This all began because I was carrying out my orders to do a social inquiry report.
Your orders have been changed.
If you knew all about it, Councillor Sugden...
I know enough. I want you to listen to my advice, young lady. I'm a bit more experienced than you.
And a lot more important.
I didn't say that.
They say you own half Peakfield.
That's an exaggeration.
Builder, property owner, magistrate, councillor. Oh, you're a powerful man.
Anything I've got, I've worked for. I didn't have no education, 3 hours, and that's about all. But I've worked hard. Oh, I've done all right, yes, but I've tried to do my bit for the town as well. And I don't like to see a young woman like you making a mess of things.
I'm not treading on your toes.
You've upset Mary Bordle. There's a good woman, that. Known her over 20 years. Done a lot for the folk in Peatfield. And Dr. Feebig. You're upsetting him. Now, I know some folk don't like him.
I'm one of them.
Well, he's done a lot more for people than you'd ever imagine. I should know. My poor old mam, she's 92. And Feebig's looked after her for the past 8 years. He understands people like that.
I'm trying to help Roger Stanton.
He's got other folk looking after him. He doesn't need you.
We shall see. But it's no use wasting any more of your valuable time, Councillor Sugden. My mind is made up.
Hello, Miss Clough. 4-star, yours, isn't it?
I'm okay for petrol, Charlie. Do you still have a mechanic on duty?
Not at 11:30 at night. Can I do anything?
There's definitely something wrong with Moppet. Carburettor or plugs or points or petrol or something.
Now, first tell me what it's doing wrong, dear.
Well, she's difficult to start, especially when she's warm. And I've got rather an important job to do tonight.
Robbing another bank, are we?
Not exactly.
Get away, car, eh? I should make a better one if I were you. Begging your pardon. We're robbing a bank in an MG Middy.
I've got to help a client.
And Jay registered at that.
Don't be so rude about Moppet.
Pull her across to the service bay, Miss Clough, and I'll have a look. Things I'd do for you, me darling.
And I love you for it, Charlie. You know I do.
There's no need to apologise, Miss Bordle. It's good to see you again. Things can get a bit lonely in here at midnight.
Well, I was glad you happened to be on duty, Mr. Elvington. There's a very worrying matter. It concerns the Roger Stanton case.
Oh, yes.
One of my junior officers was asked to prepare the social inquiry report.
I thought so.
You know about this?
Miss Sally Clough.
What do you know about it?
She's quite dishy, isn't she?
Quite what? Chief Inspector?
I mean, she's a very nice young woman. She's very likeable. But she's been upsetting people, poking her nose in a bit too far.
So you've heard.
That's part of my job, Miss Boardall. To keep me here as close to the ground as I possibly can without actually falling on my face.
I have heard it suggested that the murdered woman in the case...
Margaret Stanton.
Yes, that she was involved in witchcraft.
Well, she was.
Oh?
Well, there are definite pointers. She was in on that moonlight mumbo-jumbo in the church.
Have you evidence?
Wouldn't stand up in court. But people tell you things, you get hints, you pick up traces here and there. We've reason to think there's some very prominent people in Peakfield are mixed up in this witchcraft thing. But the closer you get to the centre, the harder it is to get the facts. They sew their lips together. There's a conspiracy of silence. Well, as you'd expect. It's not the sort of thing people want splashing about, especially when one of them's been murdered.
Do you know who any of the other witch people are?
3 of them.
Long way to go.
Yeah, it's not all that important. The witch thing's got nothing to do with the murder, that's my opinion. So why should I embarrass a lot of my fellow Peatfielders for nothing?
Well, that's considerate.
I was sorry in a way I couldn't press on with it. Fascinating. There was a particular word that kept cropping up.
A word?
A sort of password as far as I could gather.
What is the word?
Angelica.
Angelica? What does it mean?
My guess is it's a way of letting another person know you're in the Brotherhood.
Or sisterhood?
It's got both sexes in it, oh yes.
Mr. Elvington, are you quite sure that Roger Stanton is guilty?
Open and shut. Argument, fingerprints, blood all over his clothes, confession. What more can a jury want?
I'm relieved to hear it.
The only slight doubt I had at one time was about, well...
About what, Inspector?
Well, there was a fingerprint on one of the deceased's earrings that we couldn't eliminate. It isn't hers, or Stanton's, or anybody's in the shop where she bought it. We don't know whose it is.
Do the defence know about this?
This negative evidence doesn't lead anywhere. Of course, we shall tell them if they ask a specific question. Well, there's no point in handing them things they can twist and make a meal out of. Stanton used to be very good at that.
Who has the dead woman's diary?
I have. It's in my safe over there.
May I see it?
Why, Miss Bourdall?
Well, I'm having disciplinary problems with Sally Clough. She's made certain allegations, and I want to be fair to her and to Stanton.
Well, the diary isn't relevant.
Then there can't be any harm in my seeing it.
I haven't the authority.
Who has?
The Director of Public Prosecutions, but he might leave it to the judge to decide.
Which makes it difficult.
Regulations. We all have regulations, don't we?
Oh, yes. One last matter, Chief Inspector. That corruption case that's coming up, the planning officer...
Arnold Fielder.
Roger Stanton was defending...
His partner's taken over, Martin Ensley.
Is that good news for you?
I'd rather have Ensley defending.
Because it'll be easier for you.
He's a very reasonable man, Mr. Ensley. He's easy to get on with. Known him for over 20 years. I've never fallen out with him. Not once.
He's a different type of man from Roger Stanton.
Frankly, Miss Bourdall, Stanton is too aggressive.
And thorough?
Oh, I'll give him that. He's thorough. He does a lot of digging in every case he takes on. And he usually turns up something. At least he did.
What would he have turned up in the corruption case, Chief Inspector?
We'll never know.
Is Arnold Fielder the only one involved?
He's the only one who's been charged.
But the tip of the iceberg?
There's big money in town planning.
So a number of Peatfielders can sleep more easily now that Stanton's out of the way.
Could be.
You couldn't give me any names. In confidence, Chief Inspector.
As much as my job's worth.
I've heard Stanton was going to make some allegations against you.
He did that every time. Those were his tactics. Attack the police, accuse us of inventing things, planting evidence, making up confessions. Oh, it could be very effective. Jurors are very gullible people, and anti-police, a lot of them. But Stanton won't be trying those tricks again. Oh, no. That young man has done it for the very last time.
Come on, Roger, come on. Wake up. What has that man done to you? We can't fail now. Oh, thank goodness for that, he's waking. It's me, Roger. It's Sally. I've got some clothes for you. Open the top window. The top window. That's it. Here you are.
Thanks, Sally. Sorry, I don't know why I nodded off. When I want to sleep, I can't.
Undo the catch and we lift this bottom window. Good.
It won't move.
It must.
It's stuck.
We'll try lifting together. Right. Now.
My God, the alarm.
Jump down, quick. It's only a few feet. Come on, Roger.
I'm doing my best.
We've got to move fast.
I feel so weak.
Now, jump. I'll help you.
Right. Oh, a foot.
You haven't hurt yourself.
I'll manage.
Run for the car if you can. It's only a few yards.
My legs. They're so stiff.
Do try to hurry up, Roger, please.
Oh, sports cars. They're so low down.
Oh, that's it. Oh, come on. Oh. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, no. He said he'd fixed it. Oh, Moppet, you can't let me down now.
Over there.
Come on, don't let me down now.
Phoebe has a Mercedes.
He won't catch me. It's the best driver, not the best car that wins.
Thank you for coming here so quickly, Chief Inspector.
Did you get the number of the car, Doctor?
It wasn't possible.
Was the other person a man or a woman?
There's only one person it can be, Mr. Elvington.
Sally Clough?
Correct.
Oh, we'll have him within hours.
Good. That is very good.
If we don't get Stanton by the time the court sits at 10:30, I'll have to inform the judge. He'll issue a bench warrant for Stanton's arrest.
That will be necessary?
It's routine.
It will be better if you can arrest him before 10:30, I think.
Oh, much.
I do not wish to cause any more illness to my patient.
The very fact of his escape
What
shouldn't do...
will happen to the girl?
Oh, Sally? Lovely little Sally. Have you seen her in summer dresses, Doctor?
No.
Oh, quite something.
You like Miss Clough, I think.
There's no sentiment in my job. When we get our hands on that young lady, it'll be contempt of court for her. He knew he was breaking his bail by leaving. She's obviously planned the whole thing.
And her punishment?
12 months. 18.
I shall not wish to make any charge against Miss Clough.
It won't be your decision, Dr. Phoebe.
But I'm often disturbed by patients in the early hours of the morning, Miss Clough. Do sit down, both of you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Would you like a cup of tea or something?
We've no time, Dr. Crowley.
On the run.
If they get us before you've examined Roger...
You realise that I am not an expert in psychiatry. Of course, there's a lot of mumbo-jumbo to it. They don't know much more about it than I do, or any other reasonably intelligent person. Nobody really knows how the human mind works. It's the most intricate piece of machinery that evolution has produced.
I'm sure it is, Dr. Crowley. But don't you think we ought to get on with the examination?
We've only read the first line on the first page of the Book of the Human Mind.
Either they get better or they don't. And most of them do, whatever you do to them.
Modern medicine in a nutshell, Roger. Now, what's wrong with you?
Well, only that I've been a bit bowled over by all this. Finding my wife like that, and being accused and then kept in that hospital.
Anybody who goes into Phoebe's place and isn't depressed when he goes in certainly is when he comes out.
I don't quarrel with that.
Clough is a patient of yours.
She is on my list, yes.
Oh, we want to see her. It's urgent. We think she might try to contact you.
Oh, why should Miss Clough try to contact me, Inspector?
Well, I can't explain now, Doctor, but if she does, will you give me a ring?
I can't deal with this now, Inspector. I have a patient who's bleeding.
I see. I'm sorry.
I must have a patient who's bleeding. Several of them.
Did you bring the pills, Roger?
Yes, they're here.
Now, let me see. Ah, I thought so. Car Phoebe's speciality. The rest of the profession gave these up years ago. Are you religious, Roger?
Well, not specifically.
Meaning what?
Well, it's all very wonderful and well worked out and intricate. But how do I know if there's a being behind it all, pulling the strings, listening to my thoughts, and writing it all down in a great big book?
A somewhat simplified view of religion. Of course, I'm biased. I'm a Catholic. A congenital condition. And our religion is deliciously complicated. Complexity is all, as in Victorian architecture.
But the report. We're here for a report and there's so little time.
Miss Clough, when you are talking to your patients, do you always ask them direct questions?
I think so.
Then I commend my method to you. You can learn much more about a person by asking irrelevant questions. And now I've said that, Roger, you'll suspect everything I ask you.
I shall try to give honest answers.
Oh, a most abnormal patient you've brought me, Miss Clough. Honest answers, indeed.
I thought you might want to ask Roger about the case, his case.
If I don't forget.
There may be a knock at that door at any moment.
I shall stall them. Now, let me feel your pulse, Roger. Mm-hmm. Yes. You have a pulse. That is very satisfactory. Is your heart still beating?
Rather fast.
Excellent. Keep it going. After what Miss Clough just said, I thought I should check in the essentials. Oh, before I forget, did you kill your wife?
I did not.
Good. What makes you tick?
Are you back onto religion?
Answer it how you like.
Whether we like it or not, we are here. And we have to make the best of it, fulfilling ourselves, learning and striving, playing to the limit of ourselves, and hoping to find happiness when things click, as they sometimes do, and gritting our teeth and defying the storm when they don't, which is what's happening right now.
Miss Clough, your friend is frighteningly sane. He should be examining me. You can have your report or statement or illuminated address or whatever.
Oh, there's your fee, Doctor.
What fee?
Well, I'm not on your list.
Mr. Stanton, do you think I'd have on my list a man who wants to drag my profession down to the penny-scraping level of your own?
Thank you for all you've done, Dr. Crowley.
My dear, I've done nothing but have an interesting conversation, one of the lost arts of this busy world.
We have to go and see Martin Hensley before he leaves for work, and before we get arrested.
Oh, he'll be playing with his model trains. He is whenever I call.
Are you his doctor?
Didn't you know?
I did not.
I did.
I'll write out that report now.
So, you like my trains, Miss Clough?
Very complicated. Very impressive, Mr. Hensley.
How did you get out of hospital, Roger?
I climbed out.
Jumped.
Is this Miss Clough's doing?
I helped, yes.
I warned you not to interfere.
Someone had to help, Roger.
You're both extremely foolish. I tried very hard for you in the magistrate's court, Roger. Now, most defendants in murder cases are remanded to prison, as you well know.
Well, I'm grateful, Martin, but it didn't work out at the hospital.
Now it'll mean the prison hospital. And there's nothing I can do about that.
I wouldn't expect you to try.
Well, that's not fair, Sally.
Oh, you'll find your saviour to be a very incautious young woman.
We've been to see Dr. Crowley. He says there's nothing wrong with Roger.
His opinion won't stand up against Phoebic and Clarendon. You were very ill-advised to leave that hospital, Roger.
There was no other way.
It's bound to go against you at the trial. The judge will be prejudiced against you from the start.
Mr. Hensley, the police have Margaret Stanton's diary, and we want you to get hold of it.
I'll think about it.
Think?
I may take counsel's opinion.
How long will that take?
Oh, you're a young woman in a hurry, Miss Clough. You have no patience at all. Your idea of progress is to cut corners. Look at these two trains going smoothly round their tracks. All is well, because I planned it that way, with thought and care. But suppose I try to be smart and speed things up and don't take the trouble to think about it.
Oh, your trains, Mr. Hensley.
You haven't damaged them.
What a shame.
It'll be worth it if I taught you something, Miss Clough. And even you, Roger. You were always pretty level-headed, but now that Miss Corner-Cutting Clough is leading you...
We've got this report from Dr. Crowley.
Thank you. In my opinion, Roger Stanton is not suffering. Oh, he's unlikely to benefit. Oh. I see.
How will you use it?
I shall file it.
Is that all?
Maybe of some use at the trial. Shall show it to counsel.
Oh, this is preposterous.
Martin, I'd like to talk to you about my defence.
There isn't time now.
I'll come and see you in prison, Roger.
I'm sure I've been framed by Chief Inspector Elvington.
And I was thinking how much better you seemed.
Did you know Margaret Stanton was a witch?
These delusions are infectious.
You see, it's been coming back to me, Martin. I caught Margaret telephoning to one of those people.
You said nothing about this when I took the statement from you.
Well, if you'd been to see me again, Martin...
You could have written to me.
This can have a colossal bearing on the murder. That diary may prove the whole thing if you'll make an effort to get hold of it. There's so little time.
Don't excite yourself.
You're so complacent.
You told me that before.
You were that before.
This is wasting time, Sally.
Oh, you'll soon learn, Roger, that the very worst thing you can do is to listen to this hasty young probation officer. And I must remind you of something else. I am your solicitor in this case, but like all solicitors, I am also an officer of the court. Now that I know you're unlawfully at large, I shall have to inform the authorities. I'll give you half an hour before I ring Chief Inspector Elvington.
Are you looking for me?
Mr. Granger?
I am the vicar, yes. But you're Mr. Roger Stanton, aren't you? And you're Miss Clough.
How did you know?
Well, the police have just been here. They showed me photographs.
What did they say?
An escaped murderer, they said.
Mr. Stanton is a solicitor.
Yes, I know.
And I'm not a murderer.
You must help us, Vicar. We're preparing Roger's case, and it looks as though witchcraft comes into it.
This places me in a difficult position.
The witchcraft?
The police. They were inquiring.
We're not asking you to do anything wrong, Vicar.
Did you know that Roger's wife was a witch?
Well, I did hear something. It has been common talk.
That ceremony in here, the night they left the skull, did you find out who they were?
In the course of my ministry, one hears many things. But you can hardly expect a person holding my office to blacken the character of any person in his parish by repeating mere gossip.
You play the organ very well, Vicar.
Oh, thank you. You're kind, Miss Clough. I play merely for relaxation. This is my way of relaxing in the Lord's house, and a means of praising him.
Does it give a feeling of power to play the organ like that?
Power, Miss Clough? Not power. Elevation, perhaps. Spiritual elevation.
Vicar, one of those white robes was left behind that night.
Yes. Yeah, I can show it to you if you like. Come into the vestry.
And the skull, Vicar?
Chief Inspector Elvington sent them both back to me. Not that I have any use for them either. They have a certain curiosity value.
You could have destroyed them.
Well, I scarcely applied my mind to the matter. The robe is in here. It is in two parts.
The top part, it's a hood with eye holes. The lower part's made from a sheet.
What are these brown marks on the front?
Blood.
Blood?
Dried blood. They were analysed.
So the police knew about them?
It is the blood of an animal.
Can we see the skull?
Yes. It is in this cupboard. There.
Ooh.
Grinning down the centuries.
Yes, indeed.
But he may not be very old.
The skulls always grin like that.
He hasn't many teeth left.
It could be a she.
Skulls are usually he's.
That's feminine logic for you.
If you like, yes. Intuition.
Ah.
What a high forehead he has.
That means intellect. This one must be a man. Alas, poor Yorick.
That you should come to this devil worship in Peatfield Parish Church.
Yes, indeed. But that is enough, I think.
So, that's all they left behind?
Oh, there were a few candles and some wax droppings.
And there's been no repetition since that night?
No. There is, however, a full moon tomorrow, is there not?
Are you expecting a repeat performance, Vicar?
One has to be on one's guard now. I have arranged for volunteers to stay here tomorrow night. If you would care to join them...
We have other things to do.
The police.
They mustn't find us.
Where can we hide, Vicar?
Will you give us away?
If I'm asked questions, I shall do my best to do my duty. It is not always easy to say what one's duty is in this modern world.
It was good of that friend of yours to lend us her flat like this, Sally.
Oh, Celia and I always help each other.
We should have gone further away from Peatfield.
Let me get you a drink.
Something soft, please. I must keep a clear head and get all these drugs out of my system.
Roger, you said you were defending in a corruption case.
Arnold Fielder, planning officer. A man who wanted to build a house is supposed to have bribed Fielder £1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you. Elvington fixed Fielder with some admissions he never made.
Can you prove that?
Fielder had a hidden tape recorder.
And the tape?
Well, it's quite different from Elvington's account of the interview.
Who's got the tape now?
Martin Hensley.
Is he going to use it?
He must.
Then what does Elvington gain by getting rid of you?
I know it doesn't all add up, but I'm sure that case has got something to do with it. Planning permission is like gold these days. A lot of people in Peatfield have been at it. The Fielder case is only the tip of the iceberg.
Then there's Carl Fiebig.
I don't see how we can connect him with Margaret's death. Except they're both Germans.
I don't like Councillor Sugden.
Now, they say he's a millionaire. That man's name crops up too often. I've come across him in case after case, but he's always in the background, just out of sight.
Put Sugden on the list, then?
I suppose they're all in it together. One big monstrous coven of witches.
Working for the CIA?
Sally, why should one of Margaret's fellow witches want to kill her?
She could have threatened to expose one of them. She could have been blackmailing the one who did it. Oh, we are going to win, Roger.
Suppose I hadn't met you.
But you have. Rash, hasty, corner-cutting me.
Are you glad you came to live at Peatfield?
It has its moments.
No, it's not a bad place. They're a rough, tough, rude lot of people sometimes, but underneath there's heart and grit. Have you ever seen the snow powdering the Pennine Hills as the sun catches them? It's good to be alive then. It's good to be free, good to know that you've years and years of health and hope and effort and achievement ahead. That's what I used to feel.
And you will again, Roger.
Here it comes.
It may not be them.
This is it, Sally.
We shall win through, as long as we keep our heads.
As Marie Antoinette said.
Chief Inspector Elvington.
Why, Miss Clough.
Good morning.
What a pleasant surprise. May I come in?
Do, Chief Inspector.
Thank you. Oh, and Mr. Stanton, too. Well, well. Two birds with a single stone. If only police work was always this easy. Am I interrupting something?
Yes.
Well, do you mind postponing it for about 20 years? You won't mind, will you, Sally? Nice, patient girl like you.
Don't be offensive.
I've come to take you both for a ride.
Where to?
Well, 2 rides, to be precise. You, Mr. Stanton, to Dr. Fiebig's little place. If we'd left it another hour or so, you'd be going to prison.
I'd prefer that.
You don't have the choice.
And where are you taking me?
You, Sally, are under arrest for contempt of court. You can have details if you want them.
I can use my imagination.
If you'd had any, you wouldn't have chosen this hiding place. You don't have that many friends in Peatfield, and we know 'em all.
The fight isn't over yet, Elvington.
Oh, your fighting days are definitely over. Believe me, Mr. Stanton.
Men like you give dishonesty a bad name.
Oh, I like that, yes. Very witty. I like witty women. I shall enjoy your company, Sally. You'll be going up into the dock in the Crown Court later this morning, before Mr. Justice Pilkington.
Miss Clough,
Yes, my lord.
I obviously cannot deal with your contempt at the present moment.
I realise that, my lord.
And so the question of bail arises. Is there any objection to bail, Chief Inspector?
There's very strong objection, my lord. Miss Clough may make another attempt to induce Stanton to break his bail.
But, my lord, Roger Stanton shouldn't be in that hospital at all. There's a medical report to prove that he's perfectly normal mentally.
And where is the report?
Mr. Hensley has it, my lord.
Mr. Hensley?
Stanton's solicitor, my lord. I happen to know that Mr. Hensley is not in this building.
Mr. Stanton has been given drugs in that hospital that make his condition worse. They're trying to have him found unfit to plead when he's perfectly fit.
These are grave assertions, Miss Clough.
And I'd like you to go into them, my lord.
That will, in due course, be done, I'm sure.
There is just one more thing. The police have Margaret Stanton's diary, and we'd like to see it. It could be of great assistance to Mr. Stanton's defence.
What do you say about that, Chief Inspector Elvington?
Well, the diary has no relevance at all to Miss Clough's contempt of court, my lord.
But the two cases are interrelated. Do you object to handing over the diary?
I do, my lord, yes, as things stand.
Then let us see how they stand at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I shall interpose this matter then. Have the diary here at that time, Chief Inspector. I also want Roger Stanton bringing here. In the meantime, he must not be given any more drugs. I will deal with your application for bail at the same time, Miss Clough, at 2 o'clock. Now, Miss Clough.
Yes, my lord?
As Miss Bordall has kindly offered to act as surety for you, I am prepared to grant you bail in your own recognizance of £500 and £500 for the surety.
Thank you, my lord.
So, you may leave the dock. Now, Chief Inspector Elvington, having read all the papers concerning Mr. Stanton, including Dr. Crowley's report, it seems to me that Roger Stanton ought to leave the hospital where he has been residing. The question then arises, where should he live pending his trial?
The only other place, my lord, is the prison hospital.
What do you say, Mr. Hensley?
My lord, there is another alternative. I know it is unusual to grant bail at all in murder cases, but having regard for the accused's excellent character and his unblemished record as a solicitor, I submit that he could be granted bail on terms, despite what happened yesterday.
And what terms do you suggest, Mr. Hensley?
My lord, Mr. Stanton could live with me. We could obtain 2 sureties, I have no doubt, and my client could report to the police, say, between 6 and 9 p.m. each day.
Yes, I agree to those terms.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you very much indeed.
Now that leaves the diary, Chief Inspector Elvington.
I have the diary here, my lord.
I direct that it be handed to the defence now.
Could it be handed to me, my lord?
Well, that is really for Mr. Stanton to say.
My lord, I think on the whole that it would be better if Miss Clough and I were to keep it for the time being.
Very well, but there must be no tampering with it.
I promise that, my lord. It was good of Martin to make that offer about bail.
Yes.
And to let me stay here. I told you he was all right.
I know you did.
Did he say when he'd be here?
About half an hour. At least that's what he said when he gave me the key. But look, Roger. In this diary of Margaret's, every full moon has been ringed in red, including the 14th, the night the witches were in the church. And today's date, that's ringed as well. You were right about that telephone conversation.
Which one?
Margaret's, the one you overheard. Now, when you look at the phone numbers in the back of this diary, most of them are obviously Margaret's friends, shops, clubs, etc. There are the names and addresses against the numbers, except for these 4. They're separate. They're written under the name Angelica.
Angelica?
Do you know anybody called Angelica?
Angelica? I don't think so.
No, neither do I. Against each of these 4 numbers is just one letter. A, S, J, and M.
Is that last one, the one with M, is it separate from the others?
There is a bit of a gap.
Well, we could ask the telephone exchange for the names and addresses belonging to the numbers.
They'd refuse to give them to us. They'd tell the police, but we need to know now. We have to find out where these people are meeting tonight. It obviously won't be Peakfield Church. We have until about midnight to find out.
And if we do?
We can go and find out who's in this coven. They must know what happened to Margaret.
You think one of them killed her?
It's a strong possibility.
The police don't think so.
You mean Elvington doesn't?
We could ring the numbers.
It's the only way. The only quick way.
But they won't just tell anybody where they're meeting.
It depends how we handle it.
Who's going to do the telephoning?
Are you volunteering, Roger?
Well, if I felt 100%...
Then Sally will have to be the Aunt Sally.
Well, if we do find out, we'd better keep it to ourselves.
In this town, the only safe person to talk to is oneself. Well then, now, I'll start by ringing that last number with the M by it. 66883.
Do I know that number?
If you sit near me, you'll be able to hear the conversations.
Right.
Here goes then. Engaged.
There is somebody there.
Ringing up about tonight's ceremony?
Could be.
Now let's try A. It could be Angelica.
Briggs and Farnham, Alice Briggs speaking.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Briggs. It is Mrs. Briggs I'm speaking to, is it?
Who's that speaking, please?
Who
is that?
My name is Goodbody.
And what do you want?
I'm trying to contact someone called... a lady called Angelica. What do you make of that, Roger?
When you said Angelica, she didn't want to know.
It meant something to her, or she'd have said Angelica, or Angelica who?
Oh, never heard of Angelica.
Getting warmer, Roger. I'll see if M at 66883 is still engaged.
Yeah.
Very talkative.
Must be a woman.
Roger, are you a male chauvinist?
And a bit of a pig.
Do your own telephoning.
It's joke, darling, joke.
And who are you calling darling?
What was that?
You called me darling.
Me? I did?
Your memory was pretty feeble before, but now it's backed up altogether.
Now, that's unkind, Sally.
Joke, darling, joke.
But I do call people darling.
Oh, do
Yeah,
you?
it just sort of slips out.
You need attending to, Mr. Stanton. But we have work to do. You could still face a certain criminal charge, remember?
Yes, I can't forget that.
Let's try S.
S for Sally.
It isn't my number.
Councillor Sugden. Who's that?
Oh, good afternoon, Councillor Sugden.
Sugden?
Who is that?
Sally Clough. Remember me?
What do you want, young woman?
Does the name Angelica mean anything to you, Councillor Sugden?
No, it does not. And the sooner you leave this town, the better. You're sacked.
What do you make of that, Roger?
Sugden's got a finger in every pie.
Even the witch's cauldron. I had a feeling he was mixed up in it.
Oh, I don't see how you could have.
Easy.
Oh, intuition, yes. Well, we still don't know where the meeting is.
That brings us to J. You know, there's something wrong with my telephone technique.
When you mention Angelica...
I could say, where are the witches meeting and can I come along? A bit direct, though.
Hello? Who's that?
Who's that, please?
Joan Halliwell. What is it you're wanting?
I'm ringing... It's all very hush-hush. But I'm ringing, Joan, because Angelica told me to get in touch with you.
Oh, are you the new one?
That's right.
And you want to know where it is?
Yes, please.
St Mark's Church, Cottingford. At usual time. See you there, dear.
Got it.
Right.
Cottingford. How far's that from here, Roger?
It's about 15 miles.
She said the usual time.
Yes, that was about 2 o'clock last time, wasn't it?
One last try with M. He might tell us what time they begin.
Yeah.
8, 3. Oh, well, the end of a beautiful friendship that never was.
So, we go to tonight's ceremony.
That's the idea.
And watch outside.
Inside.
How?
All we need are 2 white hoods and 2 white sheets.
Oh, that's daring.
Got to be.
Well, that must be Martin.
Yes.
Where do we get the sheets?
I can't ask Martin. We've run up his phone bill already.
Well, we can buy some. And then needle and cotton.
Guess whose job that'll be.
Hello, Martin.
I came as soon as I could.
We found the coffee, etc., thanks.
We've had a stroke of luck. I've been pumping Elvington. They've discovered a fingerprint on one of Margaret's earrings. They haven't found out whose it is. It could be the print of the man who did it.
So, we're making progress.
What about the diary?
It doesn't help very much.
May I look?
Yes. Here.
Oh, thanks. I'll hang on to it if I may.
Of course.
Anything else I can do?
Not at the moment.
What are you both doing this evening?
Well, we have 1 or 2 inquiries to make.
Inquiries?
Several inquiries, sir. We'll tell you later.
Where's that envelope, Fabig? The one I left with you for safekeeping.
It is in the safe.
Get it. I shall have to destroy them now.
Destroy them?
The photographs. Margaret Stanton and her friends playing their little games. Oh, you ruined everything, Phoebe. I told you to look after Roger Stanton, keep him properly dosed. But you've actually gone and let him out.
That was not my fault.
Him and that Clough woman. They're spilling the beans already to High Court judge.
Our security is very modern.
Apparently. Any road you can say goodbye to planning permission for that new hospital. And I won't be giving you no donation neither. Not another penny you'll be getting out of me.
There are some things I do not understand.
A lot of things, if you ask me. You, with all those fancy letters after your name.
Why did you wish to have Stanton sent to Broadmoor?
He was getting too close for comfort. Had things organised very nicely in this town till he started digging around. That witchcraft thing, I could get what I wanted out of those people while I had the photographs.
But if Stanton is guilty...
Well, who else could it be?
He will be sentenced to life imprisonment.
After a trial, Feebig. A public trial with God knows what coming out. Now go and get me them photographs.
Cars should have heaters that work when they've stopped.
The cars or the heaters?
Oh, don't be legalistic, Sally.
Oh, they must be here soon if they're coming at all.
You don't think they've seen this car and shied off?
It's too well hidden.
The moon's very bright.
I think they'll park on that side of this hedge. We'll see them, but they won't see us for the trees.
If they're all in that van they used last time, they'll lumber us when we tag on to the end of the group.
Nobody knows who's who in the fancy dress.
Should we put it on now?
Wait till they come. Then we'll play it by ear.
Play it by fear.
No, intuition.
Oh, that.
Never fails.
Is that a car, Sally?
It must be them.
There's only one lot of headlights.
Oh, it's coming this side of the hedge.
Do you think they're dangerous?
No, just weird.
They're bound to see us.
Oh, those headlights. I can't see a thing.
It's going to stop here.
Hide your face.
How?
Oh, pretend we're lovers.
Yes, good idea. Oh.
I said pretend, Roger.
Can you see who it is?
Elvington. Do you think he followed us here?
He could have.
If he didn't, why is he here at all?
He must be one of them.
Did he see us, do you think?
Well, unless he's gone blind. But he may not have recognised us.
Never having seen us in this position before.
Where's he gone?
Towards the church. Oh, I've lost sight of him.
It all fits. If Elvington is one of them.
My intuition says no.
Sally, I wish we had some sort of plan. This playing it by ear.
Prefer to follow the music?
Uh-huh. I'd rather follow it than face it.
Look, more cars.
This must be the others.
3 sets of lights.
Shall we pretend again?
Oh, perhaps we ought to. Oh, if this is pretending, what's the real thing like?
They're putting on their robe things.
Oh, I wish I could see their faces.
It's a pity they're in the shadow.
We'd better get out and put ours on and follow them into the church.
Sally, the man at the door didn't even speak.
Just gave us the candles.
What weird-looking people.
Have you seen yourself, Roger?
It's the flickering candles.
Oh, like the Ku Klux Klan.
Won't they notice an extra too?
Perhaps they're having a membership drive. In any case, they can't see who the extras are.
Do you think Elvington is one of them?
He could be anybody.
Why is nothing happening? We're all just sitting here. Can you see who the organist is?
It could be the vicar, but with that hood on.
They're all going up to the altar.
Oh, we'd better follow.
The one in the middle is taking his clothes off.
So he is.
So she is. If we all have to take our clothes off, they'll see who we are.
And we shall see who they are.
This is the police. The The church is surrounded. Don't anybody move. You're not getting away this time. I'm interested to know who you all are.
What will you think of us?
Now, nobody will get hurt if they stay exactly where they are.
Why are making a dash for it?
Stop, you can't get away.
His hood's come off.
It's a woman, and it's Miss Bordle. My boss, Miss Mary Bordle.
Another whiskey, Chief Inspector.
Ah, yes, please, Mr. Hensley.
Miss Clough?
No, thank you.
Roger.
Not for me, thanks, Martin.
Oh, Miss Bordle, of all people, eh?
I never expected her to be in it.
I can see now why she tried to warn me
I
off.
thought I knew my fellow Pete Fielders fairly well, but Mary Bordle...
And the vicar.
Well, the organist? Well, that was no surprise. They obviously used his keys on that last occasion.
Are either of them mixed up in the murder?
I don't think so. The witch thing is just mumbo-jumbo kid stuff for bored oddballs.
So, we're no nearer finding out who did kill Margaret.
The only person there's evidence against is you, Mr. Stanton.
So, this is why you came back here, Mr. Elvington, to tell me about Miss Bordle and the vicar?
And my car had starting problems.
I see. Yes, I was getting worried about Roger when it got about 3 o'clock.
Well, we tried to ring you, Mr. Hensley, but nobody knew your number, and turns out you're ex-directory.
Well, I don't like clients disturbing me at home. But you can have it. It's 66883.
Say that again, Mr. Hensley. That number.
66883.
It's the same number.
M for Martin. That's why it was engaged.
I was ringing this number on this phone.
And the number's on the dial.
It was staring me in the face.
What is all this?
Oh, I'd like to know.
Can I see that diary again, Mr. Hensley?
Yes, here it is, but I don't follow.
Thank you.
Well, what's all this got
That
to do with what?
page. It isn't here. It's been torn out.
Eh? Well, I photocopied every page. We can soon tell.
He's taken out the page with his phone number on. There were 4 numbers that Margaret Stanton wanted to keep secret, and this was one of them.
Yes, it was below the other 3.
Now, why should she want to keep your number secret, Mr. Hensley?
How should I know?
Why should she write it down at all?
Because it's ex-directory.
Did you turn that page out, Mr. Hensley?
Nobody else can have.
All right. Yes, I did.
Why?
I thought it might be misinterpreted.
What might be?
Well, you see, I was friendly with Margaret at one time.
How friendly, Martin?
Quite friendly.
Behind my back?
Yes, I suppose so.
Just how friendly?
All right, too friendly. I'm sorry to say this, Roger, but Margaret was a bitch.
What are you saying,
She
Martin?
was a bitch. She led me on. I was very foolish, I know. It went too far. It called me a silly old man, if you like, but it did go too far. And then she started blackmailing me, threatening to tell you if I broke it off. And then she wanted money and more money. And I couldn't afford any more.
And then you did what to her?
Yeah, I didn't do that. No, you can't prove that. You'll never prove that. Never.
When did you last see Margaret Stanton? How long before she died?
A week before.
Sure?
It was exactly a week.
We'd better go and take your fingerprints.
You're not catching me that way, Inspector. My print might have been on that earring, but that doesn't prove anything. When we were friendly, of course, I might have touched it.
But you hadn't even seen her for a week?
Definitely not.
Well, this is very interesting. Mrs. Stanton only bought those earrings the day before she died.
Oh, that's not possible.
If it is possible, how did your fingerprint get on?
Unless you were the one who did it, Martin, and tried to fix me with it.
I'm sorry, Roger.
I see now why you wanted me to go to Phoebix Hospital. Why you paid the fees.
I didn't pay.
Who did?
Councillor Sugden, he didn't want a trial. He wanted to put you away and shut your mouth.
Did Sugden know about you?
No. He thought Roger was guilty.
You'd better come and make a statement, Martin Hensley.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything.
You know the words of the caution, so I won't waste my breath.
So, Margaret wasn't killed because she was a witch.
No, because she was a bitch. Martin was right about that, and I never knew.
And what about Elvington?
He genuinely thought I was guilty, so he improved the notes of our interview. An old trick of his. One day I'll expose him.
You're a thorn in his side.
He'd have been glad to see me put away.
The main thing is, it's all over now.
About Martin, though. I can't believe it about Martin.
Roger, you know why I suspected him?
Intuition. Yes. Thank you for everything, Sally.
All that, and now nothing. I feel suddenly deflated, lost.
Let's play a game.
What game?
The game we played in the car.
Roger Stanton, you're very fortunate I shan't be doing that inquiry report now, after all. I should have had to tell the judge that in my considered opinion, based on experience, you are an extremely wicked man.
In Fit to Plead by James Fairfax, Sally Clough was played by Judy Bennett and Roger Stanton by Paul Chapman. Elvington was David Marlowe, Phoebic, Paul Webster, and Martin Hensley and the garage attendant, John Franklin Robbins. Tooley was Eric Allen, Mary Bordall, Joan Matheson, and the Reverend Richard Granger and Councillor Sugden, Ronald Badley. Sean Crowley was played by Dermot Crowley, Mrs. Briggs, Judith Barker, and Mrs. Helliwell, Marie Dixon. The organist was Keith Elcombe, and the play was directed in Manchester by Kay Patrick.